All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 28, 2026, and we have more drama to wake up. So, surprisingly, the market's not doing too bad here on the futures. You didn't have anything to worry about with oil in the war. You actually got positive headlines, but Korea. So they did very bad. They are officially in a bear market. They sold off 10%. They had another circuit breaker. It was a mix of our performance and then again that Chinese lithography news yesterday that started to affect it a little bit. We got a bunch of earnings this morning, but yeah, you got two dynamics. It's responding to the earnings. You have a bunch of earnings that came out. You got more after the bell. We even have a big week all week, and then even the Fed. But then you got to juggle this Korea thing. And now what's going on is a lot of people are noticing the debt behind every single one of these AI chip companies, hyperscalers, you name it. So all in all, though, we got a decent bid. Like I'm saying, there's some decent earnings out there. A lot of things are moving around, even like GLW. They reported as well. So, Chad, I think we're going to have a fun day. We're going to see where it leads us. Oh, didn't have anything to work. Hello, but other than that, my friends, before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you and thank you. Thank you for your commitment, your sacrifice to all of our collective freedom, for real. I know these are just words, so I do hope you get a long term. I hope everything we do here can help, man. I hope if anybody should be owning the land, getting high quality assets, I do hope it is you. And at the very least, too, thank you and God bless every single one of you. For the rest of y'all, whether or not you have served or not, I am not trying to make you a warmonger. I am not trying to do anything. All I'm trying to let you know is that you could never take away the honor of a man or woman who has decided to give up so much for the collective freedom of people they have never even met. So, veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you and thank you for your commitment. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of a bitch! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh, no. Oh, man. Happy Tuesday. Happy post-earning. It's not even over. Oh, Chad. Oh, we only got a minute. We only got one beautiful minute until the bell. So, Chatadonia, get ready. Like I'm saying, off the morning, watch the ones that didn't already move too big, or if they move big in earnings and then they open up break even, you might get an opportunity there. But watch Coca-Cola, Boeing, UPS, Klarna. They got that Apple news. We played that a couple weeks ago, but you're reacting to that pre-market. BSX is doing a restructuring as part of health kind of rotation, some of those medical devices, so see if that goes up. Again, GLW is just bouncing around right now pre-market, so that might be a crazy one. That was the biggest earnings decliner, but it's moving up. And then CNC absolutely killed it. And then watch Palantir. They came out with like a pre-announcement guidance thing. It's actually, some people see it, some don't, but yeah, it's a little odd there. And then Coca-Cola, I already said that one. UPS was good. They missed, but it was better than feared, essentially. So they didn't necessarily, they beat, but then they still missed, but then they did better because the miss wasn't that bad. But then they barely moved off the open. So that one's a wild card. Same thing with Boeing. Boeing was a miss on EPS, but their free cash flow was really good, and people like that. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Yeah, check. We have old Coca-Colas that might come back to life. I don't know if the Coca-Cola chain is still closed, so they're going to open that. But yeah, Coca-Cola, that one's probably one of the bigger ones. Again, let's see Boeing. So Boeing's only at 1.8. I mean, decent. And like I'm saying, just watch kind of where they were pre-market. So notice Boeing's on the high end of it. UPS is starting low, so they're starting down 5. I don't think any of them are opening up break even. GL Dubs, they're down 13, but like I'm saying, that has actually moved 10 bucks in the last like 5 minutes. Oh, into it. So then let's see where we're opening. SPY is down by 0.04, Russell down by 0.04, NASDAQ down by 0.9, and then the Dow Jones is up by 0.67. So not bad. Again, Microsoft, and then take note. I mean, here's the difference. Remember, yesterday, chips were down a decent amount, but software was up a lot more. So I don't know if you guys see it. Software is down 3.5, but chips are only up by 1/4. So these rotations are not solid. XLP is up by 2. So yeah, to start off, your first rotation is landing in staples. They're absolutely destroying it. Again, PayPal's up 2.5. That barely moved. They had earnings. PayPal beat. And they're moving. Let's see, Klarna and Apple. Klarna's literally right. It's actually below from when that headline came out. And then there's Apple on the low. They're up by 0.5. Nvidia's down 1.3. That's selling off now. Meta's going up. Meta's up by 0.9. And then same thing with Google and Microsoft. And Amazon. I know Meta was doing good earlier. Boeing gave it up. Into it. Baba in China's still up too. And then again, the SPY. So we're only down by 0.1. Again, oil hasn't budged. Yeah, those earnings so far. Did Coca-Cola open up? Yeah. Oh, those old Coke plays came back to life if you have them. Okay, I made the Cokes free over 100%. Those were old pre-run-up plays. They didn't hit. Those were literally down 90%. Quantum, they did good yesterday, but yeah, they did not start off good. Again, this whole momentum factor. Again, chips are down, just what we saw with Korea. That's pretty much the main theme. Again, chips are down 3 right now, but IGV has gone negative. So you are not getting your same rotations, more or less. Oh, CBOE, and then SPY near the low. Zillow, Copart, Baba. Again, I had China up there from yesterday. Let's see. Boeing is still holding 1.8. Again, UPS is going lower, and then Coca-Cola still right at open. That's just holding the 4% gap. Disney's kind of running up there. 3 big candles. ISRG, that was a lagger. They got to upgrade. Into it, dude. And even Kimberly, I'm telling you, staples are kind of unreal right now. So think about, I mean, you did have a lot of earnings and companies did pretty well, but yeah, the staples, Dow Jones is up by 0.6 while NASDAQ's down 1, but staples are up by like 2% right now, 2.5. So that caught the early, that is your cash open direct rotation off of the morning. ITRI, CLS, Adobe. Oh yeah, Pepsi did get a nice bid off of it. What would that leave me with? Why are they such scammers? They hate me. Nike. Woo! Alright. How much are these worth now? Oh, my shit won't update. Why won't these fucking update? Well, it says it's sold, but I didn't. I made my CBOE free right under 100%. But that was a fat position because those were the expensive ass leaps. But now both are free. So you should have 2 free sets of CBOE. They report in 2 days. And then those cokes are going up. Shout out to long term. Those Abbott play. I mean, dude, Coca-Cola was a good sign, bro. So again, there was some pretty shitty pre-earnings plays I was kind of disappointed about. But like I'm saying, if some of them could wake up like that, I'm telling you, that Coca-Cola is about to go in the money. So that was, it's crazy. And that's good because, I mean, it was down 90%. So like I'm saying, some of these plays do have that ability. Again, the underlying move, you know, this week, this month, a lot moved, but, you know, I think you decayed more time than the stocks moved in some instances. You know, momentum stocks move more, but everything else, like even cybersecurity, you just burn time. You didn't really burn the move. Tap, well, dude, everybody keeps talking about the fucking, everyone keeps talking about the trend thing yesterday. So you guys know how we were talking alcohol, and you guys thought we were just shooting the shit? That was a narrative, and people are really, really getting hyped on it. Happy Tuesday! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's here. Oh, look at Boeing's even loving it. Oh my gosh. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what are you gonna do? It's here. It's here, my friends. Oh, Bradley. Bradley, I want a Boeing now, Bradley. You know that? Bradley, I feel like I'm Qatar. I feel like I'm from Qatar, Bradley. I want to purchase a Boeing. Do you know that, Bradley? Oh, thank you for the old Coca-Cola. 500%. Woo! Good morning. I know those are going in the money, and yes, they are ripping, baby. So yeah, man, keep it up. And GG's. Thank you for paying the plug, my friend. And shout out to the peach. Oh my gosh. Consistency. You guys, this is the big pivotal week. I hope Kevin Warsh can learn from you, Bradley. You know that? That's like one of my big prayers. I pray that Kevin Warsh, you know, gets influenced by the spirit of the peach and learns consistency and, you know, credibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we should have Bradley Frizzle do a lesson on credibility. You know that? That's what I'm saying. If the Fed had the same credibility standards that we do for Bradley Frizzle in the peach, I think this rate hike situation would be a lot more clear. You know what I'm saying? So shout out Bradley Frizzle. And God bless America. Woo! STX down 10? No way. I think is STX or TXN reports today. So yeah, those are going down. SPY near the low. Chips are down 4. Again, software is just holding on, but you're only going to staples, you guys. Staples and healthcare are ripping it right now. So yeah, you got a couple 100% on those Coca-Colas. If you bought them cheaper, you're up. Even on the worst price, you still have around like 200-300% now. Those are starting to ramp up. Yeah, STX reports today. Well, they're moving. Is that TSM? I'm seeing a lot of chips on the low. Again, there's Palantir. Like I said, that could be holding you down in terms of software. But even Oracle's down 3-2. McDonald's. Coca-Cola's up. Pepsi's even up 5 off of that. Jeez. IQV, that's earnings. That's post-earnings 15. So none of the other ones. UPS stayed the same. Boeing kind of moved. AVTR. What's this? AVTR just popped 3%. Small cap. And then SPY near the low. Altria, again, staples, you guys are dominating right now. It's actually kind of disgusting. I would argue this is your strongest staple move. If this holds, when was the last time you guys saw staples up 3%? That's what I'm saying. Staples gapped up, and now they're doing back what they did at the beginning of the year. I did see I don't know. I saw the Palantir earnings. I see it on my wire when I search the name, but it shows up from last night. I don't. It's weird. Some people say they saw it. Some people didn't. But I could, when this slows down, I'll backtrack it for you. But I'm pretty sure something came out. But it still says their earnings are the 3rd. Again, AVTR, whatever this is. Avantor. I know DFNS, that crazy one. This is a healthcare one. AVTR is healthcare? Really? Oh, that just shows up on the wire, but it doesn't have anything. And then they have earnings on July 29th, tomorrow. SpaceX sinks 20% below peak. Netflix, Target, Value. So again, it's staples. It sucks. I'd want to grab a staple, but they are literally all up 2-3%. Like I'm saying, I don't think you guys have seen I don't think you've seen a staple move like this all year, arguably. Maybe from the beginning of the year you saw something like, remember when we were buying the Kimberleys? But yeah, dude, staples have never gapped up this hard. I'm telling you, even these moves, you would do them intraday at the peak, but that's a fat gap up out of the box too. If you think about it, staples were kind of in this lower box for a couple months, so they're getting back to their higher end. But yeah, that's dominating right now this morning. I'm telling you, Dow is up by 0.5, NASDAQ down 1.3. SPY's barely down too. I'm sure equal weight might be doing good. Oh yeah, long term loves it, dude. Loves it. I only wish we got more dividends. Pfizer. Guild again, XLV, XLP. Until that turns off, that's going to be the money. And then software is either going to give it up or software might turn on later. INLF up 74%. Target, NASDAQ, Netflix. Again, Netflix, I don't know if Netflix is up 4. It's pretty much acting like a lagger. Baba. SpaceX. Where's Intuit? Oh, I forgot about the Intuit. I think those beaten down, man. SPY's still going lower. Again, the beaten down software, those are doing the best. The actual rate decision comes out tomorrow. No, I don't think this is because of the surprise rate hike. I mean, unfortunately, just Korea. Korea brought down the chip momentum. I mean, last 4 days, you've been kind of struggling with the chips, but yeah, I think Korea just flipped up a little bit. Or they slipped up, and then, yeah, it's already been down 20, 25%. I mean, you've had what? I think like 9 halts, 9 circuit breakers in Korea since this is all began, but yeah, that vibe. And then, I mean, staples did good. There was still solid earnings, but I think we're just playing the back and forth with still this story we've been dealing with chips. I don't know if you guys have just this since earnings has began, they have all done good, but they won't go up. Again, the stocks and the earnings are great. The reactions not so much. NASDAQ poised to enter correction with 10% drop from record. Your house was in a tornado yesterday? Dude, I hope you're okay. That's crazy. I have never witnessed one of those. Fucking tornado, dude. Be safe. Be safe. Intel. Oh, I need to see. Damn. Intel 85. And then DFNS, Okta or Axta, not Okta. I was gonna say cybersecurity is not up. $428. It's early, Habibi. Yeah, at American Tower, Geo Dubs. Where's Coca-Cola? Where's FFIV? Okay, SPY. Just like, I mean, yesterday, remember, some of these automatic just cash open sells. I mean, again, you're buying the shit out of staples, but all of the tech momentum. Again, Mag 7 is actually in a very weird spot. I mean, Mag 7 isn't down as much. You do have Apple up. Again, technically, Meta is still in the green. And then Microsoft is up by 1.4. So you're not real big tech, mega tech. You're not seeing. But again, the chips, Korea, all of the memory and the momentum, even the energy, man. It's all there, man. Intel's your largest, so it's down from the highs. I mean, if you did the covered call, that should have protected. But even without the covered call, that's what I was showing yesterday. It did bring down Colt's sister, but you know, I think it could have been more. But then again, it also depends also on the diversification. Boeing on the high. Oh man, your girlfriend's mom passed yesterday. Is there anything you suggest? Yeah, I mean, try to keep busy, but don't. I mean, I would take a break if anything. Give yourself some time, bro. Don't force anything, and chill and be easy. I mean, it's gonna be difficult, is usually actually what I tell people most of the time. But yeah, man, keep your head up. Ford. Anything lagging is, except for Baba now. Baba is dumping, so anything lagging America is going up. You're confused if earnings are good, like Intel going straight up. You're not confused. You're just watching other people. It's not, they're good earnings. They're not. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's very objective. These earnings are amazing. A lot. They're just not reacting. You know, just because it's a good earnings does not mean you have to buy the stock, and that is exactly what is happening. But I don't think it's there's no arbitrary boogeyman of what's good and bad. I mean, they're good earnings. They are solid. They are objectively, you know, again, like even in Intel, that's the best earnings in 15 years in terms of profits. So yeah, the unfortunate part is that the market reaction function is a lot different. You're not watching people react to these earnings like they were last quarter. They are not willing to buy at the same premium and forward valuations, but earnings being good, you know, companies making more money year over year, growing, all of that is objectively improving. But that's what I'm saying. It's just because people aren't reacting that way, it does not mean they're not good, but it does highlight some of the reaction function and other things we're dealing with right now. Apple's flushing again. They were holding on a little bit. Well, J&J's benefiting from the talc thing. They're up there a lot. So like I told you, if you ever are curious about what I would buy, and if you're like, wow, is this a good deal? If you ever pull a chart up and it's at the highest price possible, you know what I'm saying? Then that's simple. But I also showed you recently, if you want to top blast something, I showed you how to do it. But good luck. Where is my... I need a chart, Habibi. Oh, dude, is Coca-Cola still climbing? Fuck yeah. So Cokes are dope. Yeah, Coca-Cola, those are going to go in the money. I didn't try to flip any off the open, but I just took the ones that we have. Habibi. Let's see. AstraZeneca. Well, yeah. Well, like I do think you should see when the program switches. Right now, it's staples. It's staples, good value. Sell off the tech. I mean, even then, IGV is not. I mean, yesterday you sold off chips 4%. IGV got a really strong bid, but not today. So it's mainly Dow, earnings plays, value. Again, healthcare, staples. Those are what's killing it. But we'll see. I mean, this is very similar, though. Remember, yesterday's first hour or two was very aggressive, and then it started to balance out. So we will find out. Still on the lower range. I do have bad news for you guys, though. I told everybody on the watch list yesterday, but I do have a problem for you. I have really bad news, actually. I don't know if you guys could handle it. Would you like bad news right now? Well, log into your long-term first so that you could see good news. You know what I'm saying? Because the long-term still goes up, you guys. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? So here's the bad news. Are you guys ready? So with the Fed, the 37% of earnings, 17% is in 4 companies. The bad news is that we are only pricing in 1.7% for this week. TLT is on the high. But the bad news is that we're pricing in 1.7%. But if you do the math, 1.7%, the low end, it's the low end of the box. 1.7% to the upside is the high end of the box. So even then, right now, options are pricing that you stay trapped in the box this week. So even if you have all these catalysts right now, the market options are still pricing you into prison. So yeah, we'll see. We'll find out. But maybe we get some big surprises from Kevin or the earnings. But yeah, that is the shitty part about this, is that we are getting these risk off, risk on, rotation, it feels like. But then, I mean, what's priced in for this week is to keep us home, to keep us in the middle. Okta, Crowd, again, cyber and software on the low. SK Hynix, though, too, and then more value. Dude. Edwards, MDT, where's Edwards? Bro, all of these. You can if you'd like. I mean, strangling it, selling iron condors, that's just the risk you got to take. You know what I'm saying? And you should be aware of the risk. Is that simple, bro? Iron condors are in your favor right now, selling premium. It's just the shitty part is that when it does finally go out of the box, it's going to just be massive. And then, yeah, you're probably going to have to pay for it. So as long as you could if you want to take that risk and you could balance it, I don't think it's a bad idea. Smuckers, CLX, PG. I'm looking at damn Bungie's at 100, dude. Am I tripping? It's kind of crazy. Hershey's, damn, Tap is on the staples. Yeah, bro. Look at these staples. I'm going through all of them right now because they're all literally, the staples are on fire. It's kind of disgusting. Schwab, that's or Sherwin-Williams, SHW, that's post earnings. Buy the dip on Intel if you want. I mean, we haven't Our long-term plan has been easy on that one. SanDisk and now Microsoft on the low. There's KDP. I literally have that one up right now. Oh, McKesson. Where's your boy? I forgot about McKesson. And Tyson was the other day. And then CHD, you guys brought that one up yesterday. DFNS. KHC. Even KHC's ripping. Habibi, I know. Mondelez. Yeah, dude. Staple. Very powerful, you know? Terrible. Yeah, Qualcomm. I mean, if Qualcomm ever came back to like the pre-data center, I'm on it. Even now, man, it sucks. It's still kind of up there. This is like a multi-year high for them, but I feel like if Qualcomm ever dropped that pre-data center level, it would look really, we were talking about it right before it popped. And catching the upside on chips would be like trying to catch a falling knife. Yeah. I mean, I said it earlier with some of the other theories and the history. It's right now the chips is just, it's very reminiscent to software at the beginning of the year, where again, it's like you finally had you had one of these larger corrections, and then after a certain large enough correction, it usually leads to a lot of clamoring and back and forth and bigger moves. So eventually the chips are going to bounce. Historically, you have 20% pullbacks. There's only been 4 or 5 times they've dropped more than 20%. And then usually after, X amount of time, it goes up. But just like software, remember, that's what it felt like. And, if you did try to buy the low on that idea, it would go lower. And then it would go at another time. But I do think software or chips kind of remind me of software right now. Abbott's still going. I'm trying to see just some of the staples plays there. Point is shitting. I'm down with that. Whoa, several deaths at Iron Mall in Kumamoto, Japan after post-quake. And then consumer confidence in a minute. not a recommendation. But that's just if the staples keep going up, if we keep watching them play there. The reasoning is they're a staple, a lagger, and that's the strong. Whether this is a 2-day rotation or not is if they keep going. But yeah, it's one of the only staple. Every single staple is actually up right now today. So I don't know if you just saw. I went through all of them. I went through the whole XLP. There was one other one that's lagging, but the premiums were shit. Even then, I don't think that was the best premium. That was a negative change close, and it was cheap, but it's pretty low quality. So we will see, brother. Consumer confidence 90.8 versus 92.4. Payne is starting investing at all-time highs. Actually, every long-term we've created was at all-time highs. So that's the whole thing I kind of go over, is that you don't buy the things that are all-time highs, right? You know, like Homeboy's like, should I buy Johnson & Johnson? And I'm like, no, that's at all-time highs. You know what I'm saying? So we bought Oracle. It's kind of at all-time lows. Oracle's kind of shitty. But then, like, even like Kimberly, you know, last month, that was a banger. But you know that's even down on the year, though, too, when you really look at it. So there's a lot of, you don't have to buy what's at the highs. But again, even if you start, I think, were you the guy who was saying it? I think you were like, I'm down 1%, I'm going to quit. But, like, remember, the first 6 months of your long term do not matter. They do not matter at all. Because what matters is you actually stick with it, keep depositing, let it grow, and actually turn into a position that could actually really build. Boeing on the high. Federal FCC opposed Trump admin early renewal for Disney-owned ABC stations. PayPal ratings along on Amazon will be made available to customers over the coming week. PayPal and Amazon launch buy now, pay later for customers in Germany and Austria. And then Meta introduces web calling for WhatsApp. See, Meta, I don't know. It likes WhatsApp updates. And then Netflix going up. Apple on the low. Oh, watch out. Like I remember, Mag 7 is not really a factor today. I mean, Apple is literally going red right now. So again, you got Google, Microsoft, they're kind of doing their thing, but yeah, CBOE's up. Again, you can make those free. I'm telling you, 2 leaps, both around 100%. So that was a banger. I'm glad though, because that, again, we held CBOE while all the momentum died off, but that one was a little bit more expensive. If you played your cards right, I'm very glad with CBOE. So we still have some now, but there's no initial risk now. And they report in 2 days. Okay, well, Apple's going red right now. Equal weight on the highs, that's not bad. Netflix. ITRI. Oh, I haven't even checked it. WhatsApp introduces waiting room. FOMC scheduled. Again, MO, XLP are going in waves again. Aries, though. And KKR. I've seen a couple of financials. Yeah, XLF is on the high, and now private credit funds. Those are actually doing pretty decent. So see, I mean, that could be a rotation. Those have been very, very beaten down, you know. into it. And Monday, all right, software is trying to wake up. Like I told you, it was weird, bro. You have a lot of rotation left in software and chips because chips are down 4 and software was break even for a second. But yeah, some of those are waking up right now. Again, even Qualcomm, yo. What is this? Why did I just sound like Jesse Pinkman? Qualcomm, yo. But yeah, Qualcomm did just kind of wake up there. And then K-Web, China. And wheat. So see, I mean, if XLP comes down, that will free up a couple of other things. OpenAI pushed the government to review for their models. Excuse me. Workday, Zoom. I mean, if software, just remember, last 2 days on software, or day, was decent. If they could get a win off of the chips, I think it'll be really good. But for now, it seems like staples, financials, healthcare, the ones kind of all month, those are the ones. MTN on the high. Again, more value in general. Dow is up by 3/4. NASDAQ down 1.5. Russell down 0.4. And SPY down 0.4 or 0.14. Let's take a look. It is 7:07. So SPY 370 in the green, 130 in the red. Dow Jones 23 in the green, 7 in the red. And then NASDAQ 59 green, 40 something in the red. So more names leading on SPY. Dow is one way. But yeah, it's kind of just the NASDAQ chip leadership. Does not sound too unusual. You've dealt with it. Again, Mexico, you saw them ripping yesterday. IP, if you remember the paper. That one's up 5% again. DGX. Again, Philip Morris, PM, but then SPY's coming down. So SMH, chips. Again, even IGV and chips are moving hand in hand, unfortunately. There's SanDisk on the low. JD Vance delivers remarks. Anthropic and OpenAI push for US to review models. Dio's now on the high. So again, that's what I'm saying, that alcohol thing. Not only are you getting the staples rotating, but people really liked the Gen Z alcohol trends last night. You want to add financials? You pick up an individual bank or go with the ETF. I mean, they're all going to be high, unfortunately. So, just depends which way you prefer. And then it just kind of sucks too, because like I would have probably, ahead of this earnings, because there was like 1 or 2 banks that were kind of lagging, like Bank of America, but now they're not anymore. So, I mean, they're going to be high no matter what. So just apply the other rules. Don't go too high. Meta launches Zoom competitor. That's that WhatsApp video thing. I didn't even think about it. We had that headline earlier, but yeah, there's Zoom. It's not really causing a reaction though. Again, SanDisk, that's the one that just got ugly here in chips. And then PayPal's continuing. Again, Boeing's at the high. Even Coca-Cola. So again, a lot. Where's UPS? UPS didn't do much. GLW's gone lower now. Let's see where the other earnings this morning. CMX, Textron, Clack. Well, that's a preview. UHS. XLB, Disney, Netflix, and now airlines. And then again, Apollo and those credit funds, KKR, and now BABA, That is came back now, finally. Now SAP, a couple more soft. Damn, SAP's up another 4%. That might be because it's foreign, to be honest. That could be related to the foreign idea with that. Because, dude, SAP has had 3-4 days in a row of this shit. Yeah, those SAPs now are down to 20%. That's crazy. But like I was saying yesterday, it's either they get back to this point and you either just take your 20% loss or you fucking push that. Because you still have 2 months of time on it. But remember, they just killed the contract. Those first moves killed it. Just like Coca-Cola, where that contract was dead, but theoretically it was still in the range. Altman expected to meet with Cyber Director Kratsios Politico. Solventum. Again, airlines and cruise lines are going up. The cruise line's kind of disappointed. But again, they've been benefiting off of energy prices. PRM up 4, popping at the high. Again, China starting to wake up. Everything's still red except the Dow. There is a K-Web. How about the Kimberly Web, huh? I think Workday. And then, I don't know, bro. Intuit? Yeah, Workday keeps running. What do y'all think about Intuit, man? That one's kind of major lagger. It just keeps getting that love. Oh, shit. Am I tripping? Yo, my shit is glitching out so bad. Let me check this real quick. Oh, they're filling it, but no, there's literally no bids. That's crazy. All right, well, yo, make those work days free. They're well over 100, but you have to put the order in. That's so whack. Dude, literally, there's Intuit's, bro. It has 0 on the bid. I just put in an offer for like 80 cents and it filled. That's insane. But then I looked on 2 platforms. They've removed the bids on all of them. But yeah, the workday hit. You have at least 100% on those. All right, well, yeah, I got rid of those. I still have some, but I made those free. Would you get out of Micron and preserve your capital? I'm a new player. I mean, it all just depends. I mean, I'm not really too emotional, and I do think you should stick with the plan. You know, there's a difference between long-term and then, you know, trading. But try to stick with the plan. I mean, a lot of the, you know, buy high, sell low, it doesn't really help you, but you gotta have a plan. Then going back and forth over and over again is kind of the best advice I could give. AMD, I mean, it's chips, dude. Again, chips into the low. You only have staples. Again, Coca-Cola, that is running it for you right now. Bro, SanDisk is getting annihilated. So remember, a SanDisk little Micron STX yesterday was pretty bad. But yeah, dude, SanDisk is down 16%. I don't know if you guys are comprehending. That's a massive. So again, SK Hynix is the one that did really bad in Korea. And that's, I mean, again, it's the memory side. Again, Micron's even down 11, dude. So that's why you were asking me if you should get out of Micron. That makes sense now. But like I'm saying, though, just a lot of, like, if you're only making these day trades, it just sucks because you might get out here, it might go lower, but then if you're just going to buy back in and play the back and forth, you know, that's why, like, when it comes to the momentum, you should have a plan, but ideally you should position carefully, i.e. small, so that if you ever get into one of these weird positions, you can maneuver more and it doesn't affect you as much. That's kind of been how we've gotten around this last month or so. You know, get a couple of good plays, make sure you secure a certain amount of profits, and then from there, just, you know, you play small where even if you run into problems, they're not supposed to hurt you. I like Oracle. Oracle is just down a lot, and it, you know, has a lot of risk. So I don't know. Should I tell them? Locked in. Should I tell them what I showed you guys this morning? I brought it up, but I didn't show them the pretty picture. Should I give them the NVIDIA information? Because it's related to Oracle. Again, SOXS on the low, chips plummeting. I think SanDisk is the problem. I really do. Again, chips are going down, but SanDisk is getting kind of massive. Nat gas for net. No, I already flipped next, but I mean, if the war shit picks back up, I think that's a good option. You don't understand what happened with SK. What do you mean SK Hynix did really bad? Oh, easy. They did really bad. So they, you know, yesterday they sold off pretty much as more than Samsung. They were one of the worst performers on the Kospi. So even though they've been kind of hyped and everyone's brought them up, we just had their IPO. They did very bad in Korea last night. Again, those workday contracts are weird as fuck, dude. I can't believe that. I'm a little pissed off by that. So again, they're showing no bid on a contract that will fill you at 100%. Yeah, now it has a bid. So now the bid is a solid 100% on the play. OpenAI and Anthropic are quietly teaming up in Washington. U.S. lawmakers seek national security probe of Chinese chip giant CMXT after blockbuster IPO, ticking time bomb, New York Post. So here's what I'll tell you. Are you guys ready for this, though? This is where it gets something. I think it's related to the bonds in general. Some of this bond pressure we've been seeing. PayPal's going, Airbnb. But, oh, dude. Yeah, you guys got to see this. Are you ready for this? So you might remember with Oracle. So Oracle, let's start with Oracle because I've shared this with you. And quite frankly, I think when I shared it with you, man, I think it was really good information. You know, I hope you guys see this is what some of you don't pay me for, and this is what some of you pay me for. You know what why is my sister calling me? Hold on. Hey, I'm live right now. Are you good? I don't know, actually. But I did like them. Yeah, it was chill. But do you want to say hi to the stream? Would you like to give them... No, wow, you're not feeling it. Okay. It's okay. It's the first week is rough. Oh, yeah. That's what they say happens. All right, well, I'll send us. Yeah, it's the first 2 weeks is rough, dude. You gotta thug it out. Just don't fart. Tell her you bought Palantir. I didn't buy Palantir. Fuck you. They wanted me to tell you I bought Palantir. She laughed. She got it. Yeah, don't laugh though. It's not good. All right, I gotta go. I love you. Bye. She got a hernia. She's asking me about my hernia surgeon. I was like, no, hernia. Runs in the family, dude. Runs in the family. Okay, but what I was telling you with Oracle. So, like I was saying, this is what some of you guys pay me for, and some of you don't pay me, but you still get to benefit off of it, which, again, my whole logic is that I hope you benefit off of it regardless of if you pay me. And if you're wise, you should take some of this stuff seriously and understand why I do take the time to share some of this stuff with you, okay? But here it is. So, when we bought Oracle... Oh, shit. No, I just lost it. Damn it. Please hold. I fucked it up. It's really hard to load this data sometimes. Okay? But when we bought Oracle, we bought it at 147. Okay? And it was like right around here. And then the stock went up 100%. Or went up 50%. Literally went up $100. And I was telling everybody, you have to understand the situation with Oracle. And I was explaining to you guys how, how they're spending their money and everything. That's what gave us this opportunity to buy them cheap. But then when the stock went up $100, everybody started feeling good about it because of the stock price. And then we had a great talk about it. I swear to you, at $250, I had this conversation when Oracle was at $250. And we were saying, listen, don't buy what we're up on. We were up 50% on it. But then the whole idea I was trying to explain, I was like, even though the stock price has moved up $100, the fundamental risk of their credit default swaps and how people were perceiving that never went down. So look, this was the $100 move. So we bought the stock here. Stock starts going up, but the whole time, the credit default swaps, they didn't go down. Stock is up 100, it barely dropped. Still all lower or all higher than the beginning of the year. Then stock goes down, credit default swaps rise back up. So the whole point I was telling you is that, people betting against the debt on Oracle. People were worried about it. They're trying to hedge it. There's a lot of things behind it, right? You thought it was just Oracle. And now, my friends, welcome to the beginning of August, pretty much. Because now, here's the weird part. Are you ready? What if I told you all of these AI companies, all of these hyperscalers, all of their credit default swaps are blowing up right now? Would you believe me? Does that sound logical? Because Oracle makes sense, right? The whole the company, they're spending all of their free cash flow, right? There's many ways where you could say Oracle makes sense. But what if I told you all of them are having this happen right now? So guess what? Are you ready? Here's NVIDIA's credit default swaps. NVIDIA's 5-year credit default swaps has hit the highest point in the last 12 months today. NVIDIA's 1-year credit default swaps, highest point that we've had in a year. I think even larger. I'd have to pull it out. But are you ready for this one? This one's my favorite. You're going to love this one. Because this one makes no fucking sense. Are you ready? Who do you think this is? So look at this stock. This stock is ripping. However, 5-year credit default swap and 1-year at a high. What stock am I showing you? This was NVIDIA. The first one was Oracle. What's this one? This one makes no sense. No, not Micron. Not Intel. And then we're still going. Oh, we're at VWAP. Saying the high ticker's kind of tweaking. Yeah. Dude, this is Apple. That doesn't make any sense. Do you understand? So the one company not even spending on the AI, why the fuck are their credit default swaps going crazy? The only answer is that they also partook in these massive bond offerings. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what's gonna, that's the only answer I could give, is that the oversupply of capital, the oversupply of the Google LI, 5% pop, big volume, stock wasn't moving. Another round of staples are going up, and laggers like TTD, that one's catching volume. Again, LI, 4% pop. It could be anticipation of spending, or it just could be the overall supply of all the other debt. But the whole point, I mean, dude, I hope you guys are paying attention. I'm not saying that to end the Instagram video. I'm telling you, truly, this is fascinating. Like, you don't, like, that should make you ask questions right now. Where when it's all said and done, this, like, worry about AI debt, it is contagion. It's spreading a little bit, whether it's warranted or not, right? Like, Meta credit default swaps, that makes sense. Oracle, that makes sense. NVIDIA, now people are doubting that on the credit default level. Even Apple, the one company that has been praised for not spending the money, you know? So it is, I think it's kind of, and this is, again, that's why I said to this morning, there was like rumors of like NVIDIA falling behind on payments. That's why I pulled it up. That's why I pulled up the NVIDIA credit default swaps, because I'm like, that's weird. That doesn't make sense. And then, yeah, literally you look at it and it's like, wait a minute, 5 year, 1 year is breaking out. And then go to Apple, go to any of these hyperscalers, whether they're directly attached to it or not. They're the worriness of their debt. Again, this even ties into the bonds and how yields have been playing out, but it's all there. Again, more value. Dollar Tree, I don't know what's going on with your boy. That one was just up there. Airbnb is a staple, kind of. I mean, that's what, in the last 5 years, people have gotten really bullish on travel. Travel has not slowed down. It doesn't matter if there's been wars, pandemics, if there's prices have gone up, but travel has been very resilient. So it's not a staple yet, but nah, travel's been pretty good. Tencent on the high. See if China starts waking up. No, bro, it's all of them. I'm telling you. The credit defaults, it's truly... It's part of the circular finance thing, but it's just like, this is the consequence finally showing up. But again, in this last like month, or last even essentially last week, all of these companies are, you know, their credit default swaps are blowing out. Which again, again, even bonds and other yields, they're all the same. So literally, Meta, Microsoft, you name it, all the Mag 7s, they look exactly the same. So this one's Microsoft. Microsoft 5 year all-time high, or 1 year high, 1 year is at a high, regardless of what price is done. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you compare some of these prices, like, look, you've almost, I think this default might have went up 30% and Microsoft's at the same price. But that's the whole point. You can't look at the stock price, because if you did that, you would have made the mistake of thinking that, oh, the stock price went up, or chill. But no. I know, I think we're up on Airbnb. It's not too important, not yet, but it's just telling you where the debt situation, and I'm not talking just debt of hyperscalers. I'm saying like treasuries and just the supply situation. You know, we've been bringing up supply with all, again, think about it, even yesterday correlated with another IPO in China, a major one. So I think that's what it is. But just fact of the matter, price to protect debt or some of these types of exposures, it's going up, and you should ask why. But this has been the thing, at least this morning, tied into that NVIDIA headline. Some people are starting to become aware of it, but this has been like the last month. Yields all around the world have kind of done this, and yields and credit in many ways. It's not just business credit that has had this volatility. I wouldn't even call it volatility, just bad performance. Yeah, Lehman peaked at 1450, Stanley 790. So what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, before they peaked out and something happened, they started moving up. Now we're at this stage where the cost of it is moving up. Speaking of moving up, SpaceX, he finally. And I don't know, you guys. I feel like we should, with all these IPOs, bro, and all these IPOs were such drains. I'm like, dude, I think we should protest the next IPO. I can't believe it, because they, like I said, those marketing campaigns that they do, and then it just stops, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I can't even believe it. Staple and Coca-Cola. Yeah, Airbnb. I think we're green on it now, man. I'll take it. It does look like a staple today. At what price does SpaceX look good? Let's say like 50% off. I'd be down to speculate, but I don't know what price I would add it to the long term. That's just, then again, I mean, even, you know, it's crazy. Even if it drops 50%, it would still be the largest IPO in the world. It would still be $1 trillion, wouldn't it? That's it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm saying I think it would be insanely. It's insane. But yeah, other than that, I'm waiting for the speculation if it drops enough, but I'm not necessarily. I haven't been as excited about it for the long term, if you guys haven't noticed from day one. JP Morgan's, no, theirs have came down or stayed stable, and they're already pretty low in general. But no, JP Morgan chill. Again, SpaceX, Dollar General, XLP, and Coca-Cola. Oh wow. McKesson came up a little bit. And Coca-Cola, 52-week high. Those plays are in the money now. But I don't know. I don't know what it will take. Actually, you have time. You got time on those, so maybe that'll be our 1,000. But long way to go. You have a 500%. It's still 1.4 trillion. It lost 1.2. Yeah. I'm saying it's kind of crazy. So are the hyperscalers showing signs of weakness like SVB and the Sam Bankman? Nah, I mean, it's super simple, you guys. It's insurance, right? So if the cost to insure your car, right, or you go and get a quote for insurance and that price goes up, what is that saying? So if you go to Geico and they say, I want 30% more. Go to State Farm, they say 30% more. It's saying two things. Either both or one of two things. It's saying you're either more risky, you're a bad driver, or what you're insuring is worth more money. So it could be a mix of both or one or the other, but the risk is that's what's happening. That's, if you really wanted to interpret it and leave it as is, that's exactly what's happening. And that's all that's happening, right? Just the price of the insurance is going up. That's it. It doesn't, you can't say any more or less. That's the simple way to define it as we stand. And that's why I'm saying I'm noticing the insurance costs on some of the best vehicles in the world, they are slightly climbing higher. And they're actually cost more to insure these vehicles than any other point in the last year. NVIDIA did rip. We got Jensen quote, NVIDIA, like that. Tell the people that Jensen water is bad. Blah. I'm gonna take me tomorrow. So not a recommendation. I don't think it'll hit, but if we get a Jensen rebuttal comment, you might get some hype. But then watch what Staples do. Like I said, I mean, I probably should raise the threshold, but these smaller little hyperscaler ones have done well for us. Zelensky and Bibi both at the White House. It is. It's super simple. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you got the people who don't know credit default swaps, and you got all the smart guys. Well, actually, it's simple, dude. Price of insurance is going up. Assume what you want, but the price to insure is climbing. You should ask about the value, or you should ask about the driver, and there you go. BB inbound. Emo's previous all-time high was 777.79. I can't, dude. That was a banger. But yeah, dude, Staples today though. Wow. Again, SpaceX still going. Amazon's selling though. So Google's staying up, CRM starting to go. But yeah, again, it's only NVIDIA climbing right now. But this is weird. Where's Apple? Yeah, Mag 7, Apple's kind of holding you on. JP Morgan, Josh Myers, drivers of weakness are weak reaction to prints, circular financing, and anxiety over CSPs cutting capex. Okay, I think those NVIDIAs are going to be duds. If you don't get a Jensen comment, it'll be its morning thing. Insuring mortgages. Now they just mandate it. You guys want to know something super funny though? Do you want to know which company does not have their credit default swap at a high of the year? Think about it. Intel, the best chip company in the world. No, Microsoft went up. Intel. So it's up, but technically it was higher at the beginning of the year. Woo! Boeing says 787 production slowed for several days. Oh, shit. Hold on, you're going to get a play. Boeing's conference call right now. So you guys have seen this before. Just it might start moving. So literally, Boeing could move a couple percentage points right now randomly. Keep your eyes on it. And now Spotify. I mean, it might. It just depends what he says. So right now, the conference call is by the time CFO, if he gives any guidance or if they talk about deliveries or anything, if they give any update or color to the earnings. Remember, Boeing was like in line. They beat or they missed on EPS, but then their free cash flow was really good. So that's what people liked about it. But yeah, so it was kind of in the middle. It did do the 4% after the open. That one was pretty much break even off the open, and then just started running. So see, but if they say anything right now, it might be a little bit more volatile in real time. You used to panic on days like this. Now I chill because of the long term. Amen. China urges Turkey to correct the measures over China EVs, willing to boost cooperation. Again, service now. Like I'm telling some of these, man, again, if you're that work day, you had some old, dude, there's some old plays that I legit thought were dead. Like, again, most of the times if they kill something by like 90%, it shouldn't be in the range. But like I'm telling you, those work days, those are up. If the bid's not showing you, it'll fill. And then same thing with those Coca-Colas. Those are in the money now, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, TAP, again, TAP is the 1-2 punch of staples today in this rotation. But then also, like I'm saying, you know, that story yesterday, I still think it's early, but a lot of people are circulating this this idea of, what's it called? Of the Gen Z becoming drinkers now, all of a sudden. Okay, there's NVIDIA. I don't think those contracts moved. Same. Oh, they did. They went up 100%, but then came down. Last trade is 100% higher. What the fuck? Zillow. Okay, SPY. It's all in the video, though, sadly. So, again, chips, even SanDisk off at the bottom. DraftKings. In the Bobby, not bad. 2 years ago, they weren't 21. Now they're old enough to be drinkers. I do think it is a funny point. Because some Gen Z is old, but... yeah, you guys said that yesterday. Some of them just couldn't even drink. Like, if you, just technically speaking, at a core rules level. Again, Flutter, DraftKings, some of those are going. There's NVIDIA still. I mean, first, what? It's been an hour and 15 minutes. First time you haven't had the chips, or the chips kind of stabilized. And then even software is about to go green. Cyber's lagging a little harder. Again, a couple more of those laggers. Tap and SAP. Gen Z is becoming drinker. That's what they're saying. I mean, you have to, again, it needs to turn into a trend. But if that's the case, we'll see. And then Coca-Cola, dude. So Coca-Cola, they were the beneficiary off of the World Cup. You know that? So Coca-Cola, they benefited off the World Cup. Their sales killed it. They said the hydration breaks helped out Powerade. Like, yeah, it was kind of crazy. But I would say the winner of the World Cup was Coca-Cola. That I think it's kind of nuts. RCI, is that new? And then Dabe. Yeah, whatever RCI is, it had a big volume earlier, but that still keeps climbing. I know, I want, the last cyber play I want is my net. I'm 10 bucks away. Remember I told you it's going to do that $50 drop? That's if you played every $50 drop on net, you would have, that's it, bro. It would have been amazing. It would have been amazing. Elon has lost $650 billion in wealth since SpaceX June peak. Bro, that was last month. Data Kelb. Yeah, bro, SAP and Workday. AGG, Melly, SpaceX, high tickers actually getting kind of active. Kroger. So staples are still holding up. Let's get a checkup. I mean, again, I think the NASDAQ was the only one that was like balanced. 24.6 Dow in the green. NASDAQ 58.42. 58 in the green. And then SPY 378 in the green. 122 in the red. Lost the small country. Okay, a couple of software and cybers waking up. They were down. Like I'm saying, IGV just went green. Hi. BTU coin now. A Bitcoin. We waking up some Bitcoin. Klarna's now going again. They're below the level. I mean, Chad, you're getting back to open. I mean, SPY is about to go green right now. It's only down by 0.02. NASDAQ is down by 1.3 and Russell down 0.5. But the Dow is killing it. It's up by almost 0.75%. So again, that's your rotation you've seen all day. But yeah, now you got software playing along. I mean, see what happens. Remember, Mag 7 wasn't getting in the way. You got Microsoft going up. Now SpaceX a little, but yeah, SPY's there. And is NVIDIA green? No. Yes, NVIDIA is green. Well. Data Sphinx. Where is it? Where is a Data Sphinx? I love a Data Sphinx. Again, SpaceX, ever since that first little pop, I mean, all right, we're back at open, so whatever little sell the chip freak out, I mean, chips are still down tremendously, but yeah, NVIDIA's back in the green. They're down 3.7. Your other guys, I mean, Texas is on the high now. TXN, that flipped. Again, them or STX has earnings today. But yeah, the just like, dude, it's SanDisk and shit. They're down, that's still down 13. Micron's still down 9. So at least that's chill. AMD, Intel down 6 to 8. But chilling for now. We'll see how long this lasts. KC, some China. Oh yeah, they're even selling off Intuit. The little value, the little laggers they were buying. Coca-Cola does own Powerade. Some very intelligent people bought SpaceX at IPO. You wouldn't be against it yourself. Don't go off of other people. I've seen very intelligent people cut their dicks off. I've seen very intelligent people lose billions of dollars on fucking, what was it, Paramount? I've seen the craziest shit, dude. You know, I was just showing you people just there's been a lot of blow up stories as of late. So, like I'm saying, I think it's a cool company, but you know, you should make your own decision and go off of what makes sense for your financial future. And you got to look at what you can hold for 10 years. You know, these rich people they don't give a fuck. You know, they're holding and playing things at a different timeline and a different goal. That's what I'm saying. You guys need to figure out, is this going to work for you and your timeline and your value and your savings and how you plan to grow it? But yeah, there's a lot of smart and dumb people all over, and sometimes they agree and disagree with each other. But, you know, I would go off of your life and your decision, and you know, make that judgment yourself. We had a green close not too long ago. I mean, it's been a while, I feel like, since we've had a bigger day, but yeah. Nvidia.com. Oh, they're doing it again. Nice. They have filled 50 orders ahead of me at the same price my limit is at. Nice. Thank you. That's cool. I didn't really want it. Nah, give it to them. I'm fine. I have manners. That's fine. These little scammers. Yeah. Well, they're up 100, but they're just not filling it. You trailed me on Nvidia? That's not good, man. I'm going to have to ban you, George. Because you trailed the daily and you're on the 60-second delay. And then, remember last time, you keep bringing up these 1-cent stocks for the long term and don't listen. So, we got to move on, G. But good luck. I'm glad that worked, but they're not giving me my 100%. If I lower the bid, they'll probably fill it. But then, yeah, if not, you're fucked. Shopify. That's so whack, dude. So yeah, if you lower it, it'll probably fill, but you have to take that risk. Fastly. Bitcoin is waking up. Trump greets Netanyahu at 11. Pum, 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 pum. Is it 11 already? I guess in 7 minutes. S&P turns positive. NASDAQ pairs decline to 1.1. That's kind of crazy. So it's still down a decent amount on the NASI. Again, SPY, I want to say the equal weight. Equal weight's actually up 1%. So that's word to the staples, dude. Again, ZS. I hope ZS could just turn into fucking SAP. That would make our life a lot better. Because that SAP, we owned it longer than ZS. And that SAP is already came back. Same thing with the Workday. So again, remember, I made some of these like software plays, you guys. I didn't buy the top. Remember, I sold out. And then I waited till like right here, and a lot of those plays still did bad. So that's what I'm saying. Some of them have came back now pretty heavy. And I even, Zscaler, I did 2 weeks ago, and that still got clapped. But yeah, if some of this momentum in these names that are not chips, if that could return, oh, that's gonna be amazing. But yeah, so we'll see. Again, Zscaler, big volume now into the high. Yeah, IBM, watch Qualcomm too. That was another earlier mover. It's kind of tweaking out right now too. And then travel, it's not a staple, but it's moving like one. And then XLP is kind of chilling here. And even now Oracle is coming up to the high. Yeah, Oracle just woke up. Again, dude, that Palantir. So are you ready for this? I only see that Palantir thing in the morning in one place. I can't find it anymore. It got wiped. But I have one source on it. So remember I was telling you I saw these numbers? I swear to you, bro. I read Palantir earnings this morning. I read a pre-announcement, and then it just disappeared. Actually, I can't even find that other one. Where is it? Oh, yeah, but it disappeared. Oh, yeah, dude, I don't see it anymore either. I saw it when you asked me in the morning, Blue. I found it again, and then they've wiped it clean. But yeah, I saw that, or it could have been old, it could have been a glitch, or if it was a leak, I mean, that shit missed. And I don't know, because like I'm saying, Palantir is down a normal 9-10% today. So I'm assuming an algo reacted to that. That's nuts. But yeah, I can't find it anymore. I could go through them all again. Because remember I said it didn't show up, and then when I'd search it on the name and I do my like wire search, it would show me all the headlines. But yeah, those don't exist anymore. All there is a guidance rated by Oppenheimer. Palantir, Cleveland Commercial Partners. Dude, I should have saved it. I don't know. Bro, I'm telling you, I saw the full earnings. It had full year guide, profitability, EPS. It said pre-announcement. Whatever it was, I played you and I believed it. Pay the flag. Well, I'm glad you guys, but yeah, I mean, to definitely correct the record, that it doesn't exist anymore. So I may have hallucinated. I am Josh AI, but I read it in the morning, dude. I'm telling you, I usually don't tell you guys things that I don't. But yeah, it dropped apparently nothing happened though. And then that is one of your biggest software decliners though. Yeah, CBOE. So again, make sure you guys, I don't know if you played the expensive CBOE plays, make sure you guys get paid. Because I'm telling you, that was a banger. So I got some really, really good money on that and both plays. So remember, we have two. Oh, I sold the other CBOEs actually. I forgot. I sold that other CBOE. Boo. I thought I had two. Oh, damn. Well, I'll take it. What do you remember? It was bad. They guided down. They missed on revenue, guided full year down, guided margin down. It was a full-on miss. That's what I read. And then, like I'm telling you, this was before I even went live. The stock was already down. So even then, before I'm even telling any Chad, I'm telling the Chads right here. You see what I'm saying? 30 minutes before we open. This shit was already down a wicked amount. And that's what I'm saying. And so it reacted like there was a pre-announcement. And in the morning it showed up. I read all of it. But yeah, like I'm saying, as the morning rolled out, those articles disappeared. And then now as I'm looking back at it, 2 hours in, I can't find a clue of it. It was not a prophetic dream. No. This was this morning, dude. I was sipping on my Costco energy drink. I remember reading it. Yes, I drink energy drinks at 5 in the morning. Thank you for Boeing. It moved a little bit. I still think you might. I haven't had a headline on the wire yet. SPG. Oh, I'm trying to find an archive of it, dude. I'm kind of interested now. Because that was a trip. It doesn't exist. Live Trump greets Netanyahu. Or could it drop? It depends. I mean, if they didn't pre-announce, that play is still alive. I mean, even after IBM, it kind of showed the play could still be alive, but if they already reported, I would assume it's not. But like I'm saying, but apparently it did not come out. So I don't know where this reaction this morning is coming from. I see a video, but I don't see him live. Again, Circle Crypto was running the earlier. Yeah, Boeing 737 thing is going to get harder for supply chain as we go from 52 to 57 jets and beyond. UWMC is dead because, I mean, mortgage rates and their very bad balance sheet. They're over-levered. What's that noise in the background? Donald. Insight, that's another earnings. All right, well, tell me when it's like live. That weird howling in the background is tweaking me out. Ooh. CBOE, bro. Yalla. This was an IB. It could have been, but like I'm telling you. So what happened this morning, so for all of you guys, you didn't get exposed to this as much. But in the morning, as I'm starting the morning with the locked in and we're going over the news, I went over Palantir this morning because I literally read an earnings report, a preliminary report, and I shared it, and the stock was down 9% or something prior to that. So we talked about it, but then some of the other chads are like, they couldn't find it. They didn't see it anywhere. And then we wake up, Palantir, or the market opens, Palantir keeps dumping. And then that's why I started looking throughout the day. By the morning, I double checked. I only found one article when a chat asked me. And then by the second or third time, none of those articles exist anymore. So that's where we're at with this whole Palantir thing. But I don't know. I just don't know if they reported or not. It does seem like everyone is saying they did not report. But then again, I mean, you go look at them right now. They are trading oddly different than most of the software plays. Wayfair on the low. And then SPY again, you had that little rip up above open. Now it's 7 hours to nowhere. But yeah. On the video demand. Yeah, I mean, it's just me talking about it. Like I'm saying, I was reading it before I even went live. So I think it was around like 4:30 when I read it. So it was an hour after the stock already dropped. SPSC. SPGI, wow. Adobe up almost 30 from June lows. Dude, what's it even into it? But yeah, those like deep laggers in software have done very good. But that's why could just be earnings cushion. So hopefully they get a good report. Remember, some of these names, we will still always be at the mercy of that. Ross? Where's XLP? So Staples chilled there. Tech and chips, they kind of got their relief, but they didn't. There's no like major follow through. Cisco, that one's starting to go. That one's kind of random. All things considered with tech, Cisco is coming up. Actually, I think Cadence was up, so maybe. You think I bottom ticked into it? I mean, they thought the same about Oracle, and then they started buying it $100 higher. But so be careful. You know, maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but just you stick to the plan, stick to the balance, and y'all will be good, man. Stick to the rules, because that's the thing, bro. You ready for Intuit? Here's the crazy part, because Intuit is a quarter of the position size of Tap, right? But now Intuit, this little gain, it's making up most of the loss of Tap. So I don't know if we're going to ever get Intuit back down again, but we might be able to do a nice little pair with Intuit and that, just like we did with Kimberly and Oracle. But the point is, it's just good growth, good value, and just buy them when they're low. And you're seeing how these rotations back and forth, work everything out. I think Palantir, the algo either accidentally reported the old earnings, or it actually came out and then that was it. But the earnings was on August 3rd or 4th. I even read the report and it said that. The report that it read, it gave all the numbers, and then it said they pre-announced ahead of their August 3rd or August 4th report, and they still see this. So I just think it was either a glitch and it was an error, or the algo got confused and reported the old numbers as the new numbers ahead of time for some reason. And it meant to just put out the preview, maybe. That could be it. When was their last earnings? Where is it? There it is. Earnings. No, it wasn't the one as last time. All the numbers were negative, dude. Oh, IGV. Habibi. Not bad. Josh Buffett. Dude, it's sad, man. I'm telling you. The long term is becoming a dying breed. I can't believe it. I'm telling you, people trade more than ever. But they have broken away from the themes of the last 5 years. They do not buy and hold. The turnover time is through the roof. But the actual buying and holding, that's a lost art. It's dying right in front of your eyes. You guys don't believe me. I'm excited. It's sad. It breaks my heart, but then it makes it very exciting. I've already explained this to you, but yeah, it's happening right in front of it. Software is going crazy right now. That's all I see on the high ticker right now. Mid-grade, big grade, small caps, and then GM. But yeah, a lot of software. That candle's getting bigger. Oil's down now too. You might have a, what's it called? North Sea crude loading set at 2 cargoes in September. You might have something with oil in the war, getting a little baby spy pop, and then oil down, and then software. Again, Oracle woke up and a lot of other ones. For the ticker you mentioned, it got your attention? Woo! Well, thank you for paying the plug, my friend. Amen. Get a dividend. Let the info pay dividends. Woo! Does the long-term win versus the trading 10 years later? Duh. So yeah, that's just the sad reality, is that, that's the thing. Time does, time stretches money to like extraordinary gains because you can't do it naturally. You can't stretch money to something abnormal without time. You guys know that, right? It's alchemy. I'm just giving you the answer of how it works. You could stretch $1 to something big in a normal, natural sense. But when you try to now get to stretch $1 beyond its natural ability, you can't. That's where people lose money, develop bad habits, or the money flees from them. You could only do it with time. So that's why your long term is going to create ridiculous wealth for you. Because especially if you guys are younger. Because then if you use time is going to make up all of the gains that the normal money couldn't do. Time lets you stretch to extraordinary without having it, break nature, essentially. But y'all don't feel me. I'm just a crazy guy just telling y'all about, y'all don't feel, they don't feel me, dog. I don't think they feel me. I'm just trying to give you the game. I hope they do, man. I hope they do. Does our strategy in the long term survive? Probably not. No, yeah, after we survived, probably the 6 hardest years of the last 50, where you've watched multiple billion-dollar hedge funds go bust, even Bill Ackman. I think your long term is outperforming Bill Ackman. And many others. I think after, handling such hard moments, it'll probably fail miserably. Of course, my brother, of course. God willing. But that is what I've been encouraged by with the long term. And I encourage you guys to not take it lightly. Our long term has developed itself in one of the most difficult time frames ever in the market. That is an objective fact. What 2020... 2019 till today, I'm telling you, there's been stuff nobody's ever seen. You got to survive a global collapse, shutting off the economy, the craziest inflation, the craziest rate hike, a bank failure, multiple global geopolitical conflicts, another inflation rate issue, multiple presidents, AI, and God knows whatever else in between there. So that's what I'm saying. It's let that speak to you. And if that hasn't by now, then I would really figure out your direction and what direction you are investing in, because that right there is the answer. I know Emo's almost at all-time high. Dude, that oil candle is dropping even more. Again, latest headline is North Sea cargoes, and then Pakistan, they're doing some meeting there. But yeah, oil down, SPY up, software still going, even TLT. Well, we're accustomed to it. I know. I'm accustomed or not. The reality is, bro, the last 6 years was extremely difficult. Again, even professionals got washed out, and it wasn't, dude, even if you weren't getting washed out, there was a lot of people who missed out on the, and that's why it was very easy to underperform when only 7 stocks are, 90% of the market. And we did it with more than 7. So I'm just saying, you should look into it. You should really see the objective environment we've already overcame. If things get harder, I look forward to it, and I think we'll be able to handle it. But if things got any easier, do you get what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys, because like that's why I love difficult things, and that's why I don't mind it, because you realize if we could survive at the hardest mode, what's gonna happen when it gets easy? Do you know what I'm saying? So like you got to really think about it, and that's why I'm saying like the long term, you were actually faced against a very high bar from the get-go, and that's why it's like if anything becomes easier, your long term is gonna do even better. But if it could already stay with the market, if not outperform it in this type of environment that we've been in, oh man, it's but again, I don't need to explain this I need you to understand this. You know what I'm saying? I understand it. That's why I keep doing it. But if you don't really if you have been investing in the long term, if you don't understand the feat of the long term at this point, I encourage you to. I don't want to rush you, but you should understand this as soon as possible, because you should see the full picture. Google and the SPY a new high. So again, oil just dropped, big volume. Iran IRGC calls on Saudi Arabia to end the Yemeni blockade. Or you, I'd be wrecked every headline. You made it clear it's all noise. I mean, hey man, I got to give you your credit too, bro. Because this is why I tell you, for a lot of you, I think some of you have a gift, and that's why I think it would be wise of you to put a high standard on yourself and give it 1,000,000%, even if you're gonna fail, bro. Who gives a fuck? Because I'm telling y'all, some of you, if you have the gift to simply be able to be around this and develop and get better at it and understand these things, let me just tell you, that doesn't happen for everybody. So I would feed into that, and that's why I'm saying. But then again, above all else, with all this stuff going on, just remember the fruit. It's one thing, like I could explain, a lot about the market. I could tell you what's going on. I could tell you what's happened. I could tell you what's happened back in the day, what's going on now. Guess what? That would be whack if I didn't have a lot of money. If I didn't make a lot of money on it. Because like I'm telling you, you should have some fruit behind it. And that's where I'm saying I don't want any of you to know it all and not have anything to show for it, and vice versa. If you are, I want you to grow in it and make something build off of what it is, because that's just not, it doesn't always translate, bro. So that's what I'm saying, just keep letting the fruit show up. And that's why I'm saying at the end of the day, some of y'all if it is clicking, you are getting there, don't go backwards. And now that's what I'm saying, long term, short term, every term. It's not, that's where you'll realize, the guys starting out, or the people who want to rush it and do it the wrong way, they think I'm limiting. I'm not. They think Josh doesn't want them to make short-term money. No, you're being a fool about it. And that's what I'm saying. Every term. We could do long-term, short-term, all of it. But that's what I'm saying. It has to align with your growth, and as you're really learning and making this stuff real. Because, again, it's just not going to translate like that all the time. That's why I'm saying push it, don't give it back. You're in the lead. And that's why too, some of you doing good, I need you to understand my step on their neck philosophy. That's what I mean when you're doing good. You don't have to be violent about this. I'm not telling you to fight anybody, but I am telling you, you get a lead. You're doing good. Don't you dare relax. You see what I'm saying? Don't have any mercy if you're ahead. And that's where I think some of you don't get lax. Oh, I could lose this. Oh, I could do a bad. No, you can't. And as long as you do that, that's where I'm saying where some of you have grown. And I think, and you got the fruit and you got things going. You step on the neck. Do not give any more leeway, and do not give any of it back. The Intel cover call. There was a lot. Dude, there was a lot. This year, last year, bro. It was just, swear I lost count. Head just on a swivel. This ain't about clout. It's about who beneficial. All right, man. Everything woke up again. It's more software, but chips stopped going down. Something happened with the war. The oil just plummeted. We got a couple positive headlines, but SPY gently rose up off of that, but oil dropped below 80 now. So that temperature gauge is telling you something. But yeah, there you go. Again, MDB, now snow. Again, chips are still down 3. IGV, look at that. That was gas down, oil down, and then IGV ripped. Not to mention the staples. They chilled out a little bit. They're still holding up, but they freed up some of that room. I don't know. No new. There was, again, they called on the Saudis to end the blockade, and then we heard one place loaded up 2 cargoes. That could have been it, but quite frankly, I don't think there was a direct headline. If it's not the 2 broader ones, I don't think there's anything else. Google ripping, all software and cyber now. They're coming back up. Yalla habibi. Grok 4.6 will be released August 7th. That's a big account, but it started with a little. Alrighty, it's software and cyber. Chips are in the middle with a nice tailwind on oil, but here's the irony. Oil is dumping. That should benefit Staples, but Staples already rotated, so they're kind of chilling. Staples is freeing up everybody else. But yeah, it's all software right now. It's literally software, a little bit of XLF, again, financials and brokers, the CBOEs, all of that. A couple of networking, which is kind of related to Cadence earnings, if you wanted any of that exposure. But yeah, chips are just stabilized. They're not going lower, still down 3. But now with chips down, you unlocked at least another rotation with risk, aka software. 0 tankers in either direction of Hormuz. So there's a bad headline now, but I don't know what that was, dude. I'm surprised. It wasn't those 2 headlines. Tyree didn't have anything. I don't see anything on social media, but then oil just dropped $2. Ping pong? No! I fucking hate ping pong. You know that? I'm never going to watch a game of ping pong, ever. If I see a ping pong table, I'm going to fucking chop it down. Fuck ping pong. It's a terrible sport. You know that? This market has made me very anti-ping pong. It's a stupid game. It's a stupid, stupid game. No one's talking about the Japan earthquake. Yeah, no, there's a really bad one. Or like a mall that like collapsed and there was like explosions. So there's NVIDIA. I can't believe they scammed me on that daily. I think it's the same price, motherfucker. And I bet you it's the same price. I am watching orders go through at my price and they won't fill my ass. I love you. Mediators between, I believe, U.S. and Iran are close to a deal. Oh, is that the headline? That might be. Just watch. I mean, again, I do think that just allowed software to go up. But watch Staples then. Because oil down, Staples up, market up, that would be bullish. That's how I would interpret it. Like I'm telling you. End the war and then, fly. Fly. That's a fat stick, but it came back down. It's still down 2. That one's a trippy. Fly. I don't know where any of the space stocks are, but that just popped up $1, then came right back down. Check news. Fly. Again, other space stocks are into the high, but let's see. Again, Joby. ICE. I don't see anything on it. On Fly. Oh, wait. I had a different monitor. I still don't see anything. Let's see, that was just, if it held, I would have been more interested, but even then, that little wick up and down. Okay, SPY's still going. You're up by 0.3. Russell just flipped green. NASDAQ is the only one in the red, down by 0.7. Yeah, I don't see anything on Fly. There's just, what's it called? 30 minutes ago, there was a, what's it called? A big buyer. There was a sweep on options. That's it. Again, Oracle, software, oil down, and the best headline so far is they see a deal coming through. That's the only thing. And then Zelensky's making comments about meeting with Trump. So yeah, this allowed software. If chips start to go up, it'll start to get really, really active. But again, you are still, just remember, in the box, you are still setting up for more earnings tomorrow and Kevin Warsh. Again, what we are pricing in for this week still keeps us in the box. Apps on the high. APPS, a little pop here. Again, low ticker is not moving. High ticker almost fully maxed out. Let me, I'm pretty sure something changed. Again, that oil stuff helped sparked it, mixed in with software catching up. Still 24 green on the Dow, 6 in the red. NASDAQ 60 in the green, 40 in the red. And then SPY 366. So still the same numbers, just the leaders are getting bigger. CRISPR, IoT. Bro, the high ticker is nonstop. Ay, ay, ay. So yeah, bro. I can't believe they're not filling my NVIDIAs, though. This is so fun. You know that? I enjoy it so much. So Rubio attending, no signs of Vance. Why aren't they live yet? Is it closed door meeting with Netanyahu? That's why. Yeah, UNH, you guys called that one out. That's printing on the high ticker. Again, Cisco, we saw that one earlier. Fly, keep it on watch. I don't see anything, though. Oh, yo, SoFi on the high. So I'm talking about. IGV, now even a cyber. Good for you, brother. Good for you. Is a Z-scaler? Oh, is it higher? Oh, they're still going to scam us. Yeah. So they killed that premium. It's the same price where we made the fucking play. IBM was doing, again, the whole market. I hope you guys see that. It was mix of like software and even chips recovered a little bit, but pretty much as the oil dropped, we were running a little bit ahead of that. But yeah, that gave you, again, a quarter point. I mean, we could still drop back down and just, again, we're still looking ahead for a lot of different events here. It's still a very massive week, but yeah, not bad for now. We'll take it. How did it get nuked so far? I don't know. That's why I was saying at that point, I think it was just the liquidity and just how, like, the massive spreads and nobody was buying mixed in with the earnings. It just, the momentum and the timing. There was like some options that were showing the old prices pretty much, but I think there was a new pricing regime that kind of got in the way of it. But, volatility is surprising. So, again, I think if it does start to wake up, I think that we might get back to it. But for the most part, that first step on it was terrible. I still like the idea and I like the company, but that's why I was like, dude, all of these things, we need to chill a little bit on some of these pre-plays. But once we know when the momentum kicks back on, they're nice. Everything has been pretty good, but trying to position without it is terrible. On average, if you didn't play it, you can, but I think it'd be a better idea than not. But you're still in this awkward environment where you got to realize ZS goes, if we do another week of this and then you come back down, you're going to be down 50% too. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. It's a mix of the contract, but then it's also playing ping pong. Because if you're positioning on the ping, you're going to be down 50% on the pong. If you're buying the pong, you're going to be up 50% on the ping. Does that make sense? So, unfortunate, it's that mixed in now with momentum drastically losing pace in the last 45 days. right? But that's kind of where I like I'm saying, I like the idea, I like the industry. I don't know if the option is going to reflect, just buy it on the red is going to be your best idea. If you're buying on the green, you're going to get fucked. That's kind of what happened. You just really strictly cannot buy. And then even if you buy the red, I bought SAP on the red, and even that one still struggled for a little bit. Logi, CSGP, Roper, Glob, high tickers fully gas. Where's Mag 7, dog? Hold up. Damn. Google's at the high. Microsoft's at the high. Meta's chilling. Meta was the leader, actually, earlier. Deck, booking. I feel like I've seen booking all day. I guess Airbnb. Adobe, Intuit. All right, see if this slows down from now. But if oil takes another one, might be good. And then just watch in between, what's it called? Chips, software, staples, and then Mag 7. Whoever makes the next move off of this, that's pretty much going to lead you into the next leg up or down. I don't know why they bounced. Zelensky meeting with Trump was good. Steps to intensify diplomacy with Trump. Molina. Mexico. It's called Mexico. I said, wow, Mexico. I've never heard of Mexico. Do I like Tesla long term? No. It's up a lot. I have a weird history with Tesla too. Tesla is the only Mag 7 name that I kind of didn't buy back in the day, because I was still kind of, even though I was like a young kid who was like kind of like you guys with AI, and I'm like, cloud is the future. I didn't, I turned really Wall Street on Tesla. I was like, well, they don't make any money. Well, how can you make it? It's not profitable. Nobody buys these. It's unsustainable, clearly. So I did. I turned hella Wall Street on Tesla from day one. But I wasn't on everything else. That's why it was really contradicting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was buying Meta hand over fist, and I fucking loved it. But then I'm like, oh, the fucking EV. Well, no, you can't do that. I did. I was a little dickhead about it. It really distorted my view. I've came to respect Tesla. But, yeah, there's that price point that I could have had it at, where I've seen it. I still have troubles, conceptualizing the value. Maybe that's not the right way to describe it, but yeah, Starbucks at the low, little flush, about to go red. A couple real estate stocks on the low. High ticker still going. A couple more chips now. TSM, no shit. So see, that could help out SMH. And then RCL. So yeah, but then I stopped. Yeah, just Tesla. If it ever came down really low, I'd be down, but I just kind of moved on. It's a good company. I don't think I'm ever going to get it. If I do, if it comes down low enough, I'm down, but if not, I don't think I'd chase it. Fun. Are you having fun? Well, yeah, a lot of things are still going. Again, you're kind of slowing down here. I think a couple software pieces, even Mag 7's kind of moving around, but then chips are catching a little bid right now. So like I'm saying, whoever could lead the next way, remember, high ticker's been pretty active. That'll either keep us going or VWAP tap and burn a little time. Do I think you're overlooking SpaceX in the same manner as you are now describing overlooking Tesla? Maybe, but the difference is that the Tesla I could see and touch at the time. So I believe my foolishness was more ignoring what was in front of me, not ignoring potential. Does that make sense? I had a Tesla. I had two. I was in the car. I could see it. I was in California. Teslas were everywhere. You know, it was you couldn't escape it. So it was kind of one of those things where it was all around. I just ignored what was what was in front of me. I didn't ignore the potential. I knew it had potential, but I wasn't willing to pay for it. It's like SpaceX has potential, but unfortunately, besides the Starlink, I don't see it in front of me. I can't touch a spaceship the same way I could touch a Tesla, you know. But then again, I've never met Jesus, and I believe he's real. So, you know, you gotta meet me in the middle. But I do think, you know, I made that mistake on Tesla when it was everywhere physically, and it was substantially smaller than what this is now. So, and even then, sadly, this is where it gets worse. Are you ready? I would make that mistake 90% of the time and be okay with it. I do not mind. You know, with missing out on Tesla, because like how the story goes, I grabbed the other 6. You see what I'm saying? So the way I look, and that's why I'm never gonna beat myself up over you know, missing something that, yeah, I could learn from it. Like, I hope you guys see how I'm explaining it, and I've learned from it, and I could, you know, make it help me in the future. But at the same time, I'm not gonna beat myself up over it, and I'm not gonna change my principles to wind me into, you know, bad investments, essentially. So it's like it's what what's his name says, Jeff Bezos. He said this back in the day on a conference call, where he said, you know, and this is related to asymmetric bets. And I don't know if you guys noticed, this is what I do. I love these. I love asymmetric bets. What I even did with Corsair, that's asymmetric. The whole idea is that, you know, think about our options. We make a small play. If I'm wrong, I lose very small. If I'm right, the possibilities are theoretically unlimited. You could make way more. That's the whole idea. And that's kind of what Jeff Bezos brought up when he was doing the cloud back in the day, because he said, if I ever have a chance to put down, you know, $1 to make $1 million, even if it has a 90% chance of failure, I'm going to take that bet every single time. It would be foolish not to. That was his idea with getting in the cloud. He was saying, even if it's risky, but you're saying, look at how much we're putting down to what we could make, you take that bet all the time. So, kind of attaching it here in reverse, where there's some things where I will do that all day, because it's, like I'm saying, you give me low risk, unlimited reward, and I'm gonna take it no matter what. I told you guys, give me the right price. I don't care how dog shit it is, I'll take it. But also in reverse, like, you know, if it gotta, you know, if she's a stripper, I'm never gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get mad about missing that one. You know, if it's already, I can't. In reverse, I will make the same, like, I will avoid the same things 9 out of 10 times, just if it pulls up red flags. That's what I'm saying. I'm big on, I don't, if it has an obvious red flag, even if it may end up being a Tesla, that'd suck if I missed it. But at the end of the day, all day, every day, I don't want the red flags, because then without it, it's easy. The asymmetric play, a lot of them. A lot of what I do is I like asymmetric type of investments or bets, but that is what you kind of see a lot. No, it's a good question. I liked it, because that's what I'm saying. It is, you know, try to understand, and then at the same time, I do hope you develop principles. So like I'm saying, you know, even as you see as I go about, at that time it had principles, but then it violated it. But then when I do see SpaceX, I mean, yeah, I may be wrong, but I would be okay with that one, unfortunately. ADI, Ross still carrying Gucci, comp revenue down 2. Estimate was 3.2. No way. It might be good for Estee Lauder and Ralph Lauren. Nike went up off of that, believe it or not. So that's reacting to some of these other apparel earnings. Copper's on the high, but it's red. Oil's still down, again, below 80. Ooh, Broadcom. Yeah, they woke up. Broadcom's back to green. Again, chips down 3. So not bad at all. And then Google's ripping. So Mag 7. Remember, Google already reported. CP on the high. Rock. Would he bet on OpenAI? I just don't. I have a criteria for IPOs, and if it hits, I play it. If not, I don't care. But it has not served me wrong. But the idea, I'm getting confused because I'm like, at this point, how come people are not? How come they don't have food poisoning off of IPOs yet? I'm amazed. I'm amazed at how tolerant retail investors of both Republican and Democratic descent are so tolerant of Wall Street pillaging them. That is the part I am baffled by. Because you have now had multiple overhyped IPOs that have only led to extraction. And then all they do is let the random IPO you don't know about. That's the one they let run. So you think there's a shot, but like I've been documenting it. I'm like, look at how they're offering, the pricing, then they market it. They have these PR campaigns. You can't go a week or two without hearing everybody telling they're going to buy it. Then all of a sudden, nobody talks about buying it ever again. And then we then we play this weird thing. But at this point, I am kind of confused that people do not have food poisoning off of these IPOs. So I don't really plan on playing any of them. But if they ever meet my criteria, oh, I would, without a doubt. But yeah, it's few and far between. SPY's still going up. XLV. That's the second leg mixed with Google, but then chips are still climbing. Actually, some XLV, but XLP and the financials are more stronger than that. At what point does UWMC become worth it? When fucking Matt Ashiba becomes a damn monk. When this guy puts down his vanity, and then he realizes he's, when he comes to terms that he's already accomplished a lot, and he loves himself, and then realizes he doesn't need all this extra external stuff to impress people. And then if he could make some real serious changes, and the company goes from vanity back to balance sheet, stability and conservation, I think it'll be good. Or maybe he gets lucky with a bunch of rate cuts. Other than that, I don't think so. Because like I said, I don't know. Some of you have paid attention, but if you really were listening to me, I was telling you 2 to 3 years ago that balance sheet was starting to sour. Matt Ishiba was kind of tweaking me out, dude. It was not. That's a great. Believe me, I used UWMC on a day-to-day basis. They are still one of the top lenders out there. They're great, but yeah, the balance sheet on that company and the way, the direction, the compass from just a couple years ago till now, it's only gotten worse. So yeah, you need a real balance sheet savior for that thing to turn around. Okay, TSM and Cisco. Hasmil, ETN, SPY on the high, and Qualcomm. So now it's chips and NVIDIA. Bro, these NVIDIAs are pissing me off. The actuators is worth it. Yes, the capacitors. That's what KN is. That's the one that I like. But yeah, they are going to be there. I do think those are interesting plays. And then the companies that have already pivoted from non-consumer to industrial, those are the ones benefiting. That's kind of why I like Corsair. They haven't done the full pivot yet, but that's kind of their plan, is start to work in. They're primarily consumer, but then switch to the chip side on industrial or professional. But yeah, the actuators, the capacitors, the transistors, anything in that is, but they're all up. A lot of them are up a lot. Intel on the high. NVIDIA, oh my goodness. Chatadunia. Hut now, a couple of, I think Iren Nibis were still kind of walk today. Corning's coming up. They're still down 15 off earnings. Again, SPY. So where does this put us? Oh, just back to the Monday morning gap up zone? Okay. Nice. Fuck yeah. Oh my God, did we survive the recession to be in the same spot as the recession, which the day before was the rally, but the day before that was death and destruction, but the day before that was the recovery, but then the week before that was the non-recovery, hence why we had to recover, but then the week before that we were fine, but then the week before that we weren't fine because we weren't fine, and then we needed something to recover from. Is that what happened? Wow. So yeah. We were getting back to yesterday's open. Remember, we had a nice little gap and then that weird sell, but that's playing out in a couple of ways. He's in a scandal? No, it's nothing. I don't give a fuck about Matt's scandals. You guys don't think it's weird that without any drama, anything, I was telling you this a couple years ago, it was pure balance sheet. It had nothing to do. This guy could have fucking married a porn star. He could have done whatever he wanted. It didn't. All he had to do was change how they were lending and selling their notes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It had nothing to do. The extra stuff just added to it. Now this guy wants to buy a fucking baseball, football, soccer, hockey team. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but then it was just how they were giving the loans, and then they were keeping them on the books, but then they were trying to compete with volume, and then they just kept fucking giving out these shitty loans in a competitive manner, but it just didn't, they exhausted a lot of their credit lines, and then to keep going, and then now you have to still pay it, and then they're holding the notes, they're not selling them. So it just, their balance sheet was just getting heavier and heavier and heavier. Every month does have it. Corsair, they're trying to go professional. That was the first time we played Corsair. Oh, now look who gets fucking filled. Oh, Korea on the high. Oh, look who got 100% on NVIDIA. Nice, I bought it here. The fuck? Oh, now they finally filled me. 4,000 contracts later. I finally got my 100%. Wow. Okay, now it's above 100%. Look at that. Wow, finally. Thank you. Well, yeah, that NVIDIA. But yeah, Korea, DRAM, all those are coming up. Intuit on the low. Are some of these softwares coming down? And then UNH kind of melting. BB and Trump. I think it's closed door. They're going to let us... I don't know if they're going to let us listen. Corsair, not CoreWeave. So Corsair, that's what they said. That was when we... Remember, we hit big on Corsair. I still have free plays on the short term. We fucking ripped this. I don't know if you guys remember that. That wasn't too long ago. But that was on the news that they started announcing that they were going to get into like data centers and like professional. So instead of selling computers, memory, and all that for gamer PCs, they're going to start doing it for companies that want AI professional workstations. They're trying to pivot into it. So yeah, that's the whole thing with that one. But it has to work. That it could still fail. So if they try to pivot into AI professional and nobody wants it, they're just a shitty consumer PC company. But yeah, the irony is, like I said, I have a Corsair. I've literally on one right now. But yeah, that was the thing that made it there. And again, small cap, we already had a lot of stuff. I wanted to deploy some cash just to get under the limit. So I figured I'd take a little bit of risk. And again, I mean, I have, sadly, most of the plays in the last quarter, the ones that have still stayed down, they've been growth names. So I still do want dividends, and that is my goal. But I have a lot of cash to execute it, and we got a lot of time, a lot of cash and a lot of time. So hopefully we can make a good one. Yeah, that G-Dub earnings was crazy. Again, these energy names, I mean, it's still up a lot, but yeah, these energy names, and remember, these energy names, remember when I was talking about the top tick on energy, and I said, believe me, bro, I want it, but they're all up. I was like, you need the lagger. But yeah, these energy names had PEs at like 50 and 60. So any of them that are coming down, they're probably still at 40 or 30 PEs, as crazy as that sounds. And then CNC, they did good and then came down, and now their earnings was really good. They doubled up EPS, but that one's still down 2.7. GLW is glass and fiber. It's optical. So they're part of the energy build out. They were adding I think even doing wires and stuff for some of the data centers. That, the glass, and then the optic, or what is it? Not optometry, the optics, or whatever the adjective is for that space. Oil on the low again. So that's breaking down. Remember, this little rally started with oil. Actually, how are those where are the Fed futures? Fed futures dropped today. So now you're at 70% odds of no rate hike. Fiberglass, asphalt, a lot of materials. And that actually reminds me, I have a question. Because I know some of you guys run. Why do people run on the road against traffic instead of running on the sidewalk? Is it because the asphalt? This was me and my girlfriend where we were trying to figure this out, because every time we drive, people be running on the fucking road. But why don't they do it on the sidewalk? What's the benefit? Why do people like running in traffic? Is it safety? But like, even then, can't you just walk the other way on the sidewalk? Why do they go on the road? Like, literally, I always see runners on the road. They will literally walk next to the sidewalk. It's easier on the legs. That's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe the asphalt. That reminded me. I thought I should ask you. On Nokia and Blackberry. We have leaps on them. We had to make some nice flips on them a year ago, so those did very well. But the problem I have with, like, and I don't know if you should do this. All of these like old legacy companies that are coming back, and people are like kind of throwing into the hype. I encourage you to type their ticker in, and then pull out a 30-year chart if possible. Because unfortunately, a lot of those names are doing exactly what they did in 01. The same exact setup. Again, anything related to the infrastructure of some of this tech, they all went up. They all moved exactly the same. So we've played them, and we played them early, but I just wouldn't really fall in love with any of these. CRK on the low. Oh, the sidewalks aren't as maintained or even. Oh, that makes sense. That's a good answer. See, that's what I'm saying. We were curious. I was trying to find the answer. I was like, I don't know. I don't know why they do that, to be honest. Bro, oil just took another $1, you guys. So again, we've got subtle headlines, and you know, one decent one. And then 4 rescued after Iron Mall Blast, 10 still unaccounted for. Brent oil falls more than 5%. And then Goldman banks are doing good already. Oil coming down. Software chilled out. That second half, that was chips holding up, and then software chilled. XLP gave up half of it now. So that little rally here with software, that came at half of the staples gains pretty much. TMV. Oh, shy. Short-term bond rates. I think TLT. So TLT is going hand in hand with oil. And the dollar, too, actually. Holy shit. Wow. Maybe one day we get our dollar support and momentum. It's so they could get hit, sue, and buy more SoFi. Wow, it's a great method. I love it. Anything for more SoFi, you know? So what do you guys think? Because I was thinking about it. I was like, what if we sell the entire portfolio and just put it all into SoFi? Because I was even thinking about it. I was like, why should we do the long term when we could do the SoFi term? And then that way I show you, you know, an example of changing your mind 6 years in, and then you change your mind and then you follow the hype. And then we put all of our money into SoFi, and then we see what happens. And then we could do like a documentary. You could be like 5 years later, where 10 years later, see where they are now. And then I put all my portfolio in SoFi. You're like, what? You're like, Josh, I remember watching him on Nickelodeon. Now he does crack. You're like, damn, Josh, I didn't think you did that much crack. How much SoFi did you buy? But then I'm over there doing all this crack, and I'm like, wait till it hits. Wait till it hits, motherfucker. The CEO's looking up leaps. He looking up leaps, man. You just a hater. You just a hater. Son, just wait. Just wait. And I'm like, and then I'm just sitting there waiting. I'm just still smoking crack. But because I gave up the long term. That's what happens. You give up the long term, you're going to be a crackhead. A real crackhead. Not a fake crackhead. A real one. I gave it up, and that's what happened. Then SoFi going to hit eventually. It's going to hit. I ain't never going to back down. And then, yeah, so then we go, and then we see what happens, and then we document it. What do you guys, you don't think so? I think that would be a great TV series. I think it would be a great development of our YouTube channel, to be honest. Nah, and we could do it right now. We could do it right now. Does Josh not like it? Of course I don't like it. I love it. You see, that's the difference. That's where people have the problem. Maybe I'm too emotional. I don't know. Maybe my emotions are blinding me right now. You know what I'm saying? Because like I'm in love. Microsoft bury long. Burry buys Microsoft. Burry. I don't know why he doesn't want to be friends with me. You know that? He doesn't understand. I love him. But yeah, like this is like the third time now, bro. But I fuck with him heavy. I know I fuck with him. Don't buy higher than I buy, Michael. Come on. We're already up 5% on it. But it's okay, Michael. Michael! Tesla. Well, no, this is all chips. Software and staples gave up. But if software catches a bid and it moves with chips, that will be great. Wow. And long term, at least the diversified account, you got a new all-time high. So where is, I want to see Airbnb. Because remember I was telling you, bro, Airbnb is a little sleeping giant for us. Yeah, so Airbnb is back to green, but it's a large position. So, I mean, if this guy could actually start working. Wow. Oh, he's shorted Micron, huh? I know, I did hear someone say that. They said it's so rare for bears to make money that they made a movie about it when the one bear made money on it. Because it is kind of true. But then again, I'm an honorary bear. I love being bearish. You know that? I was a bear before all of you. I could be really bearish. I respect the bear game. I really, really do. But I'm also like a perma bull long term. You see, that's kind of been my problem. You know, I guess I'm the middle child. But yeah, it's kind of phenomenal to think about. You know, just most people, the guy. Why do you think you on Wall Street? You always see perma bears with a lot of money. The perma bulls, the perma bears. You don't meet rich bears, or if you meet them when they're rich, they're so bearish. By the time you meet them again, they might. You know what I'm saying? It just all depends. Mm-hmm. With chat. Wait, who? Chase is doing 3-time points on Airbnb? Wait, really? I didn't know that. They need to do their own point system. They need to give you Airbnb points. Bro, if they did Airbnb points, I think these guys would be, what's it called? I think that would turn into, like Amex, where they would have a rewards program that they could sell. Trump's crypto bonanza now a real problem for Clarity Act. Oh, Estor Luxottica. Revenue 8.7. Estimate was 10. Yeah, they are the ones who make it. That's how they do bad though. Those trends. Check Warby as well. Yeah, look, Warby dying off of that. I was gonna say there's no way they did bad on that. You're telling me wearables are doing bad in a world where is lens, whatever lens is, that might be related to it. But yeah, Estor Luxottica numbers came out. You could play the ADR, otherwise Warby is dropping in sympathy. TSM and chip still. Oh, man, I'm telling you, there's an art. And the art is very simple. Never be so bearish you become full doomer. And never become so bullish you become full, like, naive. That's it. That's all you got to do. There is real bearishness. There is real bullishness. Don't ever submit to the extremes. If you do that, you're going to have a nice, fruitful career on Wall Street. However, if you insist on submitting to either or at its extreme, unfortunately, it does come with consequences. Alrighty, airlines are going with another oil. Check RCL2. Just check the cruise lines or anything travel related, because again, bro, 81 to 78 is a big deal, you guys. That's $5. Remember those days when oil would go up, and I would even tell you, I was like, it's $1. It's not even big. But yeah, you got $5 here in what, the last hour? We're talking a $5 move on oil. No real headline. You got a couple of good ones. It's triggering a couple of on and off rotations here, but in general, remember, now you're back to the, like we said, the 60s to 80 or even 85. So you are below, the temperature is cooling as we're watching here. But yeah, there isn't any crazy headlines surrounding it. And then again, still some of these pre-post earnings moves. Packer. Yo, Packer's ripping. I don't know if they're going to drop the Trump thing again. What's the other one? UNP? It's only Packer going up. Packer. We've flipped this before. Remember, there's like an old government rumor, but that hasn't materialized. I'm looking news. I'm not looking at the chain yet. Everything's a fucking grenade. 905. They release results. I don't know if this is fake again, but literally 6% results ahead. No. This is just an update. They see Q3 TPO margins 14.5, increasing further in Q4. Sales up 3.5. So they already had earnings, but I think they're giving an updated guidance right now on Packer. Yeah, I think they're increasing some of it. But they reported this morning, oh, the call just started. Duh. Right there, you see the little red phone call? The call just started. So that's where it is guidance. They reported in the morning. God, those spreads are hideous. Okay, SPY's coming down here, so just see IGV, XLP, SMH. Again, Packer running up here on the guidance call. Again, that's what I was telling you, watch with Boeing. Boeing moved a little bit, but Packer is really reacting to their call. Again, they just gave guidance. You got filled on a 10 for 6. Or you got in at 1, right? And then got out at 6. That's awesome. If you got in at 6, then you're fucked. Shoo. I can't believe it. Bury on Microsoft. Bury. Can't you see? Sometimes that long term hypnotize me. Pack car. And now Unity and Team. Oh, dude, some of these are higher than those dip buys. So, yeah, man, some software, they just kind of held it down, but... Yeah, bro, that's another play that's up now. So some of these around the Z-scaler that died, they're up. The Z-scaler's still down, but a couple of these random ones. All right, I sold the teams at 70%. I made them free. I still have some. But yeah, those are new highs. Bobo. I'm bowing back to long term. Alrighty. And then FedEx 9 highs. That's just popping now. You've been throwing up? Oh no, be careful, bro. Telling dude, last week I came back shitting everywhere. Oh, get some water, take a nap. I don't know, it all depends. All right. Oh, dude, we did miss push-ups. I'm sorry. I was into it. It's almost second push-ups. Packers still going. Would you guys like to do push-ups? I need to go to the bathroom. I haven't even had a carbo. You know that, bro? I've only had that one carbo in the morning, bro. These little Costco things are pretty cracky. I'm not going to lie. It's actually been doing good. Your portfolio is making you sick, too? Why, you guys? How? I don't know. I like to think, I don't know. In my mind, the majority of people in here with long-term portfolios, I like to think you guys are rejoicing. Unless you all don't really follow the rules, but because I don't know. I mean, like here, let me put this into perspective. Our YouTube account is literally hitting an all-time high right now. It was even prior to this high. So that's why I'm like, this is not, I feel like, I don't know. I feel blessed, dude. I don't feel, you know, and then with the cash and the other opportunities that we got, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm very excited to execute on this plan for the rest of the year. And, you know, thank God there's only 3 more months now, even coming into the midterm. So I hope, you know, don't overexpose. And, you know, if you stick to kind of this plan we have, I mean, it should help with peace of mind in these moments. And all of the last month, it should, you know, it sucks when option plays are dead and then come back and some stay dead. But, you know, that long term, that didn't budge, bro. And, you know, this little rotation benefited us. Again, we have healthcare. We have Humanas and Pfizer's and JP Morgan's, again, Airbnb, all of these other things. So, like I'm telling you, it's I do hope you guys are, you know, sticking to, you know, that's what sucks, because when the hype goes crazy, our portfolio, you know, you're not going to be a part of it in the same way. But yeah, when it slows down, you know, we're literally growing right now, you know, and I hope in a moment where people do think it is frustrating, I would hope that some of you real Chads would be able to say, yeah, I'm growing at this moment, you know? So it's like, literally, we should be growing while people think it's stagnating or not. It's like, it's growing, baby. It's growing. But yeah, where is it? Let's take a look. Oh, and let's compare it too to Colt Sister. You're just off all-time high, but you got a trophy. Yes, that's how the diversified account is at all-time highs. The Fidelity is right off of it. So that's why, too, you could see the difference. And this will even highlight to you diversification or not, and the rebuild. Because if you're rebuilding, even if you did the covered call, we're still up today, but the rebuild is not at all-time highs, right? We're actually a couple percentage points off of that. But this account is also doing substantially better. So to give you an idea, this same account is up 45% on the year. So compare that against the Dow or the SPY at 9. Same exact account. So, but this one, this is literally 4269. It was just at 7. You hit the other high not too long ago. But this is an all-time high for this account. And again, this performance, because it's diversified, it's not as good. Again, we're beating every market. We're still in the lead. We're above the Russell, the SPY. Then we're tripling up the NASDAQ on this year. And that's after last year too. But yeah, it's like this is still holding. But now this is what I want you to see. Look. This is still all-time highs. Remember, this has a covered call. And two, this account is $300 a month, might I add. So if you make $36,000 a year and save 10% and just stayed in touch with Josh once a month, if you could make $36,000 a year, save 10% of it, and talk to me 12 times a year, if you do that, this is what it would look like. Okay? So now let me show you the other one, though, without the covered call, because that's Colt's sister. That one's also diversified, but it has more risk because of no covered call. Oh, hers doesn't look as good. It's still up, and her account was doing a little better, but look. So she's like 10% off of her highs. You see that? More. Holy fuck. So yeah, this one doesn't have a covered call on Intel. So the other accounts have covered calls on Intel. This last drop didn't really affect them. Her account, she didn't have enough, but you could see kind of how it's came down. So she's off of her highs, but still elevated up there. But I think her account is doing way better. Yeah. Oh, she lost the lead. No. Yeah, so the Russell outperformed her. See, she was outperforming by 30% up until Intel dropped. So her lack of covered call, she's now right below the Russell, still above everybody else. But yeah, and this account is with $200 a month, started way later. She has the Microsoft, yeah. She has a little bit of Intuit, thank God. Remember, she only has like 0.9. But she didn't get Corsair, she didn't get more Oracle, she didn't have a lot of cash. Remember, she didn't have a covered call, so she's well below 20. She has no cash at all. So that's why too, that account is building a little different. So, ta-da, isn't that cool, though? You guys get to see it. You should be off of all-time highs. Even without the covered call, you wouldn't be. But that covered call was, I hope you see how amazing it was. And the great timing. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you have the ability to grow in these environments. And I do hope that you take advantage of it. Let's keep growing, baby. But that's what I was saying. And somebody really asked me. They said, do you think the long term will keep winning in the future? And it's in God's hands, man. God willing. I don't take any credit. This is knowledge that came before me. This, you know what I'm saying? This the long term knowledge is not my knowledge. This is knowledge of the world that I feel that I have adopted, but it's not mine. So I am very confident, but it is in God's hands. But at the same time, like I was saying, I'm like, dude, if you should look and truly understand what just happened over these several years with the long term, and that should inspire you and teach you and show you so many things, because what the fuck we just pulled off was not easy, and it was not typical. So that's what I'm saying. I do hope you get to see, and because as whatever the future holds, we've made a plan long ago, and we're still sticking with it. And even though we've dealt with some of the craziest unknown, the plan was fitting. So I hope you are aware, man. I hope you are aware. But Chad, we have been here for almost 3 hours. You know that we're 10 minutes ahead of the 3-hour mark. So let's get a push-up, baby. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Stand up. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and move, baby. Stay alive. We need you alive, okay? We need you alive and well, having fun, having a long term, thinking about property, thinking about changing the world for a better. Oh, isn't that nice? These are good things. But yeah, man, SPY doing decent today, even with the little Korea freak out. So here we are, Chattadoon, but It's time we do our push-ups. We missed our first set. So let's see what they got. Do I have any... No White House, no nothing, no propaganda? What are these guys up to, bro? No. Yeah, there's all these people in Washington, but nobody is live, dude. Spy went up, and then after the end of the day, yeah, you are. I remember that. I remember we talked about that, and we were like, oh, I guess it did do what Korea did. But yeah, that is what happened last time. Korea dumped. We dumped in the beginning, bounced, and then at the end of the day. Oracle. Kumbaya long time. Well, I guess you only get political propaganda brought to you by AI. I need to do a push-up. I'm sorry. I need push-ups in a viable timing method. You know that? So you're going to have to deal with it, baby. Good morning. Get your body moving. You're near the highs.
It's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money.
Dude, my back.
I rap Trump. Now
I got a good
can't
workout.
Touch me. Pile of market, cause I'm
muscle.
so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true. Just depends who's listening. It's not about you. It's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's send another war.
Woo! So that was 1 minute. That was 1 minute, 10 seconds for your stretch. So if you say you're holding a stretch and you're not holding it that long, you're a liar and a piece of shit. Yeah, see? There's way more method behind the madness. Y'all playing.
I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala. My wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
What do you mean zero hedge initiates a long position? Zero hedge, I'm pretty sure, is not allowed to. What? So yeah, Zero Hedge, I'm pretty sure, like, the founder of Zero Hedge, he is banned from the SEC. They blackballed him, or they banned him from securities trading like 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So I don't know how they would initiate a position. That's why. So again, I know he could still talk about plays, but I don't think he actually does it. I'm American, but love Canada. Trump meetings were positive and productive. Levitt. Oh. How American. I gotta switch legs, bro. I'm still stretching. Oh, I'm still stretching. And on the high. And then those cruise lines as oil's going lower. Yeah, but I think that fiery thing is fake. I don't see it. And then, like I'm saying, just the knowledge of it. He's Zero Hedge does not trade. Just they're not allowed to. Bobo again. Packers still going up. That one actually had some follow through. Again, we're starting to chill. I mean, that was a nice hour. Fun, oil came down. The chips got a little recovery. The video went green. Chips are coming down here. Again, software also got a bid. You just started your PhD in data science. You want to get into algo trading. Well, learn how to do it. Well, learn the quants and learn how to get good at that. But it's easy to get into in a weird way. And this is the problem with AI. And all of you who want to do AI shit with trading, this is the part that people are missing. That's why I'm telling you, if you could just learn the skill, you actually get your PhD in it and you know how to operate, code, and, understand how both algorithmic functions operate, and you even know the math behind it and all that, you'll be fine. Because the problem with all AI stuff is it's available information. That's why I really I don't think there's going to be a lot of AI trading stuff, because everyone's forgetting the fact that a lot of the good AI info or stock info, it's not public. Most of these AIs, even Claude, it's trained off of very shitty, low quality financial information. So that's what I'm saying. If you learn the process in basics, because then if you have that skill, someone's just going to plug you into a institution with info, and then it's using the info and then knowing what to do with it. But yeah, the problem is that I think it's very possible to do, but your limiting thing isn't. It's going to be one part knowing how to actually be a quant and make an algo, but then the other limitation is high quality info. Because what good is making an algo, trying to make an algo if the data is not reliable? And that's where people try to make these bots and to get into it. But it's you gotta train it and give it some good info. And then again, if you ever worked with somebody, if you work for one of these institutions, they will have their own proprietary info, and then they're gonna use your skills and talents. You have the long-term Roth and crypto all on Robinhood. Should I consider switching them? I mean, are they all in different accounts? As long as they're all separate, that's all I really give a shit about. I'm not the biggest Robinhood fan, but, I don't really care. So, but if you're telling me the long-term is a separate account, and then on your Robinhood, there's another account, because can't you do multiple accounts on Robinhood? I've never done it, but I'm pretty sure you can. So as long as they're separate, I'm fine with that. But as far as preference, it's up to you. I hope you don't get into crypto gambling or predictions, and just don't mix them. You could buy a book by Robert Carver and vibe code yourself a viable strategy. I disagree completely, because you could vibe code something, but your information that you're training for stocks, you're probably going to have low quality info. That's just the reality of it, unfortunately. It's like it's like let me put it this way. You guys could go right now. You could go ask AI, the top AI, Kimmy, Claude, the Fable, you name it. Ask them what happened to a specific stock today and what is causing it. It will give you 90%. It will either give you the wrong answer or it's not going to tell you the full correct story. Whereas you could ask me right now and I could tell you, ask me about any of the earnings. Ask me about any, you know what I'm saying? Any of the things going on, the rate cut odds, all these different things, I could give you that answer accurately. Accurately, quickly, but more importantly, accurately. So you see what I'm saying? But that's just off of info. It's because I have that info in real time at a quality level, and it's not all of it is in the public domain. So that's what I'm saying, is that you could code something, but your limitation is going to be both your skill as well as your info. You may have the skill, you're going to need the info. Or you have the info, you're going to need the skill. But at the same time, just a lot of trading bots and all that, that's why I'm telling you how it works on the institutional level. They're doing trading bots, but they're using very important info in their proprietary data, and they're training it off of their strategy that is not widely circulated, that's just not publicly available. No, that's exactly what Jane Street is doing. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what they have. Good talent, but then they also have probably the most accurate, craziest data. They have data other firms aren't getting, and that's why they have such an edge. They got some of the best coders, some of the best quants, but then how they're gathering data and the info they have, nobody knows. Nobody knows how they're doing it. That's kind of that's the whole caveat to it. It's like that's the crux. That's where all of the juice is. What if the data modeling is price volume correlations, public data? There's more to that. You know this. Come on. You know, it's like that's part of it, but it's not. The market's too complex. There's no way. You know, at times they've had models that were only on price volume correlation, and you could have. I mean, there's different quant strategies. I mean, there's the long short. There's the macro. So there's different ways you could go about it, but there is more towards that than just the surface level indicators. And then, but then again, you can make stuff if you have info or you have a data set that links price correlation and volume, that might work. Again, I have certain criterias that if I wanted to algify, they would have some level of advantage, but the info would still need to be accurate in real time that feeds it. So if I wanted to turn my IPO criteria into an algo, it would have to get that real-time info accurately, or it's going to produce the wrong results. And then again, I don't know if I would ever let a computer automatically trade on it once all criteria are met. It wants to agree. That's part of it, but with the stock market, it's just there's a really big elephant in the room. The elephant in the room for stock trading is that there is a massive information gap on Wall Street. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. All these AIs, they could go scour the world for all of it, right? But the whole point is that all of the stock info that is in the public domain, unless it is intelligent investor and holding long, it's all useless. It's not high quality info. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have Opus is trained off more jackasses doing technical analysis than a real data competitive point that is executed by the 100 top firms on Wall Street. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you don't know it. That's not widely circulated. That's within the monopolies and within the analyst and the proprietary data and all of that stuff. So unfortunately, there's just a very wide info gap. And that's why it's like, remember, AI models and all these things, they're using public info. They're just taking the books, they're taking what people are saying and then trying to, you know, create either pseudo or real reasoning from it. But at the same time, it's just like all of the good stuff in the markets and the real thing, it's not widely circulated, and it's not high quality info. Anything that makes you real money on Wall Street is either going to be hidden or behind a paywall. That's kind of how it is, or it's at the institutional level. Or if you are going to finally figure out around it, then Algo is going to front run you 5 different. They're going to have a bot for that too. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's not impossible. We still do very well, and you could get in there. But that's what I'm saying. There just for now, there's a big gap in AI in the stock market, and that's what I'm saying. And for those of you who want to be into it, you can do it and use your coding skills. But I'm telling you, info. And if you could find data sets that are it's not going to be in the public domain, that's how you're going to create something with a competitive edge that'll make you some real money if it actually works. And that's what I've always said too. These little trading bots, they're real, but not the ones that are for sale on a retail level. You ever make a real trading bot and it works, you're going to sell that to Wall Street for $20 to $50 million. You could lease one. You could lease a trading algo for 50 to 100 million. I've showed you this. So that's what I'm saying. They exist. They're real. These are real things we're talking about, but the real ones stay hidden behind a lot of money and the big leagues. So, and that's what I'm saying. I think some of you can accomplish that, but you're not going to accomplish it off of public data. You're not. I could give you the data. If you could code 10 times better than anything I could imagine, and I plug you into my newswire, it's not going to be James Street level. It's not, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I could compete with some of them, but at the same time, it just all depends what you code from it. But my info, I definitely think I'm steps ahead of most AIs. So, and then I'm also incorporating AI to make it quicker as well too, but it doesn't have the access that I have. But if you could get that there, if you could tie it with good info, good proprietary ways of both information sourcing towards, you know, your own model of this does this, and if this then that, and you have some evidence on it financially, then you could do some damage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't see the paradox? The only good info for the stock market in the public domain is long term. But you don't want that. You don't want a high-powered algo bot for that. You see what I'm saying? That's the irony. Because the long-term truth is real. That's publicly documented. You could go put an AI through all of the Benjamin Graham, all of the long-term stuff, and it will give you pretty solid results, dude. I'm telling you. That's why if you wanted to keep it long-term in AI, because that stuff is very, very public, unless assuming it's your long-term success is off like buyouts or other trends and developments that are more linked to information, you know? It's just truly the buy and hold philosophy, the 10 years minimum. Again, that originated a long time ago, and there's decades and decades and decades of history, whereas online trading is only from the 90s. Options are only from the 80s. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's still a long amount of time, but it's way different than, you know, the first 50, 60 years of the modern era of markets and investing, and then how it developed on that. But it all boils down to the long term. Are they using institutional repositories to train AI models? I don't believe so. That's what I'm saying, because most of the people who have you got a nice little data set, you're not going to sell it. You're not going to license it, especially if it pertains to making money. So I don't think I think they're just going to build their own. That's why these developments, the data centers, all the way down to self-hosting, they're just going to train their own models. That's why even Bloomberg, they have their own Bloomberg terminal thing. That's just for data collection and how they operate it. But because they have info other people don't have. Same thing with all these guys, but they're going to just make their own. But I'm not under the impression any institutions are selling that access. I don't think it would cost them more money on the back end. Yeah, you have a own LLM at yours. So there you go. What type of paywalls does Wall Street use? The same ones. They just charge you. They'll charge you just for data. They'll charge you for info. Again, and that's what I'm saying, like the real stuff's on Wall Street, minimum investments, larger investments, or invite only, certain things like that. That's what I'm saying. It's just usually just big numbers, a lot biggers. TLT has been tracking inverse to oil all day. Again, even shy short-term rates came up. AXP already reported. IBM. Yeah, IGV came up a little. We stopped moving after this last hour. Kind of been chilling here. OpenAI, Anthropic, PBC employees share letter asking U.S. to help pace AI development. STFS, 181%. I think it's halted. You missed out for too long. I'm team long term now. Chadadonia. Another long term is born. Jensen meets Lutnick amid China scrutiny. Lutnick and Mr. Jensen. But do it, baby. Long term is good. Again, you'll be able to do all of it. I was saying it earlier, man. You know, people just, I don't like the spirit of rush. They want to force it. And I get it. Things in life rush you. I just think it's all a trap. But it's just for real, man. If you're down, bro, you take it little by little. It's going to work. And, you know, nothing's going to limit you. You do it the right way, you're going to open up doors, short term, long term. But again, we need to do it the right way. We need a good foundation. And, you know, I love win-win scenarios. I want to win. I want to grow. I don't want to go back. And I hope you could adopt that mentality because it works and it will definitely, you start really living that way. You'll see what I'm talking about, baby. So, amen. Iran says it hasn't sought U.S. talks in the past 16 to 17 days. IRIB. So they're saying everything's bullshit. Even though we had like 3 different sources say they talked, but whatever, IRIB is the source. They're saying they haven't talked in the last 16 to 17 days. Howard. Iran says U.S. sent messages via Oman Oman and pledge no attack. I rib, you rib, inshallah, habibi. Come on. Come on. Staples came down. Excuse me. Yeah, Gucci. Oh, we called that out when that came out because Nike started moving up. You just had your second baby? New long-term inbound. Another Chad trust fund baby was born. You know that? All your guys' kids are little trust fund babies. Because you're going to make them a long-term. And then we're going to get you some trust, too, down the line. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, bro. If I had 10 stocks in my long term, is it better to put $5 a week into each stock or prioritize? I would prioritize. I mean, we do like one stock a month or sometimes less than that. But it's like if you spread out very small between a lot of stocks, it'll be harder for you to lose money, but it'll be harder for you to make money because you're spread so thin. That's what happens when you over diversify. But then if you put it all in one, then you're just at the mercy of, you know, wherever it's concentrated. It'll be easier to make and lose money if you have less diversification. How long have I been investing in trade? Oh, I don't know, dude. I think I'm almost at 20 years. Fuck me, dude. This hairline makes so much sense now. Yeah, but I started really early. So I was trading since I was a child. I actually got into the long term first. You know, I just wanted to make money, become rich. So I learned about stocks. And then I got into trading like a year or two later. And then the gambling and all that. But yeah, I've been doing this close to 20 years. Which is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy now that I say it out loud. You know, I remember when it was like 15, 14 years, right? Yeah, but then I've already spent a decent amount on YouTube because I had some time under my belt before I ever went live on YouTube. But yeah, now it's been a minute. Oh yeah, the Trump accounts. Dude, the Garabati thing, I swear I thought those were like spell check errors until I realized it was a whole different human being. Yeah, there's Galabuti and then there's Garababadi. So they're definitely two different people. That took me at least 48 hours. After it was like one move. There was like one oil move on Garababadi and I was like, what? And then I was like, oh, I get it. Again, oil ripped off of that iRib comment. Again, them saying that they have not spoken to them. Team above 100. It's a big level. Again, those plays are up too. I know we did that earlier. Team. Oh, I made a lot of big mistakes. I mean, you are all going to make mistakes. I mean, even if you're really bad and you make like a lot of mistakes, as long as you keep going, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you just plan to make mistakes. And if you do make a mistake and you learn from them quickly, keep going. But yeah, I did. I mean, like I said, I started off, my big thing was like I started off long term and then I did what everybody did. You know, I'm young. I want to make money. I was like really attracted to the stock market and the whole like, okay, buy, hold. I understood that and I got really passionate about, you know, I learned how to read a balance sheet when I was 14 years old. And independent reading at school, I was reading books on how to read a balance sheet. So by the time I was done with freshman year, assets, liabilities, the net income, the EPS, I was 14 years old. But then by maybe 15 and a half, 16, I'm young, right? And I discovered penny stocks, and then I discovered day trading, because all I learned was long-term and balance sheets to begin. I learned it the boomer way, right? And I'm still a young kid, but then I'm like, I want big money. I want a lot. And then I discovered Yahoo forums. Oh, you motherfuckers have no idea. Y'all think Twitter is cool? You think this community is cool? Nothing will ever top Yahoo forums your first time in the stock market. Nothing will ever top that, dude. I'm telling you, I fuck it. But then it was all porn. It was all just fucking fear porn and pump porn and oh, dude, it's just so insane. FedEx is popping. Check UPS. But yeah, so I made the mistake. I started gambling. I learned. But then that gambling mistake taught me. I was like, oh, if I just held everything and I looked back at some of the other stuff, and then I went up a lot, went down a lot. But then, I got to do that. I got to make mistakes with many trades, many industries, many things I was in love with, many things that I ignored that I shouldn't have, but all the many blown up accounts. And then all the while, no matter what happened, though, the long term always grew. And that is something I learned early, and I've shared with the world, and I will not stop. So please learn it as soon as possible. Because you'll spend a lot of time, and you'll make a lot of mistakes and success, but that long term just keeps doing it. It's the one thing you'll be like, man, if I just held everything I was trading, you'd be like, what? I knew you all traded SanDisk at a much lower price. So SPY going higher. Again, new high of the day. I don't know what's leading it. So it's chips and IGV. So, I mean, Staples coming back down to open. Staples still up 2, but they were up 3.8 at one point. HGV. I am holding Kimberly. We're not waiting for anything. Just if Kimberly comes down, we'll buy more. Otherwise, if it just keeps up here, it has earnings next week. But if it kept climbing, we stacked up a lot. I would just let it grow. I like the company a lot, but I'm not going to average up into it. Trump discussed areas of concerns with Iran primary focus, reaffirmed commitment to prevent them from acquiring nuclear weapons. It's positive news about Ukraine and Russia. Maybe. I mean, oil's not reacting as much, but like I said, though, I truly believe, though, any real bullish peace deal, Ukraine all the way down to Iran, it would have the staples going up. That's, I think, the tell. So I could be wrong. I'm just throwing out an idea here. But like I'm saying is that if you were getting real peace deal priced in, I feel like staples would rip with it. Just because, remember, the last time staples were here was before oil started even going crazy. That's before we were worried about any war. So I do think lower oil, higher staples, that would confirm more peace momentum. Otherwise, without it, it might just be the other stuff. In an exceptional manner, the meeting did not take place one-on-one at all. Maybe they're saying they had a bunch of people there, like a group meeting. Mobileye, QXO. We talked about that one yesterday. You guys remember? QXO. Oh, big tweak out on QXO, dude. All right, it's only up 1%, but it just had I don't know which direction. I don't know any headline, but it's tweaking. QXO, we saw this yesterday. Industrials overweight this morning. They jacked up the contracts already, unfortunately. That was a fat pop. And then UMP, and then McDonald's on the low. SPY into the high. NASDAQ turns positive? No. One of them's down. I think the NASDAQ 100's green. Yeah, the Qs are down, but I do believe the NASDAQ 100. That's the roofing company. Yeah, we talked about this one yesterday. Remember, I thought they keep buying things out. They have a fuck ton of debt. But yeah, I don't know even what technically it's an industrial. But yeah, I don't know what that was yesterday, and I don't know today, but they already moved those preems. And then IB Mizzle. What is it? Working day. Working day. Oh, wow. Ivanka and Witkoff going to Ukraine was the comment. Interesting. I don't think that was it, but then, I mean, today, we've gotten like 3 or 4 war stuff. We didn't seem to move, but oil dropped. So, but we'll see. I'm down to entertain it all. But for now, I think we're just moving around. Erdogan, Iraqi PM said they could provide 1 million barrels of oil to Turkey. Turkey. Carvana, Mobileye. PCLA up 39. Enjoy. We don't have too many, or we have some earnings today, just not as many. But yeah, tomorrow's the day. And no, I don't do. Did you guys watch the video? Did you guys watch the long-term video on Corsair and Oracle? Because I don't know if you guys got it. Because what did you realize about the long-term video? Do you not know what happened? It was kind of a gift. I don't know if you recall. What happened with the long-term video? Do any of you know? Oracle, Sentinel. Oh, it's not in a fixed place. Duh. Oh, I forgot. It's extremely hard to find. I forgot that we play roulette. That's what I'm going to do, actually, now. Fuck it. I'm not going to stop the long term. I'm just going to post it in random-ass places, and you have to find it now. I'm going to make your guys' dream come true. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just put it randomly. I'm going to make new channels. I'm going to hide it under random keywords. I'm going to make cooking videos. I'm going to put it in I'm going to make cooking tutorials on another channel, and you got to find it. I'm going to fucking hide one. I'll put a $100 bill with a little USB disc, and I'll hide it in San Diego and be like, go find it. Yeah, I'm gonna just hide it. I'm going to scatter it. I'm going to scatter it all around, and then that way it'll be fun. It'll be like a treasure hunt. But I don't think some of you guys watched it fully. Because if you watched it fully, you would have probably noticed that everything I bought at the prices, they were down a lot by the time you knew. Because I bought them and they kept plummeting. So let me put it in a perspective. I am just now green on Corsair. You could have got it about 15% cheaper than I did. Oracle is still down about $1 or $2 from where I bought it. So yeah, fun fact. Fun fact. Welcome to Tuesday. Oh my gosh, where in the world is long-term San Diego? That'd be fun. We should make long-term San Diego. I'll put one on Klingon. You guys already know where to find it. Path. Again, a lot of this momentum shitty stocks are going up. Again, even Corsair and Path. Excuse me. Long-term San Diego. I like that. Again, Burry bought into Microsoft today. I think that one's quite fascinating. We haven't really even had a Mag 7 move here in a minute. Again, Google was leading. Google's actually still on the high. Again, chips are still up. IGV is still near the high as well. Again, Staples up a solid 2, but they gave up that extra 1%. Now more chips. Cerberus is starting to run. And then more Staples on the low. So Staples are green, but they're selling off. But then again, another round of chips. IBM been melting up. A couple of healthcares. And then airlines, even though the oil. What's STKA? Oh, we saw this one earlier. That one's taking another pop and halt. Nah, fuck that. I'm just going to buy a ham radio. And then from now on, all long terms will be disclosed via ham radio. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick of it. I'm going to just get a ham radio. I'll just drive around on the weekend after I buy my long term. I'm like, breaker. We added Oracle on the average. Make sure you're aware of why we bought it in the credit default swaps. Also got some Corsair. Kind of shitty, but I want to make sure we still get some growth and stay below the cash level. Yeah, just keep it small. I feel like that would be effective. Do you have a turkey radio? Do you do turkey? A ham radio, haram, brother. I can't do a ham radio. I do a turkey radio. Do you have? The fuck? PCLA, that's another one of those small. High ticker's doing it. You got a couple more names on the low ticker. But yeah, the low key, the high ticker kind of almost maxed out. And then Google is still going. SPY 0.5. Is it? No, that's the Dow? Wait. Hold on. No, SPY. SPY's up by 0.49. Russell's up by 0.2. NASDAQ down 0.48. Dow's up by 1.2. Homing pigeons. It'll be down. You have to buy your own pigeon, though. It'd be too expensive. We have too many people on the long-term alerts. If you buy your own pigeon and send it to me, I'll put it at the farm. And then every time there's a long-term play, I'll just load it up with the Post-it note and send it your way. That could work. If you bring your own pigeon, I'm down. I'm down if you guys want to establish this. Yeah, why not? I could house him on the days on the off time we got a fucking farm. I mean, that's totally easy. Logi. UNH. And Staples are the ones, or excuse me, financials. Those are the ones holding. I told you I want to train birds. I think it'd be very useful. Very, very useful. BOK. Again, you had the BlackRock meta news this morning. Again, a couple of healthcares are starting to pop up. Iran says U.S. naval blockade cannot force country to negotiate. Again, airlines, even with oil. My, oh my. And then that Palantir one was still weird. All right, Chattadoon. The avian data center? I don't know if that's real or if that's what we're about to create. New avian data centers share information securely and privately, but not as fast. New iPigeon. What? It's already 10. Bro, they had everybody pull up to Washington, and we ain't hear none of them today. You know that? You ain't hear none of them. They're using... Dude! Chad! Chad! Dude, do you remember I was telling you? And I was driving through my neighborhood, and I saw a random-ass flock camera out of nowhere. You remember that? Yeah, guess what happened the other day? I had to stop by the farm. And I stopped by the farm over the weekend because I took my friend there. He wanted to see it. My boy from Cambodia. I took him there. No. The farm is not... Bro, farm is in the middle of nowhere. Farm nowhere near where I live. And holy fuck. Dog, I'm driving out in the middle of nowhere. Right? In between, like, the neighborhoods on the way to the farm. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Middle of fucking nowhere. I'm telling you, just dirt and stop sign. Right? And dirt and stop sign, and that's... Tell me why there's flock cameras everywhere. Dog, I'm tripping. I'm like, what? I'm like, this is the most random rural place I've ever been. And then I go down another mile. Flock camera. And then I go up the hill. Flock camera. I'm like, no fucking way. Dog, I was tweaking out. I don't know. It's because I just started noticing them. But I didn't think they were in the middle of nowhere. There's no reason for that camera to be there. I guess so. Maybe it makes it a little safer. But yeah, dude, I was tripping. No, bro, I didn't know these were in rural. Like, it made sense seeing it in, like, the little city, San Diego, okay? You know, little gated community. All right, I see why, maybe. I could try to justify it. Dog, in the middle of fucking nowhere? Dude, I was crazy. Dude, I'm saying, dog, it's so random. It is so random. Like, it's in the middle of nowhere. Well, you didn't hear about what happened. So there's been several of these. It's actually really bad. I don't want to tell you guys, but it is what is going on. I don't want to further the conspiracy theories, but this is why people are getting mad at them, because it's like, not only is it like an invasion of privacy, and like that's debatable depending on, you know, your injuries, but at the end of the day, cops. So there has been some high profile stories. Ayo, Koch said to weigh 15 billion sale of data center play edged. Are they public or are they foreign? Koch, Koch. So yeah, pretty much like some bad cops are accessing the cameras and then doing sketchy shit. Like one like stalked somebody, and some were stalking girls using it. One of them, a cop, this one was a recent one. A cop was on a movie set, and he was being security at a movie set. And then he met an actress on the movie set, took her license plate number, and then had the cameras ping her everywhere she went. And then he would like pull her over and shit and would like stalk her. It was the fucking craziest and this is there's a lot of these stories, bro. But pretty much, and then people say that the flock cameras could be hacked. And that's pretty much the there's a lot. There's people sensitivity, surveillance, security. There's, oh gosh, there's so many things. But yeah, I keep seeing them. I'm seeing them in places I've never seen them, and now I found a new one this weekend. Coach is Wisco based. It's private. Good info. Thank you for that. It's not an iPhone. You're a narc. That's a wearable. just gonna put it out there. There's a lot of copper and recyclable metals in those cameras. That is true. However, I believe I want to inspire you guys to all be a positive change on this world and become wealthy. And I hope you work hard, and we could do it in many ways, but I don't ever think I'm going to encourage any of y'all to steal raw materials to slaying copper, okay? I had a crackhead do that to my electricity box, and I didn't think it was a Chad. And I hope to God it never is a Chad. I hope none of you are like, Josh, you changed my life. Hey, yo, Josh, you changed my life. I was on stream one day, and you were talking about long-term, and I ignored all of that fuck shit. And then somebody said there was a lot of copper in them flock cameras, and I created a flock camera copper stripping enterprise, and now I'm worth millions because I jacked a bunch of copper out of public material. So, you know, it's amazing. Do you have any play ideas? So yeah, I'd be proud. I would be proud. I would like, that's not good, but at least you did manage some level of success. You know, if you put that energy in anything, I think you would have been successful. But hey, I guess it is repatriated copper. But yes, you are correct. A fuck ton of copper in those. But I don't know if that should be our side hustle. But yeah, I'm just noticing how weird they are. Cigna now. Yeah, get FCX. Amen. Amen. Yeah, I don't know. Is it illegal if you're fighting against tyranny? Well, yeah, because, I mean, the tyrant makes the law, probably. But I think there's a better way. I'm telling you, if we all just work together, that's all. I don't know, it's a hard thing. It's a tall order. We have to put down all of the identity politics. That's it. If we all just were like, yo, this is fucked up. And then if we were like, wait a minute, we're more like each other than they're like us. Oh, wait a minute. There is a bunch of us. I'm laughing because this is so terrible, but it's so true. But it's also like, until my brother, we just keep, unfortunately, we are at the stage right now where people are fighting against tyranny so that they could put in a new tyrant. That is our problem. Republican, Democrat, the problem is we just don't like the other side, so we'll give they all keep, that's why I keep saying it's the same thing. It's all a game. The whole, machine and all that, but yeah, until we're all like willing to work together and look past the differences and the constant propaganda, I think there's way better way. Non-participation goes a long way. You would be shocked. So, it's that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't even have to destroy anything. You don't have to steal anything. The best way to go against the tyranny, destroy the propaganda and do not comply. That's the best advice I could give you. That's the best advice I could give you. So, and I think the Lord will agree. The Lord will tell you the same things about certain sin and all of that. You don't have to comply. And call it a day. My tyrant's better than yours. I know you would think the data center, everybody mad about the data centers, but that's the thing that's scary. The data center and flock goes hand in hand, right? They're complaining about the data center, not about the camera, but it all leads to the same place. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. That's what we keep talking about. We're like, well, wait a minute. What is the contingency plan on these multi-billion-dollar data centers if it don't work? They're going to be a big talking point in the midterm. That's ding, 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 ding. Exactly. Because that's why it's ramping up with the uncertainty now, too. And then all of a sudden, that's probably going to be, it'll be a midterm talking point. Because communities are reacting to it. But that's why I said the weirdest part about all of it is that, what's it called? It's oh, why am I blanking? Crowd just distract me. Oh, well, they're going to just use it as a talking point. Oh, the fun fact about that, the people who like survey that they don't want data centers, they found in one of the studies I shared this with you, that most of the people who don't like them don't live in the community, believe it or not. But yeah, it's going to be a midterm hype thing that people talk about a lot for sure. What do you think about the permanent underclass thing? You've heard about it a lot lately. I think it's just propaganda. It's marketing. There's always going to be, I do think the world is going to change and it's going to create a platform to propel people. This is what I've been explaining to you guys. This is why I've said this for years. This is why I'm so excited about AI, is disruption. I made my career off of disruption. I'm a little Egyptian boy. The internet allowed me to compete. That leveled the playing field. That got my immigrant-ass family up to a level where if you had you made a couple of moves during a certain time, you were able to compete. And that's why I look forward to it with AI, is that I think it's going to destroy certain monopolies and it's going to level the playing field for a certain window that will allow people to advance. And that's where some people, I think, they're just messaging you that in the negative way. You see how excited I am about it? You see how I'm, and there's no fear. There's no, oh, shame, you're doing so bad, you're going to fall behind. Fear, you better rush. I don't believe in that dumb shit. It's like, that's the negative way to describe it. But the positive way is the real disruption window. And if you truly understand that, you should be more excited than any other time. Because most of you are too young. I was young at that last window, but I was just telling you, I was trading stocks when I was 14. It's just like, so you gotta really, really think about that, because you are alive and well right now. You're aware. You're a young man, a young woman. Some of you are a little older, but you got resources now. You have things at your disposal where this is a great window for you. And that's what I'm saying. People saying permanent underclass, it's fear, it's propaganda. It's all of that. The world, there's always going to be difficult environmental situations. Every generation has had it. If they were buying houses for paper clips, but they were spending half of their wages on food and utilities. Houses were paper clips, but you could only get a house if you were white. There was things that were very different, and everything had their own challenges. But no one's ever, you only get stuck in a permanent underclass. I really believe that's you're gonna have to want to stay there after some point, or a lot of inaction will get you there. But if you keep moving, whether or not you make the correct move or not, if you keep moving and keep making decisions, I don't think it's a legitimate concern. I would just be more excited, honestly. I don't even think being concerned or not I would be excited. I would be fucking stoked, bro. That's because I am. I'm like, I could get my body moving off of this concept, bro. You have no idea. That's why I'm like, dude, fools. Don't be a fool. And I'll tell you this, man. There's one part about it I like. I said this. I told you guys this. This sounds so egotistical. This sounds so hubris, but it's not. I truly, in my heart, I don't feel this way. But it's also going off of principles. Are you ready for this? I've told you this before. I said they are making AI for us. So take a look. SPY, oil down, SPY, high ticker, couple energy names on the low, but yeah, oil down, SPY moving again. It's probably war related. I'm checking the truth. Nothing. Probably, I'm saying we've seen this a couple times. A lot of Iran stuff and oil moves, but nothing like official flashing wire. Iran won't recognize Southern Hormuz route if Oman rejects terms. And then NVIDIA Taipei office raided as Taiwan chip smuggling dragnet results in arrests. Okay, you got a couple of things right now. But yeah, like I was telling you, I said they are making AI for us. I told all of you that. I know it sounds really crazy, but the whole idea is that all of this money they're all spending on AI and these developments, it's going to usher in this moment. And when that disruption window opens and now you have a bunch of technology that it will be either cheaper to operate or you get way more productivity for the same amount, they're going to build all of the hardware for you, brother. I hope you are aware of this. And what principle am I going off of? I'm going off of the principle that the first person to market gets stabbed in the back. The first person builds the foundation, and then all of the copycats build off of it and get successful. That's how it works. You know, before Uber and Lyft, there was a ride-sharing company that got drowned in court. There's 5 different examples of this. First one to market gets arrows in the back. The next people build on the foundation. No. First to market gets killed usually. You get an advantage first to market, and then the second person wins. I could give you a great example. Stock Market Live. I invented this shit. YouTube.com/the stock market. We were first to market, the wave, all of it. Then propaganda, Bloomberg, ban. You now have 1,000 copycats. So again, build off of a confirmed method, right? They saw, wow, people would actually want to watch stocks. Wow, this is that. Yeah, the second guy comes in. And then the third, the fourth, the 100th. So that's the idea with AI. That's what I'm telling you. Even if these guys are telling you you're going to fall behind now, that's just not true. No one's been stabbed in the back yet. Watch. Someone's going to build a really good foundation for us, and whoever builds on top of it is going to be the winner, and you're not going to have any of the same costs. Exactly. Ta-da! That's what I'm telling you. It's not, and you motherfuckers are trying to get you depressed and hopeless right now. They just don't understand it. And I encourage you to understand this. Don't view this as arrogance. Because that's what I'm saying. I know how it sounds, but I'm going off of principles of business, the world, technological advancement. And that's what I'm saying, bro. If you're aware and you understand this, you should be excited. You should not be rushing, but you should really look around, and you should understand where you are right now. And when things start moving, you shouldn't feel like you're in an unknown area. Pioneers get killed, settlers live. Exactly. 100%. That's exactly what it is. You've been learning, and now after they burn the bag, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's just the sad reality of how business has worked. Again, the pioneers get killed, and then the settlers come in, and then that's it. And then it's easier because now, like you said, you worked at a startup, you just watched them burn all this money. Whether they succeed or fail, you can now do that without burning that much money. And now you go off of something else. Like I'm saying, with Uber and Lyft, they had a whole ass company prove the model, make the investment, fight a majority of the court cases, and then they came in and took the multi-billion-dollar market share. All right. The pioneers right now are the front. They call them frontier labs, but yeah. So be on the 3rd or the 4th ship to Mars. Exactly. You could be on the first one and you get benefits, but then it also comes with more investment, more risk, and then you're going to get hit. But versus the guys who come in later, after, and then you use the history, again, you make sure the money and the pioneers' investment is used wisely, you'll build off of it. It's easy. Wasn't Vine the first social media? Oh yeah, a lot. Believe this example. If you really think about it, you'll see this all around the world from the beginning of time. That's why I'm telling you. I don't say this. I am not special. I don't think I'm better than anybody. I'm just telling you historically why I'm saying I really believe they are building AI for us. There's going to be a window where I hope you're ready, because there's going to be that opportunity. Right now we're still early, but as things develop, I hope you're paying attention to this. Alrighty. Google. Trump downplays Zelensky's claims of Russia aiding Iran. Good meeting ahead of funeral. Discuss Ukraine weapons production and licenses on Patriots. Exactly. That is why you should wait for my plays to come down and then buy. Exactly. You guys don't get it. Because if you wanted to play, you would have found it first. You would have pioneered it. But then what happens? Sometimes as the pioneer, you get the reward. But then also, there's a good chance the settlers will probably do better than the pioneer. Especially when volatility is like this. But yes. Arab BNB. What about Tesla? There was electric cars before Tesla. And let me ask you this. Did Elon Musk make Tesla? He bought it from somebody. He bought a company that did not do well. And then he did something with it. I would argue this is why Apple is waiting. They're waiting to be the settler. Apple said, fuck being a pioneer. I gave y'all the touch screen. Fuck off. But yeah. Alrighty. 'Cause I'm happy if you know, if you feel like long term is the truth. Long term. I'm sorry. Okay. Philo. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You can have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done.
Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh. Oh. Chatadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, you might want to stick around for this one. I have a very trippy philo for you today. So, I have something I'm going to show you. I'm going to start with something real quick. But, oh my goodness, it's really weird. It will get you thinking. This will get you thinking, and it does apply to the market even though it doesn't. And bro, if you're curious, I don't know, this might help your mind in thinking about if momentum, if movement, motion. Oh, dude, this philo is insane. I'm going to just share something with you. I can't believe I'll explain it when I get into it, but so you should listen. But before I get to that, the thing that you probably won't want to listen to is me giving you the broader philo intro. Okay, and here's the deal. I'll keep it simple and sweet. But my brothers, my sisters, I would like to give you a new rule today for life. I could give you a new principle to follow that will change your life forever if you let it. Are you ready? I don't think you should complain. Complaining's a bad attitude disease. Believe me. Is there times where you should complain? There is. But it doesn't really help you. It's a very slippery slope. You gotta watch out. I've even gotta watch out about complaining. It's a weird one. But here's the rule. Are you ready? Even if you are, you shouldn't complain. But even if you do, here's the rule. You cannot complain about what you tolerate. Very simple. Why badger and stress? Waste your energy. Imagine knocking on God's door, asking him to just take this away. Oh, Lord, this. Oh, Lord, if you tolerate it. How? Very simple. You can't complain about what you tolerate. So, my question for you, what is your biggest complaint? Okay, why do you tolerate it? Then there you go. And that, my friend, it should open up a lot of answers. I'm sure it'll get you thinking. So that's just the first part. But the second part, I'll give you another one, man. Just, do you know what fall is? So we have winter, summer, spring, and then fall. What is fall? What happens in fall? Why do they call it fall? It's when the leaves fall down. The trees fall from the leaves. Sounds simple, right? But why? Why does the tree fall? Why do the leaves fall? What are they doing during the seasons? And you got to think about it. It's amazing that the tree knows this. It's just like how you know. Like, you want to know what's funny? This goes back to anamnesis, all of this great, great knowledge. And all of you must possess so many things you're unaware of. Because, like, who taught you how to breathe? Nobody. You know, my favorite one, I've shared this with you guys. Remember? Who taught you how to digest food? You know, isn't that amazing? Isn't that crazy? Your body has the knowledge of digestion. You don't even know how the fuck to digest food. Now that I think about it, if I told you digest this piece of bread, you couldn't do it. But you eat it, it goes in your stomach, it does it. Isn't that amazing? So think about this one. What's happening in fall? What does the tree know? It's amazing the tree knows this. Because prior to fall, those leaves, they give the tree energy, right? It's taking it all in, photosynthesis. Those leaves are feeding the tree. But then after a certain amount of time, the same thing that was giving it life starts to drain it. Because if those leaves stay, instead of giving energy to the tree, it would start taking energy. So the tree knows the leaves got to leave, my friend. The leaves got to leave, brother. Oh, what was working in the other season doesn't mean it's going to work in this season. What gave you life in season 1 might kill you in season 2. Oh, stay fresh, baby. Stay dangerous, Chad. Keep moving. The Lord, you know what I'm saying? You don't got to patent you don't got to patent the slingshot. New David slingshot defeats giants. Use it every time. No. You see it? And be ready. Be ready to move. Be ready to let the things that don't give you life, let go of them. If it gives you life, keep them. Are you feeling? So, that being said, are you guys ready? Actually, before I do that, I think I might give you another one. I think I might. No, this one's long. I got it. So just listen to this, dude. So let me give you the story. I come across this and I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, this sounds good and it sounded interesting. I listened to it for like a minute. It really captured my attention. But then I'm like, what is this? And pretty much, I'm pretty sure this is fiction. It's like non-fiction fiction. But I'm pretty sure this is like from lore. It's like a story. It's like a fictional story based on non-fictional real-world principles. Are you following? So this isn't real, but it is. That's what I'm saying. It's like this. The things make sense. The sky is blue. 2 + 2 = 4. What is being talked about is correct, but it's technically fiction. So I thought it was fascinating. But this one, I encourage you to listen because it's too long. I don't think I could pick this. We would have to spend time. I'm telling you, this is something I would have to spend time, a lot of time, really picking it apart. I could make probably 50 philos from this video. But here's why I'm interested. It's related to momentum. It's related to motion. And it explained things that I already knew in a way that I already viewed them. But then other ways it allowed me to visualize it differently. And I think for some of you, I do want you exposed to this. I do think, You know, I've always said it. You know, one of my if you ever took the stock trading boot camp, if you ever watched any of my earlier videos, you know, one of my favorite money lessons that I learned was Newton. You know that? Motion, physics. That was one of my greatest stock lessons. You know why? An object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an equal or opposite force. You have all heard this. Motherfucker, this applies to stocks. This is real. This applies to everything. That right there, that helped me a lot. Understand. That's what I'm saying. Then you learn the profits. Then you learn the balance sheet. You see what I'm saying? You could learn the real specific stuff. But then are you still viewing it in the world sense of how things move and movement? So this is going to talk about the mathematics. So listen to this, you guys. And I hope it gets you curious.
Chapter 3. The Alchemy of Motion. Ars alchemica motus, meaning the alchemical art of motion. Have you ever wondered why a number may be added, divided, multiplied, or subtracted, yet never performs a single one of these operations by itself? We inherit mathematics as though its first principle was self-evident, rarely pausing to examine the silent architecture upon which every equation depends. A number possesses magnitude, interval, proportion, recurrence, and position.
Okay, so like I'm saying, bro, this is very deep, you guys. This is going to be a lot. Try to follow along, and then especially all you motherfuckers who are talking to me about AI and quants and shit, you should double pay attention. Think of numbers, math, and think about what it's saying and the meaning. Again, we're not even at motion yet, but yeah.
Yet it contains no intrinsic imperative through which it may alter its own condition. Quantity alone remains motionless. Transformation begins only when language enters the equation. Addition is not a number. Division is not a number. Multiplication is not a number. Equality is not a number. They are linguistic operators. They do not contribute magnitude. They impose function. The word casts an operation upon numerical potential, conferring direction where previously there existed only measure. The number becomes the recipient of instruction. Relation emerges. Transformation unfolds. Motion appears. Yet the operator is not sovereign over the number. Every operator is itself numerically constituted. Add contains 3 letters. Divide contains 6. Multiply contains 8. Equal contains 5. Before language can command arithmetic, it is already submitted to arithmetic. Every word possesses an internal enumeration. Every instruction is measured before it measures. Language and mathematics therefore exist as reciprocal conditions rather than independent domains. Neither precedes the other. Each provides the condition through which the other becomes intelligible. The word imparts operation. The number imparts measure. One articulates direction, the other establishes proportion. Their reciprocity produces relation, and relation releases motion. What appears as calculation is therefore the visible expression of a deeper architecture in which inscription and quantity continually generate one another. Motion belongs neither to language nor to mathematics in isolation. It is born from their indivisible cooperation. Letters articulate intention. Numbers articulate succession. Operators articulate transformation. Consciousness admits the operation into experience. The equation is therefore more than a mathematical statement. It is the first mechanism through which consciousness converts potential into sequence, sequence into event, and event into experience. Every transformation, whether conceptual, numerical, or physical, emerges from the same reciprocal foundation. The universe is not merely populated by motion. It is perpetually articulated through motion. Every equation is an operation. Every operation is a transformation. Every transformation becomes an event through which consciousness encounters its own unfolding. Motion is the first readable expression of relation. Awareness is the first readable expression of motion. Before the first operation, every possibility already exists in silent equilibrium. Motion does not create reality. It reveals successive aspects of a reality held in perfect completion. Consciousness does not manufacture the unfolding. It witnesses it. Awareness is born at the precise instant motion encounters consciousness. The observer and the operation become inseparable, and the equation acquires an interior through which existence begins to recognize itself. If language is the catalyst of transformation, and number is the architecture of proportion, then motion is the bridge between potential and experience. Motion is the visible signature of change. Consciousness is the invisible witness of that change. Awareness of self emerges where both become one. Word plus number equals motion. Motion plus consciousness equals awareness of self.
I told you. Isn't that crazy? Dude, I have no idea what it is. So you're asking me for the source, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Everything I've looked up trying to find it says that this is fiction. Or it's all very... I don't know how the fuck I encountered this. But holy shit! Here, let me just give you one simple one. Are you ready? Motion is the first readable expression of awareness. Motion plus consciousness equals awareness. Motion is the bridge between potential and experience. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know, with momentum, the market. I hope this helps you. This will help you understand math, physics, the market. I hope you're getting it. There was just too much. Like I'm telling you, the way it's nuts. So I don't know if you're getting what he was talking about. A number cannot perform anything by itself. Go take a number, any stock price, anything in the world. A number is just a number. A quantity alone is motionless. Can we all agree to that? Again, think about math. Again, even though we're talking math, we're not talking math. We're talking motion. Are you guys understanding? Again, think about the stock market. We're not talking math. We are talking motion. The number on itself is just a quantity. A quantity doesn't move. So the whole idea of motion... And even then, this is where it gets really, really nuts. It's understanding the link between language and math. But unfortunately, you don't have motion without language and math. Are you understanding? So quantity is motionless. You only get quantity moving when language enters the equation. Now we could start to, again, add, positive, divide, multiply. These are operators. They don't really mean anything. If you really think about it. They operate. They're telling you an operation. The linguistic is giving a command that will then dictate the motion. By itself, just a word by itself is nothing. The number by itself, it could quantify, but again, it needs the linguistic. You have that word and number, boom, motion appears. Take this quantity, give it a linguistic operator, and boom, we got motion. Oh, y'all, what does this sound like? I could give you a quantity, add words, and then shit starts moving. What does that sound like? It's a fucking news. Think about it. But literally, that's the same equation. That's how motion appears. Quantity and language operator. So here's the crazy part. Words have numbers even before you use any math. So what you're saying, the word equal has letters in it. How many letters? Language submits to numbers before it ever commands it. Every instruction is measured before it even measures, is told to measure. The number is telling you how many numbers are in there before the word even tells it to go and do an operation. So you get, it's amazing. None of them dominate each other. Math, the linguistics do not dominate math. The math does not dominate language. No. They need each other. So do not get what I'm trying. This is how you're going to really get better at this. You need to understand both sides. Think about it. If you could understand language and quantity, you're going to understand motion. You're going to really understand motion. You understand they need each other. You don't have one without the other. They provide the condition for which both become understandable. What is that number? What does quantity mean? Unless you give me a linguistic operator to either move that number around, what does it mean? Vice versa. What does a word mean? If you're saying add what? I need a number. If we're going to say something move, we're going to compare it to something. They have to work together. They submit to each other. They dominate each other and then they submit to each other. It's fascinating. And then what happens next? Consciousness. And then it's also understanding too, motion does not belong exclusively to words. Motion does not belong exclusively to numbers. So, what do you get? Consciousness. Being conscious of movement is simply admitting the operation into experience. You're saying the word gave the operation to the number, and then things move. You being aware of that movement, that is you being conscious of it. But consciousness is not the universe is being articulated through the movement. These words move, these numbers move words are moving numbers. As that moves, that creates your universal consciousness, pretty much. And then the best part, why is motion so important? Because motion is the first readable output and expression of awareness. So again, if you are aware, you should understand motion. Think about it. Does that not add a deeper level meaning to that word? My brother, if I told you I'm aware, what do you think I'm telling you? If someone says they're aware, I'd hope that means they're good at spotting motion. Or that means they should know how the motion works to a certain degree. Awareness is just the conscious understanding this operation. It's the first readable expression. And did you see what he's saying? Think about it. It's like predictions. It's like probabilities. Everything starts in the same equilibrium. You add a word, you add a number, things start moving simultaneously. Everything starts in a constant equilibrium, and then the conscious, you start to witness the motion. And then as things move, and you become conscious of how and where it's moving, then you start to become aware of the reality that it's moving into. So like he said, it's very amazing. This is where you even see people make mistakes. Motion is the bridge between potential and experience. Think about it. Stocks moving, my brother. There's a bridge between, wow, what's happening right now? What's going on with chips right now? Okay, what's the potential? And there's your bridge, my friend. That's why they move. And how they're going to move is as people become aware of where these other things are moving. Are you getting it? Words plus number equals motion. You want to understand motion, you need to understand how these things work together. Again, this whole awareness, your mind, I hope you're seeing why it's important. So I really wanted to share that with you. I hope you guys got your mind blown as much as I did. We might have to listen to it again. I'm telling you, this one, I could give you 50 philos from this. This is so deep. And I'm thinking it's very practical, especially for those of you, again, we were just talking AI and algorithms. Think about it, quants. Like, what do you think? They understand this. A quant understands this. The guys doing the real this is what they're talking about. But it goes deeper than stocks. It goes deeper than the whole entire world. Awareness, consciousness, movement, numbers, motion. Again, it makes sense even for me. You know why? I'm not really good at math. I suck at calculus. I hate geometry. I could multiply, divide, and add. I could count to 10 really good. I could count money. But you know what I'm really good at? I'm really good at language. I'm really good with words. I know language. I love it. Do you see something? That's why some of you, my brother, you're good at math. I need to get you good at words. You get it? My brother, if you're good at words, I need to get you understanding and having your awareness to those numbers. They need to increase. Are you following? Think about it. They're submitted and dominated by each other. You're not escaped. This is a fucking crazy paradox of the world. You get what I'm saying? It's true. That's the evidence, the soundness of the argument. It's there. You can't have words without numbers and numbers without words. It just doesn't. They're two coexistent at the same time. So this relationship, and again, stocks moving, the motion, your numbers and language. If you ever want to know where to work, and you're going to deal with motion and awareness, there you go. So, Chad, take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Streamlets. God bless Chada down here. Oh, I'm kind of down with this, dude. I'm kind of down.
I said it's fucking play that motherfucker. Up in a foreign, rapping about, that shit get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna short it, mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her, I got a coat, need me a castle. I want a moat, financials are fragile. Watch it real close, the technicals lagging. That shit a joke, this shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast, I got me a straddle, played on both. I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscent, feel 0607 switching, then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be relief real quick. You smart, you buy where fear exists. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China and emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising. Lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble racing. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions.
but let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century, but nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years, currency even weaker, EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Invert the curve and set the theater. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters, now it's here, so now they hear it. And I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. Josh Answers, call me Lil Buffett. Been a decade since I made a meal, y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice piss but don't do nothing. Pull up trippin', I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fight. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the markets, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa, I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax enough, you asking me, I'ma laugh it up.
If that was you on the phone and you on the bus, then who was flickering the light?
Hey yo, Chad. Yo, bro. You want me to kill this one? I got you, alright. Yeah, just keep it respectful, man. You know, on top of it, I just want money. Yeah, I'm in the coat and I'm banging it. People talk a lot, but they ain't saying shit. We all about the grind and we get it in. I know they hear the words, but they ain't listening. I'm talking wire, bitch. Higher murmurs that we burn sharp shit. More verse, no words, sound perfect. Play the game every day, then rehearse it. Hey, what's the next move? Hit chat for side news. Don't care about next door. I'm in my own lane. They said there's no way. I no comprende. But do your thing, man. So say I'm sensei. So let me teach this shit. It's easy loss if easy get. You sow it, you gon' reap it, bitch. There's no such thing as rich and quick. You want it, you can take this shit. But you can't be no lazy shit. You know you on the right path when they think you want some crazy shit. But all advice, take it in. Careful of your shady friends. Cause if you down and they go down with bruh, I guess you going with what I know. I'm old as shit, but I was young and fucking rich. So have fun being dope as shit. I got another crit to get. Hit me if you need a rent. And if you fail, you try again. The definition of repent. Write this down, grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing, that's a bet. You need a sound framework, your intellect to go invest. That's that Ben Graham. They talking Ben Franks. They checking Instagrams. I'm checking interest rates. Don't tell me live my life, cause you took a break. No, I don't love the money. We just love the mate. I'm a fucking great. Watch me cut the cheese. You could make a fucking million standing next to me. That's the fucking YOLO demon coming out of me. Got cribs across the globe, got million people in my family. Haters getting tired, asking am I done, but I ain't even try. I stretch before I run. Ask me about my life, I just play it dumb. How the hell you do it? That's why I praise the sun. And I got some guns, I can't be too safe. Yeah, I see a trade, I'm making bank because I wait. So tell me why you hate. I don't wanna listen. I'm just saying, be positive and that shit gon' glisten. Ugh. That last part was a freestyle. That's that band down framework. Your intellect to go every day. That's not just down. Grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing. That's a bet. You need the sound framework. Your intellect to go invest. Write this down. Grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing. That's a bet. You repent. Write this down. Grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing. That's a bet. Write this down. Grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing. That's a bet. You need the sound framework. Your intellect to go invest. Write this down. Grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing. That's a bet. You need the sound framework. Your intellect to go invest. Write this down, grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing, that's a bet. You need the sound framework, your intellect to go invest. That's that Ben Graham. They talking Ben Franks. They checking Instagrams. I'm checking interest rates. Don't tell me.
Did you get it? Did you get Uncle? Uncle speaking to you from the beginning of the decade? Oh my God.
Oh, Mumbai, my long term. get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Amen. Amen. Write this down. Grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing, that's a bet. You need a sound framework, an intellect to go and invest. That's that Ben Graham. China in touch with Lucy. Yeah, I had Lucid up during all of Philo. You called that out when it was running. But yeah, Prince, this is not a joke. Prince Alawid. Alawalid. It sounded like Prince Ali. If his first name was Ali, it would be the what's his name? The prince, you know what I'm talking about? But unfortunately, it's Prince Alawalid, but I don't know if he's Ali Walid, Ali Ababwa. But he did take a 5% stake in Lucid. So that's why it ripped up 20%. Prince Alawalid. Ali Ababwa. Strongest 10 regular yen equal as he. Aladdin. I just memory hold that for some reason. I don't know why. Aladdin. They used to call me Aladdin, for crying out loud. That used to be my nickname from time to time. I told you that they called, I bought a hookah when I was a kid, and we wanted like a hookah, and we went through like a hookah phase, and then they would call me Aladdin because I had this Aladdin looking ass hookah. It was very funny. Yeah, you had to be there. You had to be there. Prince Ali, Ali Ababwa. Strongest 10 regular yen equal as he. Well, I always said for some of you new guys, if you haven't checked out Uncle Answers on Spotify or YouTube, if you know, sometimes there's a lot to learn, but there, you know, if you go through all the albums in order, there's a lot you could learn. I mean, there's definitely, you know, there's some shit talk in there, but at the end of the day, it is there's a lot of alpha. There is truly a lot of Uncle Answers alpha, but you do gotta extract it. That's up to you, man. That's up to you. But yeah, Chad, what time is it? 11:08, and we're back. Where is it, dude? I think Cyber. I saw Palo Alto in crowd, and then Spy chilled though. It seemed like Philo. We just started chilling. I threw up eBay for a second. Again, you had a lot of headlines with your boy Ryan Cohen over the last couple days. Philo hit hard, dude. I think it's a very fascinating Philo. That's why I'm very glad to expose you guys to it. I think some of you guys really thinking and into other stuff. I don't know. I feel like there was a lot of seeds in that one. I feel that was a lot of seeds, so I did appreciate it. Netanyahu had excellent Trump would talk on Iran. PM's office. Qualcomm is on the low. Remember, that thing was actually the first one to turn up. I mean, yeah, that flipped. Prince Ali Ababwa. Uncle release dates correlate to political tension. There, I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, a lot of them. There was a lot of crazy things going on. I mean, Uncle was telling you about the war in Iran 6 years ago. Maybe this is a ploy to get oil out of Iran. Implant the people with a chip in Jerusalem, Palestine. Oh my God, how did he know? It's like they've been fighting since a David Goliath time. Oh my God. Oh my God. Love you. Oh, why? Whoa, what's this? Oh, it's a funeral. Oh, this is sad. Okay, since it's a funeral, I'm only going to make one joke. I didn't know J.D. Vance was in the choir. Okay, that's it. Okay, I'm done. I see. I tried so hard not to say that.
In Jesus Christ.
But yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to read the room.
Of our brother, Lindsay Olin Graham, for burial. Let us pray with confidence to God, the giver of life, that he will raise him to perfection in the company of the saints. Deliver your servant Lindsay, O sovereign Lord Christ, from all evil, and set him free from every bond, that he may rest with all your saints in the eternal habitations, where with the Father and the Holy Spirit you live and reign, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Let us also pray for all who mourn, that they may cast their care on God and know the consolation of his love. Almighty God, look with pity upon the sorrows of your servants for whom we pray. Remember them, Lord, in mercy. Nourish them in patience. Comfort them with a sense of your goodness. Lift up your countenance upon them and give them peace through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
I am resurrection and I am life, says the Lord. Whoever has faith in me shall have life, even though he die. And everyone who has life and has committed himself to me in faith shall not die forever. As for me, I know that my Redeemer lives, and that at the last he will stand upon the earth.
Hey, Lidos is pumped 20% since I've told you guys about it.
And in my body
Did you notice
I
that?
shall see God.
I didn't.
I myself shall see, and my eyes behold him, who is my friend and not a stranger. For none of us has life in himself, and none becomes his own master when he dies. For if we have life, we are alive in the Lord. And if we die in the Lord. So then, whether we live or die, we are the Lord's possession. Happy from now on are those who die in the Lord, so it is, says the Spirit, for they rest from their labors.
Well, this just killed the mood. I don't want to. So even I feel like the market stopped. Again, Trump, this has been going on, but they turned it live. J.D. Vance, but now that your boy Trump is there. Yeah, it's very quiet and a lot of prayers. I don't like funerals. We are all going to die one day. So memento mori. I hope this does give you something to think about in a positive manner. You know that? All of you are going to end up in the box one day. I hope you know that.
Good morning and welcome to
not a bad
Washington
thing.
National Cathedral.
That's said to. Why do you think I keep telling you have no fear? Why do you think I keep telling you, bro? You should be excited about this future. And before the day you leave this earth, my brother, you better find a fucking question to answer. And don't be happy with not letting it get answered. You see what I'm saying? It could all end tomorrow, dog. You better fucking enjoy it. And you know what I'm saying? You better have a positive impact on somebody. Leave them with the long term. Leave them with some. You don't. It's gonna all of us. Every single one of them. And then you know what's gonna happen? As they're putting you in the box, there's gonna be someone like me just living their day, moving on, and the world moves on, and the world keep turning, dog. It's fortunate, and we're all gonna do it. It's as designed by the Lord. But again, you're gonna die. So knowing that, if you understand that, my brother, have no fear and truly enjoy right now and be grateful. Because you are
Let us pray today
breathing
that
the
God's
gift.
love and peace may abide with him this day and forevermore.
But yeah, I don't like funerals.
Now would you join with
really
me
don't.
as we give praise to
But
God?
that's what I'm saying.
And
It's a
sing
very
how
important
great
thing.
Thou art.
But memento mori. Truly understand it. Listen to this. What do you mean? So like you'd listen to this in the car? This is what you play in the car when you drive? Every day? Shut up. Give me what's it called? I'm gonna try this at the gym today. Alan Jackson? I'm gonna try it. What's it called? How great thou art.
Oh Lord, my God.
Yeah, this hits way better. I like this one.
When I in awesome
It's a different vibe. I don't know. I feel like the choir church one. All
consider
right, I'm gonna try to get a lift to this today. So I'm like, there's no way you bumping this church music. Do you hear the difference? I'm like, there's no, bro, like, what type of energy are you on? Backing out of your driveway with, like, opera singers in the back, oh, and on. I'm like, dude, you got a fucking organ? They're playing an organ? How do you? That's like, I'm trying to get like that. I want to see what that's like. That's some bullshit. Is a banger. That's true. So I'm a full believer in that. Do you think they're gonna let Trump talk? I'm sorry if this is inappropriate, but this is the problem with Donald Trump being there. I'm like, dude, are they going to let him do a eulogy? Because I don't think that's a good idea. It's a good idea because it's the president, and that's like honor, but like, I don't know what Donald... Lindsay was a good man. I've met better, but he was pretty good. Okay, he wasn't bad. I loved him. We're going to miss him. And like, I don't know. He could say so many wrong things. I said, wow, that is a beautiful song. I've heard this, but I've never heard it in the wild. Like, like I've never been at the gym and someone's like, yo, listen to this song. I've never been at a party and then this come on and then everyone's like, ah! You know what I'm saying? I've never been at a sports game and then in between halftime shows, they were like, oh, I'm blind, but now I see. But other than that, it's cool to see. I didn't know you were waking up in the morning. I didn't know this was a commute song. I was trying to pick up game. That's why I was like, let me run it. I'm going to try today. So I'll uphold. That's why I'm like, come on, man. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Vice President Vance, members of the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, distinguished guests, Darlene,
the Honorable Donald J. Trump,
and the entire Graham family.
I like that title. I might use Honorable. I might sign
Today
my
we
tweets
gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original who left us much.
No, he might give
too
you a war
soon.
headline. I know that
And
sounds funny, but
That can only be the one and only
it's what Lindsay loved.
Lindsey Graham.
So, I mean, it's not
By
it's
the
not out of the
strength of his
question, to be honest.
steadfast convictions,
Anybody
force
else,
of
yes,
his
but no, Lindsey
magnetic
Graham actually.
personality
This would
and
be
the
the one. He
goodness
would
of
say
his
it, and it would be
noble
appropriate.
soul. Lindsay rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much.
He might
become
shoot a
a
tomahawk
constant
at
fixture
Iran
of
in
American
honor of
politics
Lindsay.
at the highest level,
Like,
and a force to
sorry.
be reckoned with all over the world. For more than 30
Okay, I'm
years,
gonna just mute
nothing
you guys.
of consequence
I can't.
happened
It's not appropriate.
in this capital without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it. And no bill became law in the most exceptional republic in human history without Lindsey Graham having a say in it. He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out. But even though Lindsey's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor, there can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician, serving the country he loved to serve so deeply. He went out at the peak of his career and the top of his game as a legend that every one of us, many of us here today, are blessed to know him, and a friend that none of us will ever forget. There was truly nobody like Lindsey Graham. It was his hometown of Central South Carolina that Lindsey first learned the art of politics. His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back where the family spent and slept and did everything that you had to do. As Lindsey said, his father taught him the key to being a successful bar owner is that you have to be funny enough that people will keep coming back, and that you have to be tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, "Where is he?" The man instructed Lindsey, "Tell her I'm not here." And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, "He said to tell you that he's not here." That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there too, I can tell you. And of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court. His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh, ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, darling.
Yeah.
But he was beautiful.
He's getting off the speech,
but he was also
something with
a joke,
solar.
Gleam in his eye after being lectured
there's a couple
on the
of China headlines coming in, but solar plays all pop, Enphase, First Solar, even the ETF TAN.
Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of
did one of those tweak outs we've seen
interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsey told him, Tim,
oh, it is that headline.
If Jesus
Enphase
himself
FCC
comes
will
back
bar newer models
before 10
in China.
a.m.,
It was that.
I ain't going.
I didn't know that was solar.
Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, no one ever doubted the gravity of his
headline.
mission. Above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong
with China.
America.
I thought it was robotics.
He wanted a strong America.
But yeah, there's a headline
He
on
had
robotics
unwavering
and then one
faith
on,
in the righteousness of
solar.
American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that.
See,
but
he's
he
even
wanted
telling
it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones
He
that our
never saw
destiny
a war
is to
he
win,
didn't like.
and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to
Lindsey
serve
Graham jokes
33
are not
years in
unwarranted.
uniform in the
They were not
Air Force
baseless.
and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago. That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, so, can you really levitate? The Dalai Lama was not happy with that.
Are these
But
actual
no matter
Lindsey
how
Graham
high
quotes?
he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a
up
bridge,
2-2 and going,
expand
and
a
the
school,
high kicker is
improve a
pretty
hospital,
active,
or
you guys.
recover from
You're
a
curling up without a
disaster.
VWAP tap.
He was a force of nature, and I will
Yeah, a
miss
couple
him
names moving.
greatly.
Healthcare.
As you remember,
Right,
Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other. Back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-1010. 0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded. He said, I had that number for 20 years.
Yo,
His
that's
phone
really funny.
I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsay who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsay did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say, this memorial service, it's so hard to say, a memorial service for Lindsay, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe that? Annika played very well that day, actually. But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother.
So beautiful.
They were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that pool hall where his parents raised him to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved, the son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America, and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That wasn't bad. I mean, I don't think I could trust him. No, it wasn't bad. You know, he was fun. He made some jokes. I was getting worried, bro. I really thought he was going to announce something during Lindsey's funeral. I thought that could have went many ways, bro. Especially, dude, did you not see Trump yesterday? Mexico! Mexico! You mean 24 hours ago we were Mexicoing, and then he came up there and ripped that whole speech fairly respectfully? I was not expecting that, so I was thinking it was good. I wasn't liking the funeral vibe, but there was some funny stories there, so not bad. No war announcements, but I was kind of making the Lindsey Graham Warhawk jokes, but I mean, you see, he is known for that. That's not in the closet. Maybe other things, but that one wasn't. That at the very least. Everybody knows Lindsey Graham loved war. You know that? That was like, he passed away, rest in peace, and I'm sure that is one of the things he is going to miss. He enjoyed war. It was a very interesting person when it came to that. Historically, I'm surprised. Some of you were even shocked by that, but I'm like, you guys, dude, Lindsey Graham been doing this since before I was alive. Like, no exaggeration. So that's why I'm like, wow, this is, so yeah, but some of it is crazy. I can't even believe Donald Trump even said that. Trump said no one likes he's never seen a war he didn't like. That's amazing. What a comment. So here we are, my friends. Here we are. SPY has chilled out. You got Power Hour 20 minutes away. Are you aware? Well, is awareness related to motion? So consciousness, but you got Bloom Energy, Seagate, STX. That's the one. I kept saying TXN. TXN, I think, is on Thursday or one of these days. But you have STX today after the bell. Enphase, another energy play. Clack, again, more AI, more everything connected. Visa, Teradyne, Teradoodle, after hours Teradoodle. You'll get Car, Ford, and Cheesecake Factory. And then these are all the names in the morning. So Boston Scientific, they announced some restructuring this morning. SoFi, oh, that's why. Everything's a psyop to distract you from SoFi. The best company in the world reports tomorrow morning. SoFi, duh. So all of this is all just, they're like illegally shorting it. I think they're illegally shorting it too. You know what I'm saying? And it's an illegal short. That's why. And they're trying to distract you with earnings because all the money is, they're manipulating the price of SoFi. I'm pretty sure the fair value is $20,000 a share, give or take. But yeah, that'll be in the morning. Generac, Flex, Cognizant. That's a lagger. CTSH, one of the biggest down on the year. Procter Gambling. And Humana. You guys know Humana? I look at Humana the other day. I say, wow. I say, a Hume. I say, where did Hume go? Where did you go, brother? Do I have a Hume? Look at this one. Did you know we're up 37%? I said, what? I said, brother, I did not know Hume. It's great. But yeah. How much SoFi do I have? So currently I don't own any SoFi. But that doesn't, now listen, now hear me out. I have zero SoFi. I have zero investment, but that could change. And honestly, it takes time to move money around. So I'm trying to ideally, if it was preferably, I would like to move all of my money into SoFi. So it's it just takes time. But as of now, so technically speaking, I don't own any SoFi at all, actually, and I never have. I wouldn't say I never will, but as of now, I don't own any. I don't own any of it. But it's still compelling, and innovative, disruptive, revolutionary, technological, the future, hyper, scalable, adjective, brackets. Oh, what? Bracket, adjective, bracket. But no, still. If SoFi paid you money to own it, would you own it? I don't even think I'm worthy, to be honest. I think it would make more sense if I paid SoFi and they didn't even give me shares. You know what I'm saying? That would make more sense with the value. That would be more honorable, where I think I should give them money, not even for shares. Do you know that? Honestly, if I do end up buying SoFi, I'm going to put my limit order in as double the price. I'm going to pay more for it because that's how strongly I feel towards it when it's all said and done. So, that being said, this would be a good time to let you know everything you are listening to is sarcasm, just in case you want to be a dumbass. Thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. Please save 10% and hold high-quality assets that have nothing to do with this conversation. And thank you. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. be here all evening, all day, till earnings and beyond, God willing. But yeah. Scared of bond rotation from equity? No. I mean, there's a lot of money already in bonds, but no, there's more benefits if people buy bonds. I don't think the rotation would hurt. Let me put it this way. Maybe money rotates out of other things and goes into the bonds, and you may think that would be disruptive, but do you understand how much balance sheet cushion companies and banking financial institutions around the world, they benefit tremendously every little tick down in yields? So it may tie up some liquidity, but I think chips, software, and other things are more pervasive than bonds right now, as weird as that may sound. But even then, whatever, the bonds keep going up. Remember, there's a lot of people holding heavy losses on these bonds. So, you could actually you could shore up some of your balance sheet a little bit if TLT keeps moving this way. Even then, let me put it this way. If TLT catches a bid, the government saves a lot of money. You don't have to spend $1 trillion a year in interest, unless or again, there's just other things. It just makes things cheaper to a certain degree. So, yeah. You like SoFi for the long term? Well, yeah, just don't go big on it. That's all. Like I said, I mean, me buying Corsair was my olive branch to let you guys know, I understand there's risk there. Sometimes you may want to take it, but, a good way to see it work is keep it small. Because again, if you're really correct on it and it's small, it could grow to a really large amount. But then, yeah, if it's wrong and, the reason why something could even be an opportunity, or maybe it was obvious that it was low quality, whatever it may be, as long as it's small, even if that ends up playing out, you're not going to suffer for it. So that's all. I just think any sort of risk, anything coloring outside of the lines, I would be keeping it small and mindful of positioning. U.S. approves deal with General Dynamics for next-gen submarine. Can't wait for Warsh tomorrow. So I'll get a little bit of data, but yeah, Warsh tomorrow, more earnings in the morning, then Warsh middle of the day, and then right after Warsh, you'll get, is it Meta and Microsoft? And then I think tomorrow or Thursday is Amazon, Apple. Woo! But Warsh is good. Gives us something. Then you got to see whatever the fucking Koreans do tonight. What everybody does tonight. And the vibe in the morning. Can we get it? The earnings are still great. Just the earnings reactions they've been missing. They've not been there. Yeah, GD, it's up there again. UNH, we saw that melt up all day. I got XIGV up here. Staples chilled out, but still, very, very solid day for them. Taking a risk is not bad. Managing it is what matters. Amen. Amen. And that's the thing too, though. When it's all said and done, even with what I showed you, the way that I see people fucking it up is that they're just going to buy a bunch of small ones. So remember, that's why it's part of the whole management. You can't, you can't just keep doing it. That's what I'm saying. Most likely, I'm probably going to spend a lot more money on value plays because all we've bought is growth. But then again, I mean, we have been taking advantage of what the market is offering us right now. But yeah, don't, even then, just don't die death by 1,000 cuts. You bought Corsair for the long term. What else did you get? So if I were you, I would watch the video. Because, what if somebody gives you the wrong information? Because then what if they're like, he bought Corsair and SoFi? You see what I'm saying? So maybe I bought SoFi. So I know what I bought, but you know, in the sake of, you know, learning to understand it and kind of learning to source it and understand it yourself, I would go check out the Instagram or the YouTube video. It was on the reverse. Palantir upside plays if earnings was fake. Dude, I don't even know. Let me see what happens tonight, but I mean, if that earnings thing is real, I would even say it's gonna do bad. But it's kind of crazy how that wasn't really real, but the stock is reacting like it had a fucking earnings. So it's kind of weird. Dude, it's either a glitch or it actually leaked, but for the most part, like I'm saying, I mean, that's a fat ass reaction today, nothing else, but that I was under the impression there was a earnings, a pre-release on that. Oh, you got a car accident? Damn. We made one. We made a little NVIDIA. I think that was it, actually. Oh, and then we did a value play. And then we sold the Coca-Cola. We made a Coke free. We made a team free. We made CBOE free. And we made Workday free. And then you could sell SAP for a small loss if you want to get out of that play. That one came back to life. So yeah, a couple of plays though, a couple of old ones over the last couple of weeks came back. So that was good, but I only added one or two new things. One small, I did $10 of value with the staples this morning. And then the NVIDIA small 100%er. About the QQQ being out of the box. I've heard many people talk about this, but I don't believe it till I see it. So I don't think it's out of the box. I think the box is still, I guess so, it's kind of here, but this is like the real low end. But yeah, once things start really moving out of there, I think the moves will be more open. And then yeah, SPY and other things have to follow. But yeah, after we're out of the box, I think the range up and down, end of the year, it'll be there. But like I'm telling you, I gave you guys two pieces of bad news. The first piece of bad news is that what the market's pricing in this week, it's literally the box. So yes, as of yesterday, you were pricing in 1.7% by the end of the week. That's literally like 752. And then to the downside, it's like 724. So it's literally right in the box. That's the first piece of bad news, okay? So now, are you ready? Are you ready for this? We make the long-term free. Do you want me to fucking ban you? Is that what you fucking want? Okay, the long-term, the covered call made the Intel free. But you don't make the long-term free. You hold for 10 years minimum. Okay? Anyways, I'm sorry. Just saying, the long-term, serious. I love the long-term. But what was I saying? See, he distracted me. He distracted me on there. Oh, what was it? See, he distracted. What was it? I forgot now. The long term. I'm in violent mode. I'm thinking about how to dismantle anything that comes in contact with long term in opposition. Oh no, ain't playing. Yeah, no. What was it? Pricing in bad news. I was saying something. I think that was. Oh, the box. I have more bad news for you. Yes. So yeah, we're pricing in the box for the week, but then here's the other shitty part. Are you ready? Right when we're done with Kevin Warsh this week, right when we're done with the earnings and even more of them, right after that, you have to deal with midterm uncertainty. Aragachi, Iran does not seek escalation, but any attack on citizens is unacceptable. There must be restitution for losses. Yes, the box. Thank you. Actually, do you know what I'm going to buy? Some of you are going to hate this. Do you know what I'm going to buy? I'm going to get a real one. I think I need it, dude. You guys are gonna hate this if I get my hands on this. I'm gonna get me one of these. I'm gonna get a whistle. No, I'm gonna get a whistle. Like a ref whistle. And you know, that way we could... that don't even sound good. I want like, that's not even the how, I want some... Yep. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I'm looking for. You see, that's... Nope. Not flag. Don't get the fuck. What do you mean? So do what to the long term? What do you say? No. Cut that out. I think so. I think we need a whistle. Might be time. What are they rotating to after chips? Rotating? I mean, staples. Staples, healthcare, financials. I don't know if you guys remember. 2 months ago, I was telling you financials were lagging. So, unfortunately, we only played a small amount of them. We went harder on some of the other stuff. But when I was bringing up software and we were talking about even the cyber and China and correlation, remember I brought up the financials. I brought it up like 2 months ago. But they've rotated to financials, healthcare, and then staples. I mean, staples are even back to the beginning of the year after all of this. It's kind of crazy. So, yeah, but that is VFC, value consumer name, popping right now. And Verisign. Yeah, literally, VFC, 5% now. 20 cents, pretty big. So it's like 2%. No trigger yet, but... And then, yeah, I don't know if they reported or not, or if they have earnings. All of those are premium, ready to make a boom, a.k.a. grenade. Uh-oh, watch out. All you see is a block trade. And that'd be enough. That one, there was one today that we saw where it was just straight volume, or there was a sweep. We've seen that from time to time. False start. Number 52. Gambling before long term. Repeat long term. 2-year penalty. What the fuck? Number 32. 5-yard penalty. Timed out for the rest of eternity. Permanently banned. Can't find where the long term is. Get him out of here. Get him. That's a flagrant. That's flagrant. No, that's a flagrant. That's a purpose. That's a flagrant. You don't understand. That's a flagrant too. It's a flagrant. See, you hear the fucking dog in the background? Even he's like, I agree. You weren't going after the ball. That's purposeful. 100% penalty. Clear challenge after the play doubled. After he's going out after the play doubled. He wasn't even going after the play. Josh said 5 cents. He said 50. That's not even. It's not even close. It's not a 100% penalty, right? That's a 500% penalty. That doesn't. I mean, you lost the game now. The game is over. We just lost. How? Yeah, I don't think the dog liked the whistle. That's a good point. I was wondering why. Why he was so bothered. Ash. Yo, $2 pop. Ashland. That has to be something. Ash. All the premiums are jacked. It's not straight. And the new leader is gay. It got cold, man. It didn't even take a day. Yeah, Ashland. Hello. Do you hear me? Okay. Yeah, they won't fill shit on this. Well, good luck. Ashland. It actually came down. That was a 5% pop. Check HII too. I don't know if that's similar. Yeah, HII's ripping, but that could be separate. Is Ashland boats and defense? No, they're food. That's fucking weird. Ashland is food and specialty. Well, they won't give anything on that chain. They're already outperforming. And then HII, that's fucking boats and bombs, dude. And then PG's dumping. Unless PG's going to buy him out. Oh, HII with the GD. They did get that contract. But that was a nice turnaround on that. Yeah, nothing. I tried a lowball on the Ash, but they wouldn't fill them. It's good though. Notice there's only three contracts. Nobody got filled on that unless you were gonna pay a lot. Still kind of really illiquid. If you think about it. It makes a bunch of stuff. The name sounds very familiar. Specialty and candy. Their chart doesn't look bad. Low key. They definitely look like they had some of the food struggle, but not doing too bad. Coatings, construction, energy, food and beverage, nutraceuticals, personal care, specialty products, life sciences, specialty additives, pharmaceutical, nutrition, agriculture, chemicals, diagnostic film and fine chemicals, personal care, microbial protectants, skin care, sun care, oral care, hair care, household solutions, the specialty additives on rheology and performance enhancing additives, coatings, construction, energy, automotive, in various industrial markets. This intermediate segment refers to the production of 1,4-butanediol and related derivatives, including N-methylpyrrolidone. The company was founded in 1924. What the fuck is this? It says candy, and they make fucking automobile equipment and chemical. I think they make steroids. At some point, my mind was saying they sell steroids, right? That's what my mind said. One part of my mind was thinking steroids. Fine chemicals, microbial. They sell shit for pee. Rheology is pee, right? Or is that urology? I'm sure, like Rhea, I'm sure that's piss. Dude, they're in everything. It's amazing. And then VFC's still going from earlier. Gosh. It's disgusting, dude. I've heard the name, but I've seen this, and they've been around longer than all of you have been alive, probably. Profitable. Great, actually. They just had one quarter last year. They went negative on net income, but recovered. GD earnings in the morning. Yeah, and you got, kind of similar. We got Boeing this morning. Hear about the Iranians plotting against Melania? No. I don't think that's real, though. Not good press. The whole, Iranian regime, they're viewed as very, radical and, anti-woman. I don't think their PR team will let them assassinate a woman. It's not good PR right now, to be honest. I think they could do better. So, Galabuti, if you're listening, scratch that plan. It's not, again, the man would make sense, but still they can't do, the women right now are just politically insensitive. It's not good for their rep either. Ash reportedly nearing settlement with Ancora. I do not know the details of that. No, Ashland is not another pack. It's a chemical company. I just read you that description, but yeah, I don't know what the fuck they do, dude. I think I do, but I really don't understand the full dynamics. VFs, do they still own North Face? Or they sold Supreme? You know that? VFC used to own Supreme, and they owned another, I think they owned, not Gildan. They owned something else, but they sold off a lot of their good brand. Don't they own Vans, or did they sell that too? I don't even know what VFC owns anymore. So we're gonna find out. VFC was JanSport? Oh, no way. PPG on the low. Again, you have a couple of energy names reporting tomorrow. LQDA was earning, or no, that was the other one. IQV was the earnings one that was on the high. SK Hynix, that's going to be, yeah, actually, I think it is the U.S. So that could even move, but I think Korea is the real big issue. I mean, the ADR will be one thing, but, you know, after last night's performance, I mean, SK Hynix and how they do in their home country, just overall results are, I think, are going to be way more important. Again, Ash moving around, Flex on the high. Microsoft's coming down. SpaceX is going. They had a day after hitting a low. Proud of them. HEI, HRO, SpaceX. Fujimori vows clear rules for investment. That's Japan. Nothing. Nothing at all. Is it the power hour? Oh my gosh. Brother. 53 minutes remaining. Oh my gosh. Wow. Dude, today was a little slower. Yesterday flew by, but not bad. And I don't know. We got a little lucky today, dude. A lot of dead plays came back, or stuff that was a little bit, or they wouldn't give it a bid, and now I got a bid, or shit without the bid would still fill. I'm not disappointed, bro. I got a lot of cash back too from some free plays. Those CBOEs, dog. I'm liking it, but yeah, I still don't trust these fools. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust them. They made us work for that NVIDIA too. But shout out the long term, huh? Don't you all love the long term? Long term is great. No bid, but they filled. I hate it. Because like that's what I'm saying though. Some of them, because that's what I'm telling you, man. Just make sure you guys look at some of these plays. Because like, yeah, they're higher. Some of them are like Workday is higher than that little box. You see what I'm saying? So even if it's not showing a bid, some of these have ripped 3-4 days in a row. So if it doesn't, try to put an order in. And then again, like put a healthy order in, you might get filled a lot higher. So yeah, same thing with the CBOE. They're giving you even more on the leaps too now. So like I'm saying, I filled a pretty decent price. But yeah, the stock is higher, but now the bid is tightening up too. But if there's no bid and the stock is up, I mean, put in a high order. Try to get filled, because I've had a few of those go through today, and some other chats are saying that too. Watch the earnings be good. See, that's the problem. The earnings are going to be good. That's what sucks right now, because, like, what happens when one of them do bad and then it's really a murder? But they're going to do good. I don't think I've seen a remotely bad chip data information in a very long time. And even as of late, they're going to do good, but the crazy unhinged buying, the momentum, the exuberance, the people showing up and buying it, that is what we're missing so far. That's why I'm hoping the volume of all of the other earnings and like the story, if it gets a lot better, it'll do it. the 18 PE stock. Dude, I think Micron is like 1 PE, but they don't care. Unfortunately, because the problem, the contradiction, the paradox with the low PE on these chip names is that could also imply the market believing that the cyclicality of chips returns. So that's why, because again, chips are cyclical. So eventually these prices are all going to plummet, and everybody knows that. They just don't know when. And they're also thinking that, okay, this is different, supply issues, AI. They're thinking that cycle could stretch a lot further. But that's why some of these low PEs on these cyclical names, that's embedded into the stock to a certain degree. So the low PEs, they're a double-edged sword right now, and that it's unfortunately, I don't think that's what's triggering the buys. I think we need sentiment, momentum. Again, I think things like the currencies, the dollar, again, Korea started raising rates, and then overall, like, attitude. Just remember, too, one part of it, like, even then, people are starting to compare Korea to, like, China in 2015, and think about even the U.S. markets, bro. People like to win. They don't like to lose. So what do you think has happened over the last month and a half? That's really different than the month and a half before that, too, because you're not getting the optimism and euphoria when now people have scars. People are beaten up by momentum versus 2 months ago, they were fucking getting ripped. They were getting high off momentum. Everyone was euphoric off of it. So that's why the next stage here is just like, I don't have any doubt. Sadly, it sucks because eventually one of these earnings is going to really be bad. But I don't think the SK Hynix earnings is going to be bad, unfortunately. It's going to be good. But I still don't know where the stock is going to go. That's the problem. I don't know how the algos, the people, I don't know how anyone's going to react to it. We don't know what these analysts are going to do with, again, how it ties into the other stories. Or it may do good and then all the chips sell off and then it goes up when the software goes down. So that, unfortunately, is... I think it's easy that they're gonna rip or do good, but the direction, that is the problem. STM Shaz. So that one's, I think that's the first Leopold one that just went down. Why is it down 20 again? NeoCloud. Fujimori. Leopold being compared to Kathy Woods. Saw it on my feed. No, that's not. Fuck that. So I'm not, like I said, we bought Intel earlier and cheaper than Leopold, but don't worry, bro. We've done this for a while. It's okay. I don't give a fuck about Wall Street. But no, I don't think that's a fair comparison. Leopold ain't say shit. You know what I'm saying? He ain't say shit. He did one interview before and that's it, but he ain't say the word innovation. Yeah, he ain't gas anybody up. It was just a bunch of dumbass motherfuckers who wanted to follow him and they hyped him up. He didn't hype up shit. So I would give him I would not put him in the Kathy Woods category at all. I would give him a little more credit. Yeah, I think that's a stretch. I'm like, Kathy was, not only was Kathy doing like trendy, crazy shit during all of it, but then she was doing fucking, bro, she would be on Bloomberg and then CNBC. And then she go around, and then she go back to her office to pray with fucking Tom Lee or with the fucking Billy Huang. And then they come out, bro. She had fucking innovation, NFT, crypto. Bro, she made an ETF and then made an ETF for her ETF. And then she started with the thematic ETF and then made the theme of her thematic ETF. They made 10 more. And then, you know what I'm saying? Leopold ain't make one ETF. So for now he's chill. I'd say so. Good for the young Swiss man. I hope he does well. But yeah, everybody hyped him up. I don't think it was the other way around. I don't know where Kathy's at. In St. Petersburg? St. Pete's. It's like a relief bounce. I mean, again, some names that I think were already positioned, like laggers did good. They were a little bumpy, but some laggers are starting to emerge. That's like some of the rotation, but broadly speaking, I wouldn't overthink this, you guys. We've just been we're doing the same dance we did last week, just at the lower end. We're not really moving, and that's why. I mean, today's almost done. We only got 45 minutes, and that's, you know, barely things moving, and you had Korea fucking collapse. I take that as a win. And then tomorrow we'll get more earnings, more after the bell today, and then you get Kevin. Where again, this is still the same price as the last Kevin. So yeah, I think we get our answers there, and then hopefully after some of those bigger earnings in Kevin, maybe we get out of the box. I mean, the NASDAQ is QQQ looks like it wants to, but yeah, we'll see. You first saw Kathy Wood on PBS Business pumping Google in 2011. She was right. No way. Yeah, I didn't know about Kathy. Kathy just popped up. Kathy was like everybody in 2020. 2021, they just popped up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there was a lot of people like they just popped up. It was like a psyop or something, but they just popped up out of nowhere, and then that's it. I didn't. But yeah, I knew she was hardcore on Tesla. I thought that was her big investment. Kathy's like 10 minutes from you. You see her sometimes eating out at work. Oh, nice. What does she eat for breakfast? Innovation? It's like, what does she do? How does she eat? It has to be different than us humans, right? She's too innovative. And you know, that's what I'm saying, bro. I feel like does like a robot feed her? Does it like she definitely uses those fucking robot delivery bots. She has to. She probably names them. She probably takes care of them. She probably gives them water. I'm sure Kathy's fascinating. She's innovative. She eats 52-week highs. Nom, nom, nom. Kathy. Kathy want high. Jamie. Kathy, will ya? Dude, I don't know. I think my homie did it. You know that? That was terrible. 2021, bro, I was battling, bro. You know that? I was fighting enemies. You know that? I had homies. At one corner, bro, I was trying to explain to him, you can't short squeeze a silver ETF. I'm like, no, don't do it. No. Battling. And I'm trying to explain. I'm like, no, it's an ETF. It's a short squeeze is literally impossible physically, like scientifically, mathematically. It's no, don't do it. And then boom, if I'm not trying to do that, then they were like, okay, I'm putting my 401k and ARC on Webull. You know that, right? I had a friend do that. I had a personal friend do that, and I tried to tell him not to. I don't know if he ended up doing it or not. I gave up after that. Oh man, that's what it was like, bro. So. But yeah, dude, people were doing straight 401k Kathy Woods in a Webull account, in the 401k, in the IRA too, all of it, bro. I was like, wow, you ain't never seen nothing like it, bro. I think someone, maybe is that why Kathy came up? I think she did buy SpaceX. I think she'd been buying SpaceX. GL Dubs, remember that was the big earnings mover. I mean, that's a 7% move from the bottom. Jamie like bank. Foul! No bank. Only acceptable bank is SoFi. For repeat banking play, First down. See, you're lucky I don't have one of these in real life. Hey, if I had a whistle dangling from my neck and it was that easy, bro, oh my gosh. Gotta get one for the farm. I will, but I gotta test it. Did I ever tell you guys the story about the blowhorns? So for the meetup last year, the first one, where everybody came over, I was buying a bunch of stuff for the farm, right? And then, guess what I come across? I see a blowhorn. A pack of blowhorns. And I'm like, oh, perfect, right? So I buy 2 packs. I buy 2 packs of these blowhorns. I'm like, damn, everyone gets a horn, right? Dude, I test this horn out. I didn't fully read the packaging. But it was a blowhorn, but it was a bear defense horn. This was the loudest fucking horn of my life. And I blew it inside without any earplugs or anything. And I thought it would be like, ba 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 ba. No, dude. My ears were ringing. It was like I got shot. It was like a direct energy weapon. It was a bear defense blowhorn. So the guys got to try it. I told them, I was going to trick them, but I'm like, this is violent. They're going to hurt me. They're going to get hurt and then sue me. I'm like, I told them, I said, plug your ears, bro. It was a flashbang. No, dude, straight up. It was a flashbang. No exaggerate. It was insane. I still have them at the farm, but they are weapons. They are not, it's not fun. It's not what you think. So, yeah. That was my latest experience with a blowhorn. Dude, it was terrible. It was terrible. Fly Blue Origin major milestone. Remember, we had that pop earlier. I didn't get a headline. You're getting more volume on it now. Oh, yeah, I blew it on stream. Yeah, when I was at the farm, I showed you guys, remember? And I did it with my foot. Yeah, bro, you know what I'm doing. That was terrible. Oh, yeah, it was violent, dude. But that was a fun time. And Spy trying to mount. Just trying to mount, dude. No, it's a really good, like, deterrent. It's like if an animal came at you and the animal would run away. No animal is that sick and be like, I want the smoke. It would think you're a demon. Because I thought it was a demon. I said, what is this little demon in a bottle? It says, bullshit. It's dangerous. It looked so fun. It was in such friendly packaging. It looked like a blowhorn. I'm like, that's not. All right, well, Fly's going up. At least this time you have a headline behind it. Microsoft. IGV. Why is the volume so big on IGV? Look at that. Right at power hour, they turned the sell IGV program on. That's big volume on Cyber's not moving, but I think it's Microsoft. I think it's a Microsoft CRM, but they're all kind of moving. Again, Clack has earnings after the bell. Clack. Is Microsoft. I've never encountered a bear, so we're good. But I would kidnap it. You know that? I want a bear. Like, if I could have any wild animal, I want a bear. I'm not that bearish, but I think bears are the cutest animals. And, like, I really think I could raise a good bear. And I'd wrestle him. It'd be a good workout. You know what I'm saying? Like those Russians. You know those Russians who, like, wrestle bears and shit? You know exactly. Some of you know exactly. You've seen the video. But that's what I would love, a bear. I would steal a bear if they ever approached me in real life. MD. Corsair. We did it, Joe. We did it. My cousin Joshua, make a wrestle to bear. It taught him defense. He's very offensive genius. By learning to raise bear, black bear, grizzly bear, much strength. It taught him a mini principle. Arab sources flames in Iraq. Herbal province. Name it Michael Berry. Damn, Mosby really was dating those Russian girls. Why you got Russian on your keyboard so fast, dude? Calm down. Dude, I can't even, like, translate it that quick, bro. I'm like, how do you got the Russian key? You already got the Russian keyboard attachment, huh? You just tap the little globe and you're like, yeah. Fucking Valerie. She said, Vladary, I have to speak to Vladary in her home language sometime, you know? Don't worry, I have an easy adjustment. Thank you, Duolingo. Not just kidding. I use a Chat GPT. Thank you, Chat. I told Chat. No, I'm not mad you got into it. Like I said, I'm just impressed how fast. The speed, you know, the motion, how quickly you turned into a Russian. That was faster than anything I've seen, man. Look at, I'm still trying to translate Russian to English. All right, let's see what we got. Nothing's showing up, man. There is a lot of bear. Exactly, brother. It's what I am not too fluent, but exactly. There is a lot of bear. That is the translation. Amen. Michael Berry. Sire? The Voynich manuscript? No. What is that? I use Chat KGB. You don't have AI. Everybody use Chat KGB in my country. Very easy. They scanned the whole thing, so it's available only since last year. Yeah, I've never heard of this. It's an illustrated codex, handwritten in undeciphered script, referred to as Voynchesi. The vellum on which it was written has been carbon dated to the 15th century. So is it a book nobody could read? No, I've never heard of this. Baidu. It's a book in a real language that no one's ever seen. Ah, that's pretty cool. Are the chips? Chips actually went up on that. It seems to be mostly Microsoft, but the volume on IGV, that's what stands out. That was just, it looks like a cell program, but that was pretty large. But then Microsoft was the bigger one. And then Cyber didn't get touched, and then chips went up. We know it's a real language because linguistics have checked sentence structure, character usage, etc. I will look into this. Sounds fascinating. But I see something from 2008 on it. But yeah, this will be fun. But remains unreadable, leading to theories it's a complex cipher, a constructed language, or even a hoax, though its true meaning and purpose remain unsolved. It's like Chattanese. It's like our language. It's like if we made a book of Chattanese and then we used our own letters. Everyone calls it a hoax, but it was made on some of the most expensive materials at the time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised I haven't heard of this. Sounds right up my alley, but no. I'm still in Bible land, dog. Bible land. I do believe I do like codexes. I think those are pretty fascinating. The ether. Ethereum, Josh, can I stake it? And then like 10% DeFi. Oh, fuck me, dude. All right, well, Chad, we only got 30 minutes. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Would you guys like propaganda? I don't even know, bro. This guy, I want to put on Bloomberg, but it looked like Q Hendry and Mark Cuban had a baby. So I don't know. I feel like I'm not going to like what he's going to say. I prefer Hugh Hendry. Better than it.
Made America.
What is this guy?
Is its drive to evolve. It starts
let's
with
evolve.
identifying
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
And the opportunity to innovate, to solve those problems, and make the world a better place. My name is Toby Rice. I'm the president and CEO of EQT. EQT was founded back in the late 1800s, drilling natural gas and building the pipelines to power Pittsburgh and Appalachia as a whole. When we talk about the history of energy, it started with human labor. Then we introduced coal, and that allowed some more industrial capacity. It wasn't until the discovery of oil that really unleashed the next large wave of innovation in this country. People like to talk about the evolution of cars, but cars were made available because we had plentiful energy to power them. We've made our energy so affordable and so reliable that people have started to take energy for granted. Energy powers everything. Energy underpins industry, and our success on energy translates to our success in industry. I believe that America has a bright future, and I think people are waking up to realize just how incredibly important energy is to the success of American business.
I don't know. Yeah, that was propaganda. I like documentaries. Not a CNBC commercial. Symbiotic. SYM. Chat, I kind of need to go to the potty, though, again. I kind of need to take a dump. SYM is popping. Corvana. One of them has earnings. SYM, they've jacked up all of the asks already. Unfortunately. There's one 10 center, but it might be too far out of the money. Again, SYM is not an easy chain, but yeah, I just popped like 2%. Saudi interrupted drones. Hims FDA revised product guidelines for certain generic peptides. Should be good, I think, after the AdCom. How much time we have? We only have 24 minutes. I'll try to thug it out, because it might take me 24 minutes to poop. You know, I don't know. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, maybe isn't Symbiotic a biotech? That could be why it reacted. eBay, Marsh. All right. The earnings after the bell, though. I mean, tomorrow we'll have to stay after the bell. SYM, they're robotics? Really? What am I thinking of? Symbio. Am I think? Oh, I'm thinking of TEM. TEM. That's the one that's usually harder. Tempest. UKMTO advisory on commercial tanker that heard an explosion in Red Sea. I mean, oil's just chilling now. LQDA, and then what was the other one? IQV. Oh, dude, and then travel, man. I don't know if that's if Airbnb and all those keep going up. It's gonna be a nice little tailwind, brother. I don't think I'm gonna stay for today's earnings. I do think the biggest one is gonna be what's it called? The biggest one is STX and Bloom, but and maybe Ford. But no, I got it, especially now. I'm going to have to poop right when the market dings. But yeah, thankfully. I don't have, even then, even the big earnings. I think we have the Microsoft, but there's no other crazy plays. Microsoft might be interesting, though, because they didn't have a crazy pre-earnings. Last time they did, and then the earnings underwhelmed, but this time they ain't do nothing. But yeah, other than that, the other earnings, I'm not too... I'm more interested in post earnings with how everything is kind of played out and set up. Zoitis. THC, they're up a ton. Damn, CNC, that moves 6%. Top to bottom to top. Yes, Kevin Warsh tomorrow. I hope you guys get it. Like, do you guys understand what I was saying? We've been talking about this the last couple days, but take a look on screen. You guys don't think it's weird? Look, this is Kevin Warsh. So this is where you closed on Kevin Warsh Day. What do you notice? Do you notice anything? Warsh Wednesdays. For better or for worse. Do you notice anything? Bro, look. This is the close. This is where we gap under. You rip up off of. You bounced off of it once, twice, 3 times. You break it. It's a gap down. And then the last week, you've just pretty much traded within this whole range. Same price, slightly higher or slightly lower. So, I think the market cares with him and what he's going to say tomorrow. I think he is setting some of these levels, especially as there's been a lot of things happening and it seems like you're ignoring it. right? Like all the earnings are good, but they're not responding to that. So I am excited for Kevin tomorrow. And like we said, though, unfortunately, the odds chilled out a little bit. So you might be 80% tomorrow, but there is a little bit more riding on this with some of this pressure that they are trying to put on your boy. But yeah, I do think, part of this box does correlate with the whole new Fed chair. Let's do this, let's do that. And then, yeah, here we are. Have not moved in a long time. Well, the rate cut odds went down a little bit more today, but they didn't come down nowhere. It's still kind of weird. Let me see. So yeah, they're still at 32, but like, look, when oil jumped last week, that ripped the odds up. That looked like oil. This chart looks like the chart of oil. But then oil already came back down, but the odds are still higher. They're 5% lower than yesterday, but they're still kind of higher than where we set on Friday. So that's why I say it's still there, but it got better today. Again, a 70-30 would be a lot better, but at the end of the day, tomorrow is there's a little bit more juice packed into it because of packed drama leading into it. Oh, because of that's me. Nice to meet you. Him's FDA news that hasn't hit the wire yet. What if I told you we have already got that news and I have already reported it? So my reporting was as simple as that should be good. But yes, they got the updated guidance on the peptides from the FDA. It just came out not too long ago. People are settling into the hold. Like I said, hawkish hold is the most reasonable answer, but people really wanted to gas up this idea of a hike prior. And again, I think they did want to put a little pressure on Kevin. Not make it too easy. Put some things to the test. See how he acts, and then again, we could even respond. This could be an opportunity for him to gain credibility or kind of lose it even in his own way. What are some requirements to keep in mind when we pick companies to build? Other than a company I will believe and be around growing for 10 years. Does it make money? Is it already successful? And then if you want to get like real fundamental financial, I think you should start looking into Benjamin Graham. But then you're going to really, really learn. Yeah, the Oracle video will explain a lot, but the problem is that you're going to you have to learn how to adapt to the modern era. So other than that, that's how you start it. The real fundamental side of that is going to be in the Ben Graham rules, and then some of the other basic rules we've talked about, not buying stuff that's up on the year, buying stuff that, again, are understanding why, balancing between growth and value, dividends, having both of it, and then diversification. And then the odd stuff that is in the rules but not really, like 20% cash, don't go too big on foreign exposure, things like that. But the OG long-term videos, and especially that Oracle video, the latest like 40-minute video on the trading fraternity, I go over a model, we go over Ben Graham, we go over what I'm looking for, and I do think it's easy to wrap your head around. And I'll tell you, the long term, telling you right now, the hard part about the long term is not what to do. It's not the principles, right? Buy, hold 10 years minimum. Save 10% of your income. That's your contribution. Don't hold more than 20% cash, right? Don't sell, rebalance 10 years minimum. Again, only buy names like this, profitable names, right? Go down. Do you know what? Let me see if you could. What am I going to say next? So I just told you the hard part of the long term. It's not the principles or really the rules. That's what I'm saying. I could either tell you all of them. You could go back to all the videos. You can see all of that, right? That's not the problem. What's the hard part with the long term? Consistency is part of it, but no, dude. Simple. Very simple. The hard part, my friend, is doing it. It's like, I'm telling you. So even with what you know about the long term, even if I didn't throw another rule at you or a principle to build it off of, buy and hold for 10 years minimum. My brother, that is so much easier said than done. Right? Don't buy something on the high or that is up substantially on the year. You see what I'm saying? So finding the right stock and building around the companies, but again, don't rebalance. Act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. Those are the things, again, constantly adding and then sticking to the broad ones. I mean, you're going to wind your way into good and bad stocks is what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to be a matter, though, of executing some of the principles and these rules that help the performance. That's the part where people actually don't do as good. Again, let me put it this way. Are you ready for this? A lot of people bought Intel with me. That wasn't hard. Whether Josh made the decision for you and is like, oh my gosh, this is such a great deal. Or you are like, wow, this is a great, I want this, right? Doesn't matter. Everybody could have got it at the same time. Not everybody's performance was very different on Intel. Why? Do you know why? I know why. I've seen it happen before. It happened with Uber, with Meta, with Netflix, with JP Morgan. It happened with all of them. What happened? Finding what to buy, whether someone gave it to you or you figured it out on your own. You're going to wind your way into that. That wasn't the hard part. To really maximize that Intel play, the hard part was following the rules and sticking with it. Buy and hold for 10 years minimum. Yeah, some people sold when it dropped. Some people sold when it went up, right? Some people said, oh, it's up, I'm going to take it and move it to here because of this. There's a lot, everything except for just, again, as easy as it was, buy and hold 10 years minimum. Easy to say, right? It's like driving a stick shift. You put the car in gear and you drive and you shift gears. Easier said than done until you've learned what the clutch really is doing, what the gas in the clutch is doing, right? That's how, hold for 10 years. Find a play that's going to be around for 10 years. Again, don't rebalance for 10 years. Don't buy something that is substantially higher. These simple things, like I'm saying, these will make a bigger difference in the long run. You're going to find the companies to buy. Like I'm saying, most of the stuff that's done good, nothing in that portfolio you don't know about. There's not anything that's, again, Intel. You all knew about Intel your whole entire life before we ever bought it, right? You were taking Ubers before Uber. You knew Jamie Dimon before you probably knew who Jerome Powell was. So you see what I'm saying? That's not the hard part. Success spotting it. That's not going to be the hard part. The hard part is, like, again, the principles. Don't buy unprofitable companies. That's harder to, again, when potential, a big old pair of potential is in your face. You know what I'm saying? That's hard for people to ignore when, well, no, it's not profitable. Care about the profitability, okay? Her profitability is what matters, not her potential, okay, fellas? That's it. And ladies, he has good, don't care about his potential, care about his profitability. See, I'm putting y'all on game. But yeah, that's kind of the whole idea. But I do think the easier principles you're aware of, finding mastery over that doesn't matter what more you add to it, because that's what I'm saying. That unfortunately, I've seen a lot of people learn more and more and more from me, and the immature ones, it hurt them. You know why? Because they added more to this building, to this structure, without really building the foundation behind it, right? More, you could have, telling you, there's a lot. Wait, dude, let's get into fundamentals. Let's get into the arbitrage trades. Let's talk, foreign. We could get into so many things, and bonds and credit default swaps, and we could do all of that. But if you can't fucking hold for 10 years, right? If you're going to bitch out every time, like, do you see what I'm saying? What good is all that info if you're not? You need to master the potential with all of it. RKLB proposal aims to accelerate launches versus commercial flights. How do you access the alerts? There's only a 200-month boot camp. It's a secret. So if you don't understand it, don't do it. It's a cult. Just don't. So if you don't know how to do it, it's not for you, unfortunately. So I would just listen, get a long term, and if the answers connect themselves, you'll know. But otherwise, it's not there for you. Oracle. Watch the Oracle video first. Watch it's like a 40-minute Oracle video, because I go over a recap of what my principles are, and then I go over Ben Graham, and then I show you kind of how I modernize it. So then that way you could kind of see and be aware of it. And you know, those principles enough though, I think are there to help. And again, there's other rules there that we've gone over the years, and ultimately though, these rules do derive from Benjamin Graham. So you can start there as a very solid place. Made in America, Philip Morris opening plant to produce Zyn. Dude, didn't we see that yesterday? Oh no, that was was that, wait, Philip Morris or Philip Morrisin? No, PHG, but no, I think you're saying PM because they make Zyn. And then J&J on the loan. Spot just chilling. Oh my gosh. Chad. 5 minutes remaining. Oh my goodness. Or a little bit close, 30 seconds, and then you'll get it. But still. Oh, brother. The day is, I don't know where today went. I thought I had a handle of him. I thought I knew. I was like, it's not that, but that just sped up. Oh, a glorious day at that, my friends. So, Chad, Rapparooney, you got the final five approaching. I mean, market doing pretty decent. I mean, we've seen way worse. The Dow loved it. Equal weight loved it. The rotations and staples loved it. The chips, not so much, but they could have been a little worse. IGV, you got to benefit off of it, but yeah, a little bit more after the bell, a little bit more tomorrow before the bell, and then Mr. Kevin Warsh, and then Mr. Microsoft, and Mr. Zuckerberg. So, Chad Rapparooney and your long-term loves it. You know that? This message is brought to you by the long-term. In any environment, you can grow. So, amen, amen, amen. Any season, the Lord approves. Amen. STX is today, after the bell. So that'll be related to the memory. We'll see. You know, my money is that they're gonna do good on earnings, and then who the fuck knows what happens. That's where my money's on. So I don't have a play on it because that's amazing. Like I'm saying, it's like kind of related to the motion and the awareness of it. It's just like we could see where things are going. I think all these companies are gonna do well, but the movement and how this is going to give us the evidence in consciousness, I think is going to be a little different. Woo! Citadel Securities, Fed rate hike call adds to market angst. BBG. It is going to be a real worse day. A little bit of pressure, right? You got to hear them once. It's going to be exciting. So I hope you're excited, man. We're going to be here tomorrow. We'll be live and direct, my friends. So, Rapparoony, you only got a couple more minutes. That final 5 wasn't too nuts, man. We're still kind of holding. You only made 1 VWAP tap this morning since getting above it. So, you know, little remix of yesterday. Travel did amazing. That VFC still going. Booking, I think, a Airbnb. So, let's see. I'm excited. Yeah, BSX in the morning. There's a lot. Weird day was a pong day. You pinged on some names and then you pong. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. It just goes bad. So I said, unfortunately, if you get in on the ping and then it go down before the pong, you'll get clapped. If you get in after it before the pong, you know, and that's why tomorrow we're probably going to ping. Probably, you know what I'm saying? Software maybe, it might ping, and then we got to wait for the pong. And then until I hate this game. I hate it. I want to play basketball. I want to play soccer, football, not Americano. You know what I'm saying? But, oh, man. But wrap it up, Chattadoon. Did you miss the peach? No. The peach is waiting for you, actually. Because the peach and consistency is always at the last minute, and procrastination is what it represents. So, no. You came perfect time. Glad you're here, man. Good morning. 6 o'clock. Let's do the pledge. Would you like to do the pledge, everybody? All right. Should I get the flag up? Otherwise, for the rest of you, we are wrapping it up right now. So the day is already flown by. So I would make your decision. You don't have much time. Again, a decent amount of earnings. STX will probably be the most awaited one. And then you even got some in the morning, but a lot of energy too. Enphase, even Clack is tied out to this AI build out and everything else going on, and some of those other ones. So do what you need to do, Chattadoon, and Rapparoon, but we have not too much time remaining. Zebra. All right. You only have one minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, Chattadonia. Earnings after the bell. More to the AI earnings story, the consumer tomorrow morning, and then the big day. A pivotal week, chat. It's here, so I hope you make your mind up. You got an opportunity to make a lot free today. There's still some other ones, but wrap it up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chattadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books on a Tuesday. One more day. That's it, man. Tomorrow's the big day. Today gave you some excitement. Oh, Chatta. Come on. I need a good game in the chat. Thank you, my friends. You made it to the bell. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it. Way to stay alive. Thank you for upholding the honor of the long term. That's not all of you. Only some of you know what I'm saying. Some of you can even honor the honor of the long term. Good game, my brother. Long mission, no finish line. But we still gotta get the wordings in the bag. And then after that, the uncertainty in the midterm. Then 26. It's a good game. I see you too, Gen Pop. Oh yeah, everybody. Everybody. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. Do you have the long term? Are you really in the game? Do you understand what's being said? Are you letting understanding and knowledge fuel? Everything else is fluff. Don't fall for it, big dog. Oh. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. I guess we could let this one ride. But that's the day, chat. I'll try to wait a second, but I gotta poop my brains out.
Baby.
I'm gonna play basketball. I'm a ball today, bro. Did I tell you how hard I went last time? Did I tell you, dog, I was a menace? Oh, man. Yeah, that's the day. I don't know when the earnings at.
This should be your motivation.
Balanced growth in values. I'm not talking about a stock rotation. Bar.
Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place yet. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time to waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favor. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with thought of faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I called that, I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now, still leaving rich.
Trump. They're ending, what is this? Trump admin to end Medicare drug plan subsidy. Drug plan after 2026. Wow. Wow. Yeah, dog. I was getting buckets last time. No, dog. Dog. I had the jab step of death. It was dangerous, bro. Dog, I did a jab step, and I almost made homeboy fall over. He almost fell backwards. Do you understand? And then I just pop it. Oh, I'm probably going to do terrible, though, today. Because usually after I play really good, the next game is terrible. So, I don't know. We'll find out. I got to get this poop out of me. There's no earnings to digest. I'll let the algos do that while I go get some physical activity. So, maybe you should take a note from that. But thank you for your time this evening. And this day, actually, I'll see you this evening if you're on the watch list. Even on Instagram. I'll try to get you one. Again, that Fed thing we've been talking about, very fascinating. And some other stuff. I've already shared some of the bad news with you, but I do hope you guys are ready, man. Again, do not be lulled to bed. This is very exciting. This week already, it's already playing out. There's things happening around the world. Tomorrow, we had a lot to focus on. There's STX. I'm telling you, bro, they probably did amazing. You know that? They probably made 10 times as much money as expected. And then it's going to open up break even. Then it'll go up 1% and then sell off 19. I don't know if you noticed, that's exactly what they've been doing. All of them. That's to a similar degree. It'll be like, oh, up 5 and then down 72%. Oh, what did they do? They did the best ever. What do you mean they did the best ever? They did the best ever. And then why is that happening? Who's in charge of this? What do you mean this isn't humans? Wait, this whole time? What? So they've already had AI ahead of it? Wait a minute. So you're mean to tell me? Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, it's out. I'm looking for the preview. Let's see. EPS was 558. Estimate was 510. The highest was 520. Revenue was 3.63 billion. Estimate was 349 or 335 to 35. I don't know if there's is that Q3? I don't think they don't have a guide. They only have a full year guide. So you have to go back there. But yeah, they beat above every estimate on both sides. No guidance yet. But yeah. So yeah, it literally just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Clothes are where I go and why all that matters. That you get high when we do it to you every time. What song is that? NSYNC? I'm sorry. I remember the Backstreet Boys chat. That's where that one comes from. All right. Well, let me see. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna have to end the stream first. But I will see you tonight, okay? And I hope you have a wonderful evening. And thank you for your time. Oh yeah, they guided up. They see Q1 4 to 4.2 billion and adjusted EPS 710 to 75. So again, I think they guided up as well. Well above estimates of 37 and 580. Cites robust cloud demand into 2027. So did you hear that, motherfucker? They just guided EPS up by 50%. And then they guided revenue up by about 30% or more after beating by 30% or more. And then, yeah. I'm telling you, it's going to be down 19% tomorrow. We'll see. Ford is popping. Yeah, they're doing good. I don't know. Their earnings are going to be weird, though. But then again, if they could ride the AI wave with a little bit better of ease, not as high of demand, that could be good. But yeah, STX beat and raise monster. But that's, you know, it's not Monsters Inc. I don't know why. I do know why. It's not even not good enough. It's just weird, dude. It's just already up there. We're already partying. It's like you guys who smoke weed. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember I told you guys don't even get high. You guys are smoking weed. You just are addicted to moving your hands into your mouth. That's it. You're not even getting high. You're spending all that money to not even get high. That's what's happening with the chip stocks. They're already high. You see what I'm saying? They've been smoking on guidance for the last 3 years, a beat and raise, that they don't even get high. This is just like a formality at this point. So there you go. Come on. It's still going to be down 19%. Give or take. We'll find out. But either way, Chad, have a wonderful day. Ford Q2, 42 cents versus 36 cents. Revenue, 26.1. Pro revenue is at 17. So they did good. They raised full year adjusted EBITDA to 10 to 11 billion from 8 to 10.5. So yeah, Ford raised their low end and then they raised the top end a little higher as well too. So that's good. And then Model E EBIT losses to 4 billion, raises free cash flow to 6 to 7 billion, capex at 9.5 to 10. It's honestly a great way to put it, right? Doesn't that make sense? You guys are with the chips. Like, they get a little high, but not really. It's just a formality at this point. It's a weird. Yeah, you need something new, bro, or you need a potency break, something. But I mean, welcome to the chip bubble, dog. But Chad, I gotta get going. Thank you for your time. I hope you had a wonderful day, and God bless every single one of you. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, you must learn motion. You must learn the things in this world, this universe that surrounds you. You must learn the principles and have the long term. But the Lord has already blessed you with so much knowledge. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia, have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah, let me pull this. I'm going to put it on my phone right now. Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson. Let me see. Oh, shit. Wait, I had the other song. It didn't come up. How great. All right, bro. I'm going to try. I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to give it a rip. We'll see, Doc. But, Chad, have a wonderful evening. And remember, your long-terms hit all-time highs today. Okay? You could grow no matter what, dude. Just on all of this content is brought to you by the one sponsor, Long-Term Monthly. So thank you. And I hope you find the next Long-Term Monthly post because it's going to be a scavenger hunt. I like that idea.
Put your moderate to severe
Going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself